Yes. Jimmy M Watumaini, and we are so happy. Jimmy M Watumaini tuko nyuma yake. Eric Mudhoni, ulisikia wapi na nani? So Raila finally takes over Mount Kenya, and Mutembei ametuambia kwamba 999.99 raised to power 9% of Kenyans are very happy. So baba amechukua Mount Kenya. Tangatanga, mtajificha wapi? So karibuni guys, wale ambao mnapenda siasa. Leo ni leo, Jimmy M Watumaini mkiwa na nani? Talk on your own. Hapo hiyo ni ujumbe kutoka kwake Njoroge Waitita ama Waititu. So mko fani walai. Naweka tu link hapo bila kupoteza wakati. So ukiklik hiyo link litakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa, halafu tu uweze kuchangia. Eti baba takes over Mount Kenya. Baba amepewa mbuzi, ng'ombe na kila kitu, ishara ya kuwa anapendwa. Sasa hatujui mwaka kesho ni yeye atakuwa akiapishwa ama itakuwa kwaje. Ndio hiyo link nimeweka hapo kwa comment section. Ukiklik itakuleta hapa kwa show. So meanwhile, endeleeni kucomment kwa sababu kuna wengi wenu amuingiangi kwa show, lakini comments zenu ni zile za maana. It will end in premium tears. Maoni yake Eric Rono. Joseph Wanga, mtangoja sana. I am also happy. Idris Kemboi. So a batch of rich barons from Mount Kenya saw it fit to have lunch with one their fellows. What a big deal. Oh, the poor person wasn't there. Mount Kenya is Tangatanga. Raila cannot be sold in Central. Hiyo ni ngumu Est. Oh. Hard kabisa ni ngumu Est. Francis Mwembezi, he has been duped. Ama dumped. Sorry. Njoroge Waitita, wewe unaitwa Tuko. Okay. Didmas Mukabana, Uhuru ndiye alinunua hiyo ng'ombe na akapeana uko wa mpe. Hey. Okay. Tell us more about NASA, baba mpaka State House. So asanteni sana. Ann Wanjiku karibu. Moses somebody karibu. Ann, ni aje?
Poa sana mambo.
Niko fiti Ann.
Niko poa pia Clinton, nikiwa na Mose.
Yes Ann.
Mimi pengine naweza kuwa niko out of the topic.
Niko poa.
Sema tu Ann.
Nimekuja tu kujimarket YouTube yangu hapa.
Umekuja kujimarket?
Najua ile time tu umepata tu mahali umepata tu live inabidi tu ujiseme.
Sasa ile kujimarket siko poa sana kwa kizungu. Kujimarket ni kujipeleka soko, si ndio?
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Sasa ukijileta soko umelipia. Okay, Jimarket kwa dakika moja ama mbili zijazo. Jimarket.
Okay, all set, go.
Yes.
So hello guys, my name is Ann. I'm from Kenya, but currently I'm not in Kenya. I'm in Lebanon. So guys, I have a YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel is all about encouraging those young ladies who are going to Gulf countries. I'm giving them information of how Gulf countries is, how they are supposed to deal with the employers, and what are the necessary requirements before you go, and some other things that I've talked about in my YouTube channel. So guys, please make sure you subscribe so that you can watch more of that, more and more. There's still more to come. So thank you guys and have a wonderful week. And please make sure you remember to subscribe.
Ann Wanjiko, are you an agent?
No, I'm not an agent.
Umekaa Saudia kwa miaka mingapi ama Gulf kwa miaka mingapi?
Siko Saudi, niko Lebanon. Hii ni mwaka wangu wa 3.
Oh, mwaka wa 3 mfululizo ama umewahi chukua break ukarudi nyumbani?
Mwaka mfululizo hapana. Bado sijaenda. Yeah.
Na una plan kwenda Kenya lini? Si contract ni 2 years.
Yeah, contract ni 2 years, but due to some various reasons sikuweza kwenda nyumbani. But soon, maybe November or December at the end. Siko sure kuzaa watu hawakuambiangi ati the specific day ya kwenda home ni siku fulani.
Okay.
Yeah.
Swali la mwisho kabla uende. Kuna mmoja wenu alikuja hapa kwa show akasema kwamba mnataka usaidizi. Kuna venye mnaumia, ni ukweli uongo?
Okay, currently huku Lebanon saizi siku poa. Hakuna haja nidanganyane. Sisi huku Lebanon siku poa. In fact hata na advice mademu waache kuletwa huku. Kama kuna venye wanaweza kubali, wasikie tu huku siku poa.
Okay.
Atuli amesema saa hii government wataangalia hiyo kitu, na kama maagents hawezi fanya kazi yenye iliwaleta huko inakuwa banned na wa Kenya government itawarudisha wote Kenya.
In fact hata venye kufanya wanafaa tu kuunganisha hizo maagent, cause just imagine countries mingi zimefungwa lakini Kenya ndo wanamwagwa huku. Saizi wacha tu explain kidogo. Clinton, if you just give me some few minutes.
Minutes chache sana yeah.
Shida, thank you. Okay, saizi wanataka newcomers. Sisi wenye tulikuja kitambo hatuna shida. Sisi tunaendelea, tunajua ni nini inaendelea. Lakini sasa wanataka newcomers. Unapata number 1 ni kidogo. Number 2 either 2 or more houses. And these houses are not small.
Uko na shida ya network. So rekebisha network alafu rudi umalize kujiexplain. Na pia utuambie ni kwa nini mna Kemboi. Nasikia Kemboi ni mwanariadha Kenya. Lakini nyinyi pia mko na majina tamu kama Kemboi, Waiguru, Waititu. Sasa sijui wao mnamaanisha nini. Nikipigia relative wangu ananiambia Clinton Kata Waititu wako area. Sijui Waiguru wako area. Anyway, asante sana Ann Wanjiko.
Angela.
Kizito, wewe na Angela mtaanza kulipia.
Angela.
Bana. Yeah, bana. So, karibuni guys. Oh, malizia. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Malizia. Yeah.
So nilikuwa nasema saizi Kenya ndo wanamwagwa huku. Na wanamwagwa inaweza kuelewa ni njia gani. Saizi Ethiopians wengi, Ethiopians kulifungwa. Kama ni Bangladesh wote kulifungwa. Kama ni Philippines, hizo njia zote zilifungwa kwa sababu wana mistreat wasichana na njia ya kuwafanyisha kazi mingi. Hii nyumba ni kubwa. For example, kama hii yenye niko, acha tu niwaambie kweli. Hii yenye niko iko na 17 rooms. 17 rooms guys. And huku hivi juu bado kuna rooms zingine.
Okay.
Sisi tunacheka kwa ubaya. Umejua vile unasema ndio inachekesha, unaona? Tuna imagine, tuna expect tuambie hiyo 17 rooms. Yeah.
Ann, wait. Ulisema uko na YouTube channel unafundisha wasichana ambao wangependa kuja Gulf. And post link ya inaitwa nini YouTube channel yako hapo kwa comment section. Kila mtu ata click, ata subscribe, ata kufollow, ata comment, ata kuuliza maswali. Yes. Yes. Sikupati poa wallahi, sikupati poa.
Na saizi?
Hebu ongea sasa.
Okay, saizi. Ndio nasema. Saizi mimi bado ndio kama kama nini naitwaje?
Upatikani.
Mpaka saizi umesikia?
Rais Kabui, zima mic tafadhali. Ama uwekwe kando uzime alafu uje tena. Malizia Ann, malizia.
So I was saying, saizi bado sijajua kuweka nini hizo yenye unaniambia unless sasa niache jina ya YouTube channel.
Si uko na YouTube channel?
Niko na YouTube acha unless niache jina yangu hapo.
Click video yako moja watch. Enda hapo chini kuna place pa kushare. Copy link. On the same phone kuja nayo hapa live, post hapo kwa comment section. Ama uache jina yako. Ama kuna maguru wa live things kama kina J Code Frank, link hutumwa aje kwa comment section? Hata mimi sijui.
Mwambie aende. Okay, nyamazeni niwaambie vile anapata link.
Pause.
Mwambie enda kwa YouTube channel yako. Enda kwa YouTube channel yako.
Yes.
Ingia kwa YouTube channel. Uende kwa video yote yako moja. Ufinya hapo kwa share. Then itakuletea option either ushare kwa WhatsApp nini, itakuletea option ya kushare kwa nini. Kuna hapo juu kuna option mingi hapo, lakini ushare ile ya kwanza itakuletea, alafu ingie kwa simu yako then uilete hapa kwa nini, kwa chat point.
Okay, ni sawa, haina wasi. Get.
Swali la mwisho.
Okay.
Umesema uko Jordan?
Hapana, niko
Lebanon. Si ile iliungua, ilibaki?
Yeah, ni huko si uongo.
Okay, na hapo Jordan unapitia ukienda Lebanon. Ni ukweli kuna River Jordan ama ni chocha tu tunaambiwa? Iko?
Wacha nikwambie, ile ushenzi iko huku ni hata uwezi jua east ama west, because you are 24/7 in the house. So siwezi kuambia. Honestly, hakuna jani kudanganya.
Hata mimi siko sure juu tulikuwa River Jordan wakati Ruto alikuwa kama mamba. Hatujaivuka. So watu handshake mimi nisipoingilia sipumui na hakuna kitu kitafanya. So
kupeleka Kanani. Sasa shida iko wapi? Wewe fuata Ruto kupeleka Kanani. Kama ulikuwa huko kwa Ruto ulikuwa mambo kaenda kwa Ruto, enda na mambo yako.
Sisi ndio tulikuwa mamba na hatujatoka. Jojo Dubai, sema na mwenzako akiondoka.
Endelea kukwama kwa mambo yako sasa.
Sawa, tuko pamoja baadaye.
Okay, thank you Ann Wanjiko. Karibu sana tena na tena. Asante. J Code, bado tuko kama mamba, hatujatoka. Na hiyo River Jordan pia unasikia ni kama iko ama haiko.
We don't care kama iko we don't care.
Na nyinyi mlifika wapi?
Safari yetu ya kwenda Kanani
Kizito kujia ugali. Kizito napika ugali na tilapia kujia.
Imagine hata hiyo ugali na hiyo kijiko unaipika nayo, haki ya Mungu. We ni waingo kweli. Umeona tu hiyo. Yaani mpaka hata internet yangu ikapotea.
Okay. So J Code, bado mtatupata tu hapo River Jordan. Tumesonga kidogo tu lakini tuko. So guys, Raila takes over Mount Kenya. Kila mtu ameona amepewa ng'ombe, mbuzi. Pengine ameombewa, akapewa hadi na wapiga kura wote. So maybe Raila is the 5th. Na sijui ni kwa nini atakuwa the 5th, alitaka kuwa the 3rd, 4th, 5th. Mbona sikuwe the 6th? Kuna uwezekano. Onesmus Duncan na hiyo jina ya tatu sioni. Tell us something, Duncan. Dan, microphone Dan.
Ngoja kuna singe mimi ndo naongea. Mimi ndo naongea.
Okay.
Ukitaka jibu endo mtafute umuulize mbona uko 40 50 ndio ulikuwa unataka. But TM yetu ni kufanya Raila Odinga akue president Kenya hii. Weta mtu tusi mfanye nini, but at the end hiyo mtochorota tutafuka ngambo ile na hiyo mamba tutaipeleka ngambo ile na hiyo mamba hiyo ngambo tutaipeleka kulalia Kitu kingine nataka nikwambie, umesema Raila Odinga amekuwa Murang'a leo eti amepatiwa kura, amepatiwa ng'ombe. Of course amepatiwa ng'ombe, katai. Amepatiwa kila kitu. But wakati Ruto anaendanga huko huo unasemanga eti ameenda amepatiwa kila kitu vile umeongea hivyo. Sometimes respect to Raila Odinga haitaki uambie respect Baba Clinton. Sometimes ile matamko unaongea kwenda kwa Raila Odinga inahitaji mwenyewe ukae chini ujiulize ni respect napatia huyu mzee ama ni nini. Hatuwezi tukakuforce respect Baba, patia mwenyewe, ni kijana mdogo sana. Unastahili kuangalia kitu yenye unaongea. Nataka niwaambie hivi. Mmekuwa mkiuliza mbona Raila Odinga
Frank, in politics hakunanga heshima. Politics hainanga mkubwa na mdogo. In politics you just have where you express your matters out. Sasa ukisema ati Ruto hajawahi pewa ng'ombe, it's true Baba alipewa. So hukutaka waseme no. Respect ya Clinton na Baba inakujia wapi? Si ati amemdharau, amesema Baba alipewa. So hajamaanisha anamdisrespect. In politics inarushanga neno yote yenye umepata. Politics has no respect.
Waingo wewe ulikuwa unapiga huko sikia statement yenye alimake. Kwanza angalia ungu gani kwanza tukule.
From the start.
Angela relax. Zima mic Angela. So Jacob.
Kitu nataka kusema ni
wait a little.
Raila Odinga amekuwa Central Kenya. Mmekuwa mkiuliza mbona Uhuru acha impeleka Central Kenya? Raila Odinga anapeleka Uhuru Kenyatta ndini Nyanza acha ipelekwa Central. Akienda yeye peke yake mnaanza kucomplain. Akichipeleka yeye mwenyewe kama mwana. Unajua Raila Odinga ni mwanaume. Hakuna place yenye Raila Odinga aweza kakanyaga Kenya hii, hata mulete punduki zenu. Amechipeleka Central mmeanza kucomplain. Amechipeleka Central mmeanza kulia. Hakuongea kitu yote, anataka kiti ya upresident ndio mmeanza kulia ameenda Central, amekuwa na viongozi fulani, Kwani Ruto yeye akienda huko Central na viongozi hao akina Kimani Ichung'wah wanapikanga kelele kama honey pills. Akiendanga Central na hao wesi wakina Rigathi wenye wameshikwa wamewekwa ndani. Nani anaulizanga? Unasikianga sisi tukipika kelele? Baba ameenda tu just 4 hours tu peke yake. Umeanza kulia online. Umeanza kupiga kelele. Na akienda wiki moja mtakuwa mnasema nini?
So let me clarify for you something, Jacob. Uwezi ukaniambia ni respect Baba. I have my own respects. Baba najua ni mtu mkubwa, lazima ni mheshimu. So nikisema kwamba Baba alikuwa Central, tumeona alivyofanyiwa, amepewa ng'ombe, mbuzi. Hizi zote ni ishara za heshima. Hiyo haimaanishi kwamba nimemkosea heshima. Wajua alipewa ng'ombe ni ukweli, akapewa mbuzi ni ukweli. Sasa heshima inatokea wapi bana?
Clinton, do you know why nakwambia upatie Baba respect?
Do you know Baba is my party leader?
Tumekuwa tukiambia wewe mjadala kwa page yangu, check on Frank page yangu. Tumeletana juu na wewe. Unajua ile matusi yenye ulikuwa unaambia Baba. Ni leo tu hapa kwa mtembei uongeangi vibaya. But wewe ni mtu nakujua in and out.
Kwanza uliniblock kwa hiyo channel yako. Unblock me, I want to come back now.
Sijawahi block, ni vile sijaienda live siku hizi. Niko job, sinanga time ya kwenda live. Sijai block mtu. Wewe hata uende utusi kuna tusi, sijai block mtu.
Nitakupigia kwa hiyo live yako sasa. So sijasema kitu chochote kumdisrespect. Ni ukweli alipewa ng'ombe. Na ni ukweli alipewa.
Nataka kuambia watu wa Tangatanga nisikize, watu wa Tangatanga nyinyi nyote, patia Baba respect. patia baba respect. Respect kwa Raila Odinga lazima idumu. Mpende msipende, patia baba respect yake.
I really support Frank. I really support you. Imagine only 4 hours. The internet is going to break. The internet is going to break. Only Raila to be in Central for only 4 hours. All the internet is going to break. And by the way, even Jacoredo is now, Clinton is now complaining. But what I want to tell you people that even SK Macharia said, if unataka uendelee na kama au wasanii hautaenda kwa Citizen, enda kwa hizo nini zao. Ruto akona gani? Watu asla wako na gani? Utakuwa unahea tu vitu zako kama wewe ni mtu wa baba.
Sasa unafurahia hiyo juu wasanii wengine ambao hawamuungi mkono baba hawatakuwa wanasikizwa popote.
Waende watengeneze studio yao, waende wafanye TV yao na Citizen yao.
Kizito, ni wewe unaongea. Kizito, ni wewe unaongea ama mtu anaongea ndani yako? Kwa sababu venye nakujua huwezi ongea hivi.
Leo nimefurahia mbo wako.
Mimi ni supporter wa baba.
Yes.
Clinton niongoja kwanza. Clinton kidogo. Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa
address watu mko nao kwa show.
Kwanza. Ngojea. Please, huyu jamaa kitu ya kwanza nataka kumpatia pole zangu kwa maana ni mtu mwenye amepitia COVID-19. Amekuwa mgonjwa. I'm happy that nimemuona hapa na anataka kupotea. Usipotee bro. Kuona mtu mwenye amepitia mambo ya COVID-19 huyu Imbwanga, anaitwa Imbwanga ama nani? Is my friend. Amepotea tena, but ni mtu mwenye amekuwa ICU for just around 3 weeks ya COVID-19. Na nimemuona hapa. Mungu aendelee kumweka hapa. Ni mtu mwenye ame-experience live ya COVID-19.
Inatakana kuja hapa tueleze man, juu hii ugonjwa inaua watu sana wenye wanafika kwa hiyo airport ya JKA. Inatuogopesa hata na tunakuja next month.
Unatoka wapi bwana? Tuma dola tukule.
Okay. Namtengenezea.
Ya kukula ndio mnataka.
Namtengenezea space. Akirejea ataingia tu.
Sawa, endelea na siasa nisikie watu wanaongea nini.
So Jacob bana, baba ni mtu anaheshimika, lakini hamwezi mkatuambia kwa sababu ni baba lazima sisi sote tutampigia. Kila mtu ako na sera zake. Mimi zake ameuza hazinipendezi. Ndio maana nimechukua mkondo huu bana.
Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Mburu Njoroge wa comment anasema Jacob top your psychopath. Nataka nimwambie kila mtu ako na party yake yenye na kila mtu ako na political party. Mimi mwenyewe ni mtu wa ODM na kiongozi wangu ni Raila Odinga na niko ODM juu ya Raila Odinga. Na wewe huyu Njoroge ana support William Ruto juu ya UDA ama ana support UDA juu ya William Ruto. So na yeye ako na party yake kwa Ruto. So kuniambia niache kusupport ama niache psycho. Kila mtu ako na psycho fan. So wewe
ukaita Clinton. Frank anauliza swali. Raila akitoka ODM, wewe pia unatoka ODM.
Yeah. Mimi pia niko na swali. Maybe I don't know English. Can somebody translate for me bottoms up in Kiswahili? Can somebody translate for me bottoms up in Kiswahili?
Hii topic ya leo bottom up inatokea wapi?
I just want to know because I don't understand it. I want to know it in Kiswahili.
Google bottom up in Kiswahili utapata jibu.
When you are go to translate here tusikie.
Guys, simnanijuanga kwa kuzima mic. So it's either you behave ama utajiona.
Okay, niulize direct to Clinton. Clinton, can you please, wewe ni mwalimu wa Kiswahili. Tu translate here tu hiyo kitu ndio niongee.
Leo hatuongei bottom up approach.
Hey guys, habari yenu?
So wait, Imbwaga.
Yes, how are you?
kujua hali
Yeah.
yako, so you have like 4 minutes. Ikifika 30 minutes tunaanza show rasmi.
Okay, okay, naitwa Imbwaga. Nilipotea kidogo juu ya network but I'm back. J-Code ni rafiki yangu, huwa namfuata, sisi ni watu wa baba. Yes, around June 4th hapo nilipatikana na corona. I was admitted but I fought it until I won the battle. So sahii niko poa, resume my normal duties, niko poa, sina shida, ninapona na nashukuru Mungu. So on the issue ya Raila kukua central, you see how the internet is a wash na hizo ma pictures huko. As in, many people are talking about it, and you know, in politics there is strategy. Kuna mtu anasema mara alifaa kwenda kumeet wananchi au kufaa kwenda kumeet a small group of people, but I will tell you this. You see, Raila was not going to meet ordinary people. He was going to meet musicians there, but this is a function that was organized by one of the most respected business people in central Kenya, SK Macharia, and that is a friend of Raila Odinga for a very long time. And this is a billionaire. And you know, in campaigns, as in for presidential campaigns, you need people who can pull resources. So mambo ya kusema baba angeenda kukutana na wananchi wa kawaida kwanza aulize kura. Raila Odinga has been in this thing for very too long, as in for a very long time. He knows, he understands the dynamics, the politics of Kenya. So he needs the resources. He needs the backing of the people of Mount Kenya, those who to come SK Macharia. These are people who are well connected. Na kama watakuwa na their campaign strategy, they will still pull resources na watajua on how to penetrate that area. And another fact is, Raila Odinga doesn't need 100% of Mount Kenya votes. He just needs a fraction to add on whatever he has currently. Then 2022, tuko ndani, I still believe so. So wale watu wa Hustler Nation, I see they are trying to give us advices on how Raila should have done it. You see, these are our competitors. Why are they advising us on what to do? If you are making mistakes, then they should be happy that at least the mistakes you are making will work to their advantage. But that is not the case. I know wameshtuka kiasi because they thought it would be the ordinary blames zenye wanasema Raila ni mtu handshake, aendi central. Raila Odinga is a man who pulls crowds. When that time ya kucampaign itafika, when everything is set, he will still go to central Kenya na I'm very sure ata pull crowd. And hao watu wa Tangatanga wataanza kujificha, hata watakuwa wanaonekana online. You know, these are people who are interested ama impressed with very funny stuff. So
Imbwaga, samahani. Imbwaga, Raila Odinga only needs 10% of central Kenya votes, according to you, to add on whatever he's having.
I didn't say 10%. I said a small percentage of those votes. Mambo na Kalonzo kutoka Kalonzo.
Wait.
Yes.
A small percentage inamaanisha hiyo 10% nimempea ni mob sana.
A small percentage to mean we do not really need to get the largest amount of votes from central Kenya. Tunaweza hata share 50-50. We are good to go. It doesn't mean like tukue na the full backing ya central Kenya. No.
Okay. Ukisema akona current votes zenye ziko stable. Kalonzo ameondoka jana. Haina effect?
You see, a day in politics is such a long time. And as you can see, Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, Raila Odinga, and Uhuru Kenyatta. These people are on the same side. But you see, in politics, you must always protect your interest. Huwezi kaa tu hapo na useme yes. So Kalonzo must show his supporters that he's serious and he wants to be president. But at the end of the day, these people are going to sit on the same table and they're going to agree on who is going to fly the handshake sides presidential flag. So need to fight too, the normal fighting. You see, we had code before we got NASA. We had code. Who are the principals in code? Wetangula, Raila Odinga, and Kalonzo Musyoka. Then this thing moved into NASA when Mudavadi now came in. It now brought NASA. We've now seen another this other one called the Okoa Kenya Alliance, which has now roped in Gideon Moi. Now we have abandoned NASA. We have now one Kenya Alliance. I'm pretty sure before we go into the 2022 elections, we are going to have something else which might not be necessarily one Kenya Alliance. Hawa ni watu wanajuana.
Okay.
You see, yes.
Being that you are an ardent NASA supporter or Raila Odinga
Yes.
supporter,
Yes.
who is your threat in 2022? Nani unaona anaweza kachallenge Baba, your party leader, on the top seat?
Honestly, I don't think we have a big threat, but the person who is coming close to Baba is William Ruto. But he's not a threat.
What are some of the chances of William Ruto becoming president? Wewe kama mtu kwa ODM, lakini una plan against this guy. Unaona ni shimo gani unaweza ukaziba ndio asipenye?
I think to be honest, you know, it is easier to manipulate poor people than it is to manipulate rich people. And the larger percentage of Kenyans are poor people who are interested in seeing someone portraying to be having solutions to whatever is their problem. So William Ruto has a way of trying to hoodwink these people the same way he did in 2013 and 2017. And he's trying to use the same thing, like the thing of a hustler nation. You see, many people are trying to blame others for being rich and sympathizing with themselves for being poor. So when you have a larger number of people feeling disadvantaged because of a certain number of people, then you mean there is a threat. So we on the NASA side must also come out and counter this narrative of hustler nation, because many people are trying to troop in it. Yes.
Thank you, Imbwaga. Thank you. Staki mtu wa NASA tena aongea after Imbwaga. Nani hapa anashuka anaweza ongea something contrary to what Imbwaga was saying?
I've not even talked.
Siwe ni NASA bana.
Yeah, mimi ni NASA, but I wanted just to add something small.
That something small will take how many minutes? NASA msipokaziwa hii Kenya.
One second. No, when I'm still discussing with you, we are taking more seconds. With Iboga, I just want to add something that you've just left. These Tangatanga people come slowly. Mambo bado. It's only 4 hours. Now you are keeping hapa. There's still time. Thank you.
Kizito, have you added what you wanted to add?
I am here.
Cedric, mic yako inatupigia kelele sana. So zima mic, Cedric.
Oh, iko na kelele?
Yeah, kama huongei unazima.
Wacha nirudi.
Calling.
Kizito, have you added what you wanted to add?
Okay, let me change my location, then I'll be back.
Kizito, have you added? Your microphone, man. Hey, leo hii NASA wananimeza. Hapa kwa comments imewaka. So, Maina Senator. Your opinion, Maina Senator. Maina, siwe ni mtu wa Mount Kenya. Tueleze bwana, mkipeana ng'ombe, mbuzi, maombi, kila kitu hadi mkasema kura zote ni zake. Si hapo amepewa rasmi ama bado kuna tashwishi? Hello Maina. Okay. Danson Kandie. Hey, watu wanaomba link na nimekaa studio na waliolala. But sini live. Onesimus.
Yes.
So Maina na Danson, either mwashe mic muongee ama mcreate space. Proceed, Onesimus Duncan. Onesimus, washa mic yako.
First of all, let me try to differ. Kidogo. Hello?
Who is talking?
Si mimi ndio naongea.
Hiyo si sauti yako bana.
Sasa
ongea.
Si yangu. Sasa nasema Unanipata?
Yes.
Unanipata Kilinda?
Sasa
umesema ati mzee amepewa mbuzi nini kila kitu, hiyo umesema ati ameendosiwa sijui nini. Hiyo si endorsement bwana, bado kura ni kuomba, sio kusema. So Mount Kenya ni watu wako independent, na vile najua mimi, wacha mwenye anajua, vile mimi najua, hakuna siku Mount Kenya wanapiga kura kwa Raila. Tuko sawa?
Hatuko sawa. We ni mtu wa wapi? Pengine we ni mtu wa Migori na unatuambia story ya Mount Kenya hawezi kupigia Raila. We ni mtu wa wapi Kenya hii?
Hiyo unajua, ukisema ameendosiwa hiyo hapana. Kwani wazee walikuwa huko wanaendorse Raila? Hiyo ilikuwa tu ni ya musician, na haikuwa maneno na campaign bado. Kwani Peter Kenya ndio anaendorse Raila? Siasa bado. Relax. Watu wa NASA ama NASA ishakufa. Tunasema Raila saa hii.
Onesmus, siasa bado, Mount Kenya hawezi pigia Raila, si ukwe na msimamo. Siasa ikifika Raila aombe atapewa, ama Mount Kenya hata Raila aombe hawezi pewa.
Sindio. Hawezi pata kura ya Mount Kenya hata moja.
Hey. Kuna panelists. Asante sana Duncan Onesmus. Maina Senator, umerudi? Festus.
Yes.
Nena nasi bana Festus.
Habari zenu?
Poa sana.
Clinton.
Sio, what we need as Kikuyus ni mahali tunaweza fanyia biashara. Sisi hatutaki
Clinton
kupewa.
Sijui ni nani ananiita.
So anybody may it be Laila na atupatie nafasi ya kufanyia biashara, conducive environment. Sio ati kusema leo he was endorsed. No, but if at all he can support us in our businesses to get. The other day he was in Mombasa. Akasema he has an idea of opening industries where we can accommodate our young generation, and majority of our youth who are from Mount Kenya region are jobless. So for me, I support Laila, as he said in Mombasa, that he can, all we want is to economy to grow, nothing else. Laila, if he is capable to do that, age is about numbers. Hatutaki kupatiwa samaki, sisi tunataka kwenda kwa mto kujitafutia samaki. And that's what we want. It's not about tribe. It's not about tribe. We have Uhuru today as a Kikuyu. He has been assisting the Western Province, formerly Western Province. Kuna hata zile barabara ziko huko, hata hapa kwetu ndio zinafika. So leadership is not about tribe. And if at all Laila seduces us kabisa, tutampatia. Ni yule atakuja atuambie, I'll part with this and you give me the votes, nothing else. Initially, when Jubilee was created, Luto came with URP. And he was given the half of the government. So what we need as Mount Kenya region, we must have our own vehicle. And let me tell you, my friends, come 2022, Mount Kenya will change. It will change. And we shall have our own vehicle where we must have bargaining power, so that we can, the one we shall vote in will safeguard our agriculture. And during Moi regime, let me tell you one thing. From a place called Malwa to Nyeri, it was the formerly Central Province headquarters. Tarmac was waliharibu barabara ya tarmac for 7 good years to sabotage the economy of Nyeri. So we need somebody who will now and forever, regardless of his tribe, her tribe, to safeguard our economy. Period. Nothing else.
Asante sana bwana. Umeongea kama wazee 18. Na umefurahisha wananasa hata kama muungano wao hai-exist. Lakini wanafurahia popote walipo.
All we want is peace, nothing else.
So thank you Festus. Kanyagia hapo. Tuulize hao wengine maoni yao. Angela, unainua mkono.
Nimesikia Festus akisema we need our own vehicle. So sijaelewa vile amesema. Anaweza nifafanulia they need their own vehicle as Mount Kenya region. Anamaanisha nini kwa upana?
Okay, what I want to say is this. Currently in Mount Kenya, there is this scenario of hustler versus the dynasty. Wamekuja na chama yao ya UDA. So as if we bought that political party blindly, come 2022 wachaguliwe, waende tena wakosane na the owners of that party, they will be de-whipped. So they will end up losing. So we need, if it's Jubilee, they reorganize the Jubilee so that hata tukimaji wale wachenzi, unajua sio watu wachenzi, wale sio wakupembeleza watu, and I'm sorry I withdraw that one. Wale watu wanaweza tutoa kwa hizo chama zao tukae bila. So we have to have our own party, we merge with the other parties.
Kama mlivyo watoa kwa chama yenu wakabaki bila.
Kama Mwaura, unaona Mwaura vile tulimtoa.
Acha kujifanya na story ya Mwaura. Si hata nyinyi mmetoa Ruto hana chama. Na chama yake mlimeza.
Haja withdraw. Tayari ako kwa chama lakini ako kwa mlango tu.
Sasa kulingana na venye unaongea, kuna mtu aliniambia Kikuyu are very smart. Maybe election inaisha tu hivi washaangalia hiyo yenye inakuja next itakuaje. Kama nyinyi mmekula chama ya Ruto, nyinyi mshaona mbele tibu jamaa tukimchagua kwa UDA pia atatumeza huko mbele. Kwa hivyo tunataka
okay, we are bright now, we have wisdom and there's a God given wisdom. Ask Kikuyu. In our mother tongue we say muthuri onaga harayu ule kihege ikaiye gite. An old man sees far than a young boy seated on a tree. So what is happening, I can assure the Kikuyus and the Mount Kenya region, this is not, Uhuru is not a fool to dump us in somewhere. He has a vision for us. He will not, tukimaliza uchaguzi 2022, hata hama Kikuyu hapa Kiatondo, atakuwa Mount Kenya tu. So he has a vision. He is not misleading us. But let me tell you one thing. Wewe kwako nyumbani, watoto wako wanaweza piganishwa na bibi yako. Bibi yako anaweza kupiganisha wewe na watoto. At long last, watoto wakupiga kabisa, lakini mwisho huko wataona kweli baba hakuwa na makosa, ni mama tu alikuwa anatupiganisha na nini, na hiyo itafanyika 2022. Wait and see. It's not very far. It's about 3 something days, 300 and something days. Kuona zote tukisema tunafuata mkondo wa amani Kenya. We don't, hiyo ndio tunataka sisi.
Mkondo wa amani Kenya.
Hiyo ndio tunataka. Tunataka mahali kuna amani. Nikienda saa hii nikienda, you know, let me tell you, we are farmers. And if this country opens up, I can take my cabbages from farm from here Kalatina, I'm in Kalatina, all the way to Kisumu and use the Kodele and nirudi na lori yangu if there is peace. Naweza toa maziwa yangu hapa na pick up nipeleke Kisumu niuze. if at all there is peace. So it's open up the market. Peace will open up the market for our products.
And that is only possible when Baba becomes president, yeah?
No, as long as Ruto, Baba comes together and we have peace. We have
So,
Jimmy and Jiggy.
When Ruto and Baba comes together so that there is peace, that's what you mean?
Let me tell you, they won't be okay. Not Ruto. Ruto must bow down. You know, let's not cheat ourselves. Kenyans, we are tribalist, and Kenyans politics goes about tribal lines. So if Ruto is thinking that if he goes that way alone, he will win the presidential candidate in Kenya, my friend is lying himself. He must gang up with the mighty. You know, Kenyans, we have the mighty of our tribes. Akina Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, Jehovah Mombasa. They have to come together, and we follow our kingsmen. Yeah, we have to follow. That's the reality. Brother.
Cedric, can
you hear me?
Yes. Okay. I want to echo the words of is it who Festus? Huh? Actually, what we need in this country is a conducive environment where people can do business and their daily hustles. So we can see some people are really interested in having people fight each other in 2022. But I believe now that now that we are having two antagonists shaking hands and coming together, I don't think we are going to allow violence to be as in Kenya after 2022. We want peaceful elections. We don't need to kill each other because of an individual who can't fight each other. You will never see Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga fighting. You will never see Raila Odinga and Ruto fighting. But hawa watu wa chini ndio watu wanataka kutukosanisha. What a Kikuyu down there needs is a conducive environment to do business. Where I am, I also need an environment where I can do my small business. At the end of the day, we will do politics, but these politicians, hakuna mali penye utapata wanapigana. So as much as our politics are tribal, I believe with the time, because you are too young, at least tunaanza kujua, okay, it is not a must you be tribal for you to make it. You still need, I'm a Luya, personally I'm a Luya, but I need a Kikuyu, I need a Luo, I need a Kalenjin to do business. Kwa sababu pesa haiangalia chini, pesa ya Mkikuyu, pesa ya Mjaluo, pesa ya Mluya, you get. So we need someone who can assure us that protect the interests of the common people. That is, angalie mambo na taxation, angalie the business environment, angalie at least on how to promote innovation and all that. But you see, we have politicians coming up with slogans, alafu they try to create a euphoria out of it. Then when you go down and ask them, so how is these proposals going to work? You get these people trying to give blanket explanations. For instance, the bottoms-up economic model as proposed by UDA. I saw someone asked, was it Itumbi, on how this model is going to work. What Itumbi said is that this model is going to work, but the model will be drafted by the people working in salons, people working in matatu industry and all that. Yes, these are stakeholders in these industries. But why are you selling as in an idea where you cannot explain exactly what is contained in that idea? And remember, these are the same people who drafted the 2013 manifestos where they promised us, was it 1 million jobs per year? They promised us laptops. They promised us studies, but nothing has been delivered. So now they are trying to come up with another thing of bottoms-up economic tours. Then I was listening to one and nikasikia wanasema, oh, tutakuwa tunaleta 100 millions per constituency ndio isaidie watu wa kawaida kuanzisha biashara. The truth is, you cannot bring 100 million to a constituency. For instance, a constituency like Juja, which has like more than 200,000 people, useme hiyo pesa itatosha watu kukopa ndio waanzishe biashara. That money can only boost those who already have businesses or small businesses kuendeleza. But borrowing money to start business, that is something that doesn't really work with our country.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just the last point. Hawa watu wako pamoja, wanatuambia venye watasaidiana ku reduce taxes. But remember, these people have been telling us that they have numbers in both houses of parliament, that is the Senate and the National Assembly. These taxations, tax laws are drafted and passed in parliament. I have never seen any of the MPs stand and try to oppose some of the taxation that is imposed to the Kenyan citizens. But when they're outside the parliament, they come and start telling us, oh, we are going to do 1, 2, 3 things. These people are liars. We just need to open our eyes and interrogate. Yes.
So Imbaga.
Yes.
Leo mnahubiri sana na ni kama mnataka kunibadilisha nikuwe kwa hiyo coalition yenu, of which sioni nikikuwa.
Politics is about persuasion.
Now that they have been bragging of the numbers in parliament.
Yes.
Kieleweke mmeleta bill ya overtaxation.
Yes.
Tangatanga wasipopinga bili yenu, wao ndio wako na kosa, nyinyi ambao mmeileta mko sawa.
It has never been the case. We've seen where these parliamentarians, both Kieleweke and Tangatanga, come together to pass certain bills. So why can't they also come together and propose favorable taxation laws to the Kenyan citizens? You see, at least let us see the Tangatanga side trying to oppose some of those punitive taxation laws being brought to the National Assembly by the government side, although they are also part of government. So it is some sort of a confusion, because wakati wanataka kuleta hizi bills kwa parliament wapitisha mapinge, they're nowhere to be seen. Lakini zikishapita then wanaanza ku yes.
My final question. Mmeongelea conducive environment ya kwenda kutoa maziwa Nyeri kupeleka Kisumu. Hii conducive environment itawezekana tu baba akiwa rais, si Mudavadi, si Kalonzo, si Ruto, hao wengine wote hawezi waka create conducive environment.
No, I've not said that this conducive environment inaweza kuja tu kama Raila ndiye atakuwa president. You see, that is his idea. As in, I cannot side with it, because I believe we have many Kenyans who can create a conducive and a peaceful environment should they be elected presidents of Kenya. So it shouldn't be that peace starts and ends with Raila Odinga. That would be wrong.
Bwaga.
Yes. Thank you, man.
I never said peace will be found with Raila only. I was saying they should come together and our country remain peaceful, so that if I go to Mandela, in any part of this nation, I can sell my produces peacefully. I never
Yeah, that is very true. Actually, it is Clinton who misled, as in who misread your comment, not me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. On this, let me add something, Clinton.
Man, in 1 minute, because
Okay, in 1 minute. These guys are fighting BBI and saying about bottom-up economy. Ruto anasema ataleta 1,100 kwa every constituency. And the BBI is saying it will add 5 billion to us Nyerians. I give example with the Nyeri County. If how can you compare? We have 6 constituencies, that is 600,000 Kenya shillings with 5 billion brought to the county. They are fooling us. These guys are fooling us.
And is it true that BBI will do what you are saying?
Mr. Festus, go back to your calculation. How are they fooling you when you cannot even calculate those figures? Calculate them and divide them with the number of people in Nyeri, then you know who is saying who. Not that we are fooling us because you just talk about the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kizito.
Kizito, what I will mute you.
What I was saying is this, we are told Mama Bogas will, and the rest, the so-called hustlers. Me, I'm not a hustler by nature, because I do several. Okay, me, I'm not a hustler, but they are saying they will add 100,000 Kenya shillings per constituencies to be divided to the so-called hustlers. 100 million.
Yes.
No, 100 million. I'm saying 100 million. 100 million plus, we have 6 constituencies. This is 600 million in Nyeri County. I'm giving an example of my county. 600 million, while the BBI is to add us 5 billion. Where shall we benefit more? Is it through the 100 million or through the 6 billion we are getting from BBI?
It is through the 5 billion in BBI. But do you think some of the proposals in the BBI are genuine? Amani sweeteners, according to you?
To me, 80% of it.
Unafanya biashara ya kuuza maziwa na cabbage. Hiyo 7-year tax holiday. Unai support?
Yeah. I support for my son. I have a son who is 22 years old now. If he finishes his college now and joins my business, he'll not pay anything. Ask Kikuyu Ajohegas. We are those people we think I can use my son's name and I will not be paying the tax.
Okay. So do you see using your son's name and evading tax is also a problem?
It's not evading taxes. I can give him, I like, in Kenya, the late President Jomo Kenyatta said in our language, it means those who use Mugabe, so I will use my all means and I pay tax. And I'll also be paying tax through my business.
So wait,
I cannot give my son all my businesses.
In the year 1984, when I was learning social stuff, DHCR, tuliambiwa the responsibilities of a good citizen is to pay tax. So wewe ukitumia kijana yako kuevade tax, nyinyi ndio tunawatafuta.
Si nitamwekea biashara yake. Mimi nitamwekea biashara hata kuwa nalipa code for 7 good years.
Because you are not serious.
Anyway, thank you Festus. Festus, na unakaa mdogo na kijana wa 21 years man.
Clinton, I think Festus is just taking us in circles. Festus, you are taking us in circles. Let's have another contributor, Clinton, because Festus, you need to be steadfast. When you talk about all that you're talking, I've been silent, waiting for my time to come, but you've made me interrupt. You very much need to be very honest, and Kenya is spoiling because of people like you. How do you bring your son, trying to bring him into business, trying to show us how good and best it's going to be in the future, when you incorporate your son and then you evade tax and you think we are going to be happy? And again, as you have been taught by
No, I'm not saying I evade taxes. I'm saying if my son finishes college immediately, I'll keep him. No, I'm not saying I'm evading my taxes. I have my PIN, so my businesses cannot be given direct to my son.
Festus, Kizito has just given you some guidance, Honorable Kizito has just given you some guidance. He has told you, have your facts right, okay? Even if it means the calculation you are trying to give us, okay? Have them correct. Nisawa.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have facts? Clinton, can I proceed now with my time?
Yes, you have like 4 minutes, Joshua Kiam.
Okay, fine. Thank you, guys. Thank you, gentlemen.
Interrupted 4 minutes.
Yes. But there's a mic behind there that is making a lot of noise. I don't know. Ibwage could be yours.
Yeah, Festus Zima.
Okay, fine. Now, thank you very much. And thank you for the great debate we have had since the time we started. And to me, I'm going to be very honest and very frank. First and foremost, I'm going to tackle the issues of Mount Kenya as a region. There is a point that was raised about the vehicle. I just felt like laughing. This vehicle that is being said is what Jubilee is doing. Jubilee came together and marshaled all the parties together and told them we are going to have one unison party all together. That is after the TNA and URP merge, and then any other interested party as of then came on board. And they were told they are going to form a formidable party that is going to be called Jubilee. And this Jubilee is going to unite every person in the Republic of Kenya. And true to their words, they made us believe all that was said in 2017. And the vehicle drove very well. with so many hyped laptop propaganda that came on board. We had the 5 stadia, international stadia, world-class stadia that were also in that manifestos. The laptops, what have you, the free primary education that Kibaki started was also going to spill over to the secondary education. To be honest, just the other day that now the schools were opening, and I saw a catalog of these school fee were very well outlined. Then another one came days after, and it said that fee has been reduced again. So matters of interest, first of all, to us should be matters that are issue based with a lot of finality and honesty. However, very few of these opportunities that will come our way are going to be of this magnitude, that are going to be very honest and very clear. Now, all that is happening here is a political formation of different people who believe that they can either swindle, lie, deceive, or even cheat people who seem to be either desperate or who are learning out of a particular moment. The big challenge today, and I'm going to tell you, and I want anyone to challenge me today, the big thing that is happening now is that most of us, the youngsters here, even the way we are constituted in these, both the people who are listening to the conversation and also who are them that are contributing to this debate, is that we have we have got very many youngsters who have gone out there, who have opened their inner eyes and can see this kind of deceiving instruments that have been orchestrated all together or being brought together for them to be sold out to the majority who do not know. Now, if we continue allowing Kenyans to be deceived by this, like Mount Kenya region needs a formidable party or vehicle to ride on for them to be. Question number one that triggers my mind is, where have the leaders of Mount Kenya been ever since when the entire campaign season was? Didn't they know that they are going to be an election in 2022? Didn't they see the signs of Jubilee collapsing? Didn't they see? Because look at the entire party. It is only the party of ODM that has had continuous, sustainable meetings that are parliamentary that have been happening. All other parties, including the one for Tangura, the Wiper Party, they have had seasonal. But for Jubilee, the president himself has never called even any parliamentary group meeting. What happened was internal wangles. Murathe fighting the succession plan that is there, now that they were telling us. The witch hunt that happened was done by the president himself for the Mount Kenya region against Honorable Raila Omolo Odinga. And I'm going to say this authoritatively. When you start telling people that this person is a bully, this is what he is, and you do not come back to the same people to convince them, to tell them that this person is now a good friend, the only thing they read is in the media. You forget a very important aspect. By then, those years, Kenyans were able to be deceived left, right, center because they were not able to access information. Okay? Today, information is at a throwaway. Today, Mutembei linked us to Dakaini, wherever the meeting was. And I was following it throughout the day from this great channel of ours, through Mutembei. All through. Listen to the speakers who spoke. Look at even the mockery that was, being done in front of him. But to me, I felt, I wish I could just get a chance and tell Baba, these guys are just trying to sugarcoat you here. The way they are trying to show you, they're massaging your ego, nothing else. And that was a very bad show, especially coming under the name of the Mount Kenya Singers. It is a pathetic, it is a lie. These leaders that we erected, that we voted in, and they started bringing the party down, then to me, I feel and I believe they deceived the entire country, telling us that Jubilee was the vehicle for everybody in the entire country. And then all of a sudden, along the way, it turns out that Jubilee is no longer the party of the entire country, but only for the Mount Kenya region. That was a lie. It's the same thing that happened in 2007, where PNU came on board, and then something else triggered PNU. I don't know, rebranded to what. Then there was a Mwenge. That was a mix of DP and something else. It's just total chaotic. So for the Mount Kenya region, whatever happens for the entire of this campaign period to next year to even the year after, that is none of the Mount Kenya base as it is today. Every Kenyan today deserves and desires to have a free and fair election conducted, number one, a peaceful environment to conduct their day-to-day business, period. Anything else is neither here nor there. If it's about the development, the constitution is very clear about how the development and the mandates needs to be discharged. So for me and my view in this particular platform for the day is that let's have a very honest opinion, a very honest conversation based on issues, not on feelings, not on emotions, not on wishes that were there or could be there, but on facts that we truly can believe in, adopt, and move on with. Now, cutting short in terms of the party and the money that they are always given. The other day you had when NASA Corporation, the principals were saying it's either dead, it's alive, it's almost dead. And then they said there is money that ODM should divide among its readers. And they said, no, even a 10 bob you can't get. Then days after, this guy started telling us, oh no, we are going to form a formidable formula that you guys also are going to benefit. So either way, if we cannot trust ourselves amongst the circles, how else are we going to convince the 40 million Kenyans that so and so deserves to be in a particular seat? All that is we are going to be doing is just beating about the bush out of our own interests, and nothing is going to change. Right now, the gas is so expensive. I mean, the gas for cooking, the fuels, very expensive. Electricity today, if I am buying 1,000 shillings worth of watts or the token, I'm only given like 597 shillings. I mean, worth of airtime, worth of the tokens. Where are we heading the country to? I mean, with all these levels of taxation and people trying to tell us how best we can be able to go opposite against the norm, then we may be lying to ourselves. All we need is to strengthen our institution and have a true, honest conversation that is going to spearhead and guide the country forward, not retrogressive backwards. I think, Clinton, I'm done with my submission for this session. Clinton, you can take over, or someone else can take over and proceed. I'm seeing Clinton on a call. I saw Motembe around. Kizito?
Yeah, nani anaongea tena next? We Kiama, ukishamaliza nani ako na swali? Who has got a question for Kiama? Kama kuna Clinton ndio huyo amerudi. Clinton is ready back. Clinton, tell them next time they should leave you to finish the discussion is when you call them back.
No bwana, watoto wanafungua shule kesho na sisi wazazi lazima tutume fare.
Okay, Joshua Kiama amemaliza. Okay. Nani alikuwa next?
Hata mimi sijui walai. Anaweza kuwa Mugambi ama Simeon Ndongo.
Mugambi amekaa hapa sana na Simeon.
Mugambi can take over. Am I audible
yes,
enough?
Mugambi, yeah.
Yes. I think there is a lot of background noise. I think Richard or someone, there's a lot of noise. Okay, thank you. Let me begin by the caption in the today's live about Raila's endorsement in Mount Kenya. Politically speaking, it's too early for we people in Mount Kenya to endorse anyone. Leave alone Raila, even our own. It's too early, and an year to election is a very long period. So whatever was happening today in Takaini was just a small event hosted by SK Macharia, Raila being the chief guest who was invited, and they were coming to talk to or about the musicians. That's period. There is no endorsement that happened today for Raila. When the time comes, we shall endorse the person who best suits our needs. Number two, I think when Kibaki exited the government, he left the entire country safe, rich, and contented. When we gave the Huruto government for 10 years, which for 9 years now, everything is pathetic, meaning not Uhuru nor Ruto can clean the mess that they have created by themselves. What do I say? As Mount Kenya, or someone who comes from Mount Kenya, sometimes it's going to learn from history. Before the death of Jomo Kenyatta, Mount Kenya was doing so good in business and agriculture. When Kenyatta rested, whoever took from there made sure that agriculture, cooperatives, and anything that used to sustain the Mount Kenya economy was fully paralyzed. Why do I bring that in? As people of Mount Kenya, as one person has said here, we are always wise, and we learn from history. And we normally say, when you are bitten by a snake, then you see a rope on the grass at night, you are always so cautious, right? Meaning, as people of Mount Kenya, we are not ready to have the same cover blanket to cover all of us as one party. And for the people who are pro UDA, pro ODM, that you are going to sell your party in Mount Kenya, that is an idea that is dead on arrival. Why do I say this? Number one, look at the proponents of UDA or the Ruto's appointment in Mount Kenya. When I say appointment, I'm not referring to the political greenhorns or the politicians who are first-timers in parliament. I'm talking of seasoned politicians or people who have at least been in parliament for 2 terms. That is, number one, at least we can talk of Kuria, we can talk of the former agriculture minister. Those are the trusted soldiers, foot soldiers for Ruto. They campaign for UDA, but they have their own parties. PEP was kind of perceived to be Kuria's party. What happened? The moment Kuria saw some signs that he may be thrown out of the party, he has already formed his own party, which is Chama cha Kazi. What does that tell you? It tells you that even Kuria himself does not believe in this UDA. Nor does he believe in whatever you are calling the Hustlers Nation, because his motto is pesa na kazi, hiyo ingine kazi ni kazi. So if he thought of kazi ni kazi, he would have stuck in UDA. But today he has his own party. Look at Mwangi Kiujuri in Laikipia. He is a seasoned politician from Mount Kenya. He is a foot soldier, proponent, and supporter of William Ruto. But he has his own party, PPS. What does that show us? It shows us as Mount Kenya, no one is coming with a new party or a new fallacy to come and try to tell us to support him blindly. Last week and this week, I think if you have been following the unfoldings in Mount Kenya, we have been having some kind of branding or kind of a trend of Kabogo. Kabogo is coming up so strongly in Mount Kenya because from his own confession, he has seen a void of a president. What does that tell us? It tells us that the people of Mount Kenya, they are planning themselves. Wanajipanga. Na kama watajipanga, watapangwa. Number 3, about the hustler narrative and what have you. When you tell me you'll bring to me 100 million in my constituency, my first question will be, what formula or what policy are you using to bring this 100 million in the constituency. Remember, we have the CDF, which is right now 150 million. Now you tell us, I'm going to give you 100 million. Do you have any framework? Have you formulated any form of policy to convince the hustlers that this money will come to the ground? Absolutely not. Meaning, whatever is sold to us is just a political fallacy. Talking about Raila Odinga, fortunately, he has not declared his presidential contests, of which we hope he will be there. And we people of Mount Kenya, we love things that are done kind of practically. What do I mean? For the last around 1 month, Odinga has been trying to communicate to people of Mount Kenya, telling them we need industries. We need kind of the rural economic boost. What does he tell people? We are going to formulate a framework of how we are going to empower the youth. Today in Murang'a, I think if you listen to Mwangu Iria, he said one thing that captured my mind. As people of Gatanga and Murang'a, their cash crop is music. But you can't go give musicians 100 million today, they share among themselves. Now I do someone was idea. No, they have come up with their own circle. That circle has been enlisted in Murang'a County, meaning they can do the tendering and the contracting with Murang'a County. Right now, the musicians, according to the governor and the musicians who are there, they were saying they are bringing up a story building to support musicians, meaning as people of Kenya and as citizens across the board, we need practical things. We need practical proofs that whoever we get power is going to help the Mwananchi. Today, maybe I come from Mount Kenya. Tomorrow, I may relocate to Nyanza. The other day, to Rift Valley. So what happens if I stick so much to Mount Kenya? I want Ruto because he's my fellow hustler to come and support people in Mount Kenya. Furthermore, I've been wondering about this UDA and the Tangatanga Brigade. They have been campaigning in Mount Kenya Central, to be specific in Kiambu, for the last 3 months. In Rift Valley, where the deputy president comes from, I have never seen any form of a serious engagement with Mwananchi. Do you want to tell me the people from Rift Valley, they are so rich that they don't want those handouts in church? Of course, they want those handouts in church. Do you want to tell me there are not border riders in Rift Valley who want the money from Ruto to go and support them? Of course, they need that money. But why don't this man take this man to Rift Valley? Because he knows that is bedrock. And one thing that was so unfortunate is the Sudanese sentiment or threats to the people who are from Rift Valley who are not Kalenjins. There is a member of parliament who is a Muindi there. After Sudi spoke, he felt so much insecure as the MP that Sudi is inciting his people to go against him. What did he say? He said, you may not vote me in, but kindly allow me to be a Kenyan. Meaning there are already drums of war that are going on in Rift Valley. And that is something that should never be allowed by anyone. In Rift Valley, when the deputy president comes there, he wants to put it to paint himself as a holier than thou guy. When one of us is arrested by the DCI or other government agencies, he is now the demigods to fight and pray for them. Let him go to Rift Valley as a deputy president, support his people there. Let him begin from home. Then we people who are not from the Rift Valley, we shall see, admire, and bring him back. Today, when Raila was in Murang'a for 4 hours, I have seen Dennis Itumbi, Kuria, and all those pro-Tangatanga MPs. They have been so much worried, telling the Prime Minister that those people are lying to him. If we are lying to Prime Minister, let us lie to him. But we as people of Mount Kenya, we are going to sit down, talk, and negotiate with whoever that is going to give us the best deal. Remember, I've said, when you have been bitten by a snake, anytime you see a rope at night, you are always afraid. Our area has been let down by the former leaders. I don't want to mention names. Our coffees were shut down, the pedestrian and all that. Now that Uhuru is trying to bring up economy or the agricultural sector up in Mount Kenya, we need someone who has the heart of Mount Kenya. We don't want to be beaten by the snake as it was before. That is the submission. Nonetheless, we have someone else with a question.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Mugambi John. John, what else do you want Baba to say so that you can believe atakuwa kwa ballot? Si Baba amekuwa akisema strategy yake, akichukua government atajail watu, akichukua serikali atafanya nini. Bado hujaamini?
Clayton, politically speaking, we have had so many people who have said they want to be the ballot, right? Kalonzo included, Kivuda Kibwana, we have Mutua, those are from Ukambani. We have had our own, like Muturi, Kavogo, Governor Joho, and even Oparani. These people, not unless and when Baba goes to the nomination, he is given the nomination certificate for the presidency. That is when we will believe that Baba is going to be in the ballot. At the moment, we have not endorsed Baba. Baba has always said that he and Uhuru, their mission right now is to make sure the country is together, right?
Thank you.
After that, when now the politics is declared and Baba has that certificate, that is when I'll be able to answer your question. Right now, let us keep our hands close to our chest. Let us engage anyone, and let's remember the people who are here. Let us read the leaders. If a leader cannot go and empower his people in his own locality, let him not deceive the people from other areas that is so much to them. Right?
Thank you.
Clinton, I have a question.
My last concern.
Okay.
Umesema Baba anaongelea industries. Akichukua atajenga industries Mount Kenya, mtapata venye mnafanya biashara. What you have to know, tunaenda kura 2022. Hatuendi kuchagua rais mwenye ako na Mount Kenya interests at heart. Hata sisi tuko na shida zetu bana. Sony imelala huko kwa kina Kizito, inafaa iamshwe. So industries, mtu kukuambia anaenda kujenga industries in 5 years ni ndoto bana.
That's why
rais mwenye anachukua after Uhuru ni wakulipa deni. Term yake ya pili ndiye anaweza kafanya kitu. So kitu anaweza kafanya hapo first time ni kuinua Mumias, Pan Paper, Sony, miwani, hizo takataka zote bana. Lakini kusema eti nitajenga sijui hii na hii na hii, zile promises za 6 months.
So Clinton, when I talk of industries, I don't mean getting an industry from the scratch. In Mount Kenya, we had a paradigm processing plants, right? Which were paralyzed. We had coffee plantation factories, which were paralyzed after Jomo Kenyatta died, right? When Odinga or whoever comes and revitalizes those industries, even in your area, the Mumias, whoever comes and says, I'm going to do this to Mumias, through this way, getting the policies. Last week he said he is going to export youth from Kenya to China to go and get the hard skills to come in the country and employ them. Those are the things that I'm talking about. Not someone who is telling me that he'll come and give me 100 million. What will 100 million do to 1 million people? Nothing.
So the industries that were paralyzed after Kenyatta died, Uhuru never revived. So now you are seriously looking for a president who is not from Mount Kenya to revive them.
That's why I've said.
Let us put our eyes, we wait and see.
That's why I've said.
Clinton.
Kibaki left our country so stable, rich, and satisfied. The 10 years that you'll have this government, it has paralyzed everything. Not Uhuru, nor Ruto can come and clean the mess. Let us get someone who has the heart of the people. Even in Mount Kenya, you can have our own and support him. You can have your own and support him. Let's have the right people in the office.
Clinton, I think your mentality is very wrong when you argue like that. That Raila said he's going to build industries. He has not said he's going to build industries only in Mount Kenya. And it's like you are saying that Uhuru has been there and he has not built revived the industry in Mount Kenya. But Uhuru had a transformatory to transform. He had an agenda to transform this country. So he had also outlined how would transform this country, starting from with the laptops and going to SGR. But generally, what we know is that the Jubilee government made wrong priorities, and that is what Kenya is suffering from.
And
But,
before I exit for someone else, there's something I want to touch that Clinton mentioned about the fight against corruption. Yes, Raila said he's going to jail people. Is jailing people wrong? No. If anyone is corrupt, let them face the music. And why do I trust Raila and dealing with the corruption? In 2010, when people from his side of alliance were mentioned in corruption, he made them to step down, and that is what made him not be the president in 2013. Furthermore, so if he is promising that, and we have seen some steps towards that direction in the past, let us trust that he is going to formalize his wants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mugambi John. Any reaction before next person speaks?
Yes,
Reactions
Clinton.
in 1 minute. Kiama, yeah.
Sure, here. Mugambi, I just want to be very frank with your ideas and very honest with them. I just, from where you come from, I'm a farmer of Mugoka. You could be a farmer of Mira and tea as well. What disclassification do you see is there? As the Agriculture Committee is touring the Mount Kenya region, you know that. And they are correcting views based on a misunderstanding in between the farmers of the same Mount Kenya East, between Mera and Mogoka side. Okay? Considering that, maybe an example I will give you very is a kilo of coffee, maybe trading at 130 shillings, versus via a kilo of Mera or Mogoka trading at over 280 on a minimum level, against now what maybe we could be saying in terms of the economy for Mount Kenya for that particular region. Don't you see that at some point, if we don't agree and form formidable policies that are going to govern the entire area, we are going to have a big split or internal wars amongst the regions?
Thank you. I think what you have brought, it's what I can call in-house problems. And in-house problems comes when, for example, a farmer of Mogoka is fighting with a farmer of Mira. Unfortunately, we have the agriculture CS coming from the region, and he has done so much on other crops. Even Mogoka de Mira has got the funding when he has come to office. Number one, that is just an in-house problem, and that's what I'm saying. As Mount Kenya, we should come together, regardless of the number of political parties that we shall have. Let us have 100 of them from Mount Kenya. Let them come together, reason together, support one person to go and represent them in the national cake or national table before the 2022. However, when we have the separation of Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West, we shall be hit by one stick, and we shall be done. Meaning the people from outside are going to come and separate us. Let us be together as people of Mount Kenya. I understand your point of Mira and Mogoka, but that's an in-house problem which we need to solve as people of Mount Kenya, East or West. That's our own problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's have the next person speak.
Yeah, now I can speak. I've waited for almost 1 hour, 30 minutes just watching at people. It's better I speak, then I go back to the backstage, then I come again to talk. First, I would like to start the two guys, this Mugambi and Kiama. If everybody can reason the way they are reasoning, Kenya can go ahead. We can move a step. You see, they are trying to elaborate. Even if they were the people selling Uda could have passed. The only thing that you people you never told us. Remember when Gladys Wanga Everybody watched that thing today. Mtembe was airing it. When Gladys Wanga stood to talk, she said only one thing, that these people who are making problems, saying that how is this going to come, how is this, the only problem they have, by the time there's any bill being passed, you are not there. So how will you pass something in your region when you are not there? Only to come back when it has been passed, you start complaining, and you complain outside in the matanga, in the funerals, in the churches. Why don't you go to the parliament? Say, I don't want it here in the parliament. Outside there's no parliament to make laws. That's why Jubilee, in conjunction with the ODM, they could manage to pass so many bills which they don't like because they are not there. That one is first. Second, what I agree with the central people. Central people are business-oriented people. If you want to know, look what SK Macharia did today. SK Macharia is not just an ordinary person in Central. Central, you hear they talk about Kabogo. If you compare Kabogo, do you think he's just an ordinary person? Central people, they know what money is. They know what money, to have money in their pocket. That's why on the side where I come from, in our Lake region, we always say that if you see Chege, just hold your pocket. Or even if you are dancing in the dance floor and you have one boy, that's when you hold your pocket. It's just a raid. It's not that we mean that they know even if you put his hand inside your pocket, the hand can choose 100 and 1,000. They can know even just by touch. So let me tell you, people in this channel today.
I think Kizito.
No, let me
you are endangering the lives of Njeri Maina.
No. They are fine. You know, these are my in-laws. Even Raila, we people, Raila is also. You hear they were saying he was in his in-laws' place. Even me, all my wives, they come from Central. So I don't have any problem with them. But even sincere, but I'm saying it's not something I'm hiding. She knows it. But it's a joke. Central people will never vote, just like Mugambi and Kema was saying. You see, what Raila said, he never said that is going to bring the factories. Even music, he said music is an industry. If you do something like what Wairia said, this governor, they started their circle. This circle is building something, and they will earn from it. So that music, they are starting their own industry. When you go to Meru, where you have Mogoka, they make their own industry. So government, they have where to channel the money. The money, they will not channel money into your pocket and you go and buy a banana, you carry with wheelbarrow, it gets dried outside, then how will you pay this money? But if you have this circle, you have got a house, a story building, you can give it as a collateral to the bank. It's what you hear somebody ask Kenneth Matiba, those Peter Kenneth, those who work in the bank. There was no bank will give you loan without giving a collateral. Even these people, let's say Kenya, we are only 42 something million. Do you think even SK Macharia cannot even give each and everybody in Kenya 1 million, 1 million? He can, but how will you return it back? That is the same problem we are having even in school opening. You gave birth to your child would go back to school. You are saying government to side here. Oh, government, you have to pay this. This tax that has been increased, the same MPs who are going around, they give us money handouts. They give us, they promise us something to do. When you are elected, first do your 5-year term, go to the parliament, do what people elected you to do, not to come and cry with people that, you see, the tax is now too much, the fuel is too much. Why don't you go to the parliament and you bring this law? Because you are the people bringing the law to increase the tax. And if this money you are being given, this money also is not being used in a good way. Where do you want Kenyatta to hear, Uhuru Kenyatta to hear people are suffering? He doesn't have money. He will increase tax to get money to go and help those school. Now people are opening school. We are saying the school are being opened. We as parents, I cannot even take my child to school. They are free primary education in day school. But you find me, my child, I want my child to go to boarding school. If I cannot afford boarding school, let me cut a coat according to my size. That's why Raila came up with this thing. If you are in Awendo and the sugar cane is there, we rebuild this sugar cane plantation. We promote them. Then we come up with a formula how to make those who are fishing, those who are about to meet. Somebody has the microphone is on or what? Thank you. When you have tea, when you have coffee, those who have mera, you make a circle like what Waria did. Then the money is being channeled to you people. You have a collateral to have this. When you have milk, this milk you can exchange with fish from Lake Victoria. This fish from Lake Victoria you can change with mira, and that money will be there, and the economy will grow. What people fail to understand, I don't know why these older people, you always like to blame Baba for no reason. Here, people are always talking that when Kibaki was the president, economy was good. Was he not in a coalition government with Raila? You, Clinton, you asked, how sure are you that Raila is going to do those? When he managed to do them, when he had a coalition with Kibaki, don't you see he can do it more when he is now the real president?
What did he do as a prime minister?
Yeah, what he did like a prime minister, they were in a coalition government and they managed these things that are being completed, like this Uhuru highway, these highways that are being constructed. It was their project for 2030.
Choose your words wisely. They managed, not
they
he
managed.
Correct.
It's what I'm saying. There were two people.
Now that Uhuru built Kisumu Port, did they manage or he managed?
I'm saying they managed because Uhuru and Raila, because without this handshake, he could not have finished that project. By the time they were with Ruto, they were not even thinking of that Kisumu port. They were thinking of how to put only people in this lucrative business. You hear sometimes when you hear they talk in interviews in KTN, you wonder, somebody is saying that they remove me from a lucrative what? Now I'm just a mere person, but he has got sports. Where is in the sport place? Why doesn't he make sports everywhere? Then they get more money. Wanga just took it in the last 3 months. Wanga took it, and now Wanga is everywhere. Everybody is pressing Wanga. She did. She's just a woman. That's why, if you people are not careful, Minji is also there in Kirinyaga, and we will support her to become the running mate for Baba. And we take all Mount Kenya because Mount Kenya, they will never leave where they know they are going to get. Just the same way Kiyama and Mugabe was talking. Where money is going to come out from, you will never remove them from that. They will follow it. They will not accept to follow that wheelbarrow. You give a Kikuyu man wheelbarrow to go and push banana on the street. Or else you wait that you come and give. You will never. They will take your money, but they will not vote for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for using the 10 minutes of your 5 minutes. Thank you, Kizito, but facts will remain facts. I don't understand why during the coalition government you credit both Kibaki and Raila, but in Jubilee government you credit Uhuru and you demonize William.
Because William said it very clearly. Uhuru also
William
said
is not in a coalition with the Uhuru.
Yeah,
So they are equal partners.
But Uhuru came out clearly and said, by the time I was with this guy, I never managed to work. I never managed to do anything until the day I had a handshake with Baba. It's
Thank
when I
you.
cried.
Thank you,
So
thank
that's
you.
what we
Asante.
did.
Asante. Na pia this is a question for another day. I want to look for Mount Kenya, a friend from Mount Kenya to maybe explain for me that the next government they wanategea vitu more, viwanda vya kahawa, viwanda vya nini, kwa sababu zile zenye zilikuwa were paralyzed. Kwa nini hazijajengwa in the last 9 years? Ndio huyo rais mwenye ataingia atazisimamisha. Let's wait and see. Kuna time Sony ilikuwa inataka 300 million isiende chini, haikupatikana, imeenda chini, saa hizi inahitaji mabilioni. So hata kama ni siasa tuchezewe kidogo tu.
Clinton.
Yes.
How are you, Clinton?
I'm not good, man.
Why?
They endorsed Baba in our stronghold.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. He deserved it. He deserved it. I want to say something concerning partnership between Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. This was a partnership, but there's a big problem when you ask this question: what did Raila do when they were in coalition government with Kibaki? The truth is, Raila played a big role in that coalition, and therefore we cannot just say that it was Kibaki who did it single-handedly. Raila participated, and we know all the participants, like Nyong'o was involved in planning, I think, during those days. There can never be a good economy without a proper planning. So the truth is, Raila participated to make that economy grow at that time. Now, Uhuru and Ruto, there's a big problem, which I can only compare to a biblical story of Jehoshaphat. And that is in the First Kings, chapter number 22, the last verse of that scripture. The Bible says that Jehoshaphat became a king, was around 32 years of age, and he had a good blueprint. He had a good blueprint to help Judah's economy. At the time Jehoshaphat became a king, the economy of Judah was not okay, because the previous king had led Judah to go to war against a place called Ramoth Gilead, I guess. And they will enter into partnership with the king of Israel. And when countries go to war, they spend a lot of expenditure money on the security or the military. So economy was not good. Again, politics was also not okay, because these two nations, they were one nation before, but they got divided, and the cause of this division was politics. Now, this is what I want to say. Jehoshaphat had a great blueprint. He said, I will build a fleet. I will build a boat to go to Ophir for gold. He was speaking his blueprint, what he wants to do for the economy of Judah to grow. So I find it in order when Raila says that he will build an industry. Building or reigniting all industry are the same to me, because all are geared towards building economy of a country or a particular region. You see, now Uhuru and Ruto, they had their good blueprint. They had their good idea for the nation, but one person became a saboteur. In Joshua's case, if you read the Bible, after he had completed building the boat, putting the logistic together, the boat did not float to Ophir. They got destroyed at the boat. And one of the things that can cause a boat to not to float is saboteur. So Uhuru has been suffering from saboteuring spirit from William Samuel Ruto. So we cannot say that Kisumu Port, Ruto and Uhuru builded it. No, it is one person, it is one person who did that, and that is Uhuru Kenyatta, not even Raila. That is Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta is working, and he deserved more 10 years. Otherwise, thank you. Raila participated, but Uhuru deserved another 10 years. Thank you, guys. Hello, Jax.
Reverend.
Okay.
Reverend,
Clinton.
before you go, Reverend,
Why
before you
do
go.
you need
I'm not going. I'm here to say.
Reverend, Ruto became a saboteur according to you. Ndio maana Uhuru amemweka kando. What did Raila become? Ndio Kibaki akamweka kando kuendelea kujenga legacy.
Clinton, you want to say that Kibaki build a legacy after putting Raila aside?
I think
is
so.
That what you want? Is that what you are saying?
I think so.
So I cannot answer what you're saying.
Ama utuambie ni kwa nini walikosana. Umetuelezea kukosana kwa Ruto na Uhuru. Ya Raila na Kibaki ilikuwa ni kwa nini?
Raila hakukosana na Kibaki at any point. They only disagreed, but hawakukosana.
So kudisagree ni kufanya nini? Ni kuombeana msamaha?
Not really. When you disagree, you are not like-minded, but you get to a point where you disagree to agree, but you haimaanishi mmekosana. What I can remember is that Raila worked well with the Kibaki and questioned some moves that Kibaki made without consulting him. So there was friction when Kibaki had actually deliberated on something without consulting the Prime Minister, as it was stipulated in the National Accord. So they hawakukosana, and it is true that Kibaki built a legacy when he worked with Raila from 2008 to 2013. If you look at what Kibaki did in 2000 and the first term, it is actually not clear to us what he did. But the economy of this country grew after they were in a coalition, during the coalition government.
Rupia, you are correct. I think Raila left just few months to the election. That is when he left Mwai Kibaki's government.
So 2013.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
being that the question was mine. Mimi nakumbuka Raila akicomplain.
Clear to us what he did, but so Clinton, let me just economy of this country grew some echo.
Wait, Rupia. Maina Senator, uko na shida ya microphone. Ukiingia unazima mic.
Rupia, you are correct. I think
Maina Senator,
left
zima mic.
few months to the election. That is when he left.
I have a question for Saif.
Wait, Mugambi. I think let these two people talk, then we now can ask one another question. Simeon Dungu, then Ham.
I don't know. I have not talked. Sijaongea.
Rupia, you are our dynasty bana. After all, mlipewa mbuzi na ng'ombe hatujasahau. Wait.
In fact, we are very happy today. we made some inroads.
Simeon.
Rupia, tosheka na hiyo mbuzi tuliwapatia na ng'ombe.
Buru pia mimi nakula battery. Nitumie battery.
I think in Kenya we need to be serious about how we vote and about we need to actually analyze the policies that are we are told towards election time. And if the politicians were fair to us, if our MPs were fair to us, they would actually bring a law that if pass a bill that if a politician has actually read out his policies during campaign and he goes ahead and fails to actually implement them as they are during the campaign, that is a president that should be impeached or should be recalled. Because the problem we have in this country is on policies. Some of these politicians, they come to us with lies. As you know, that lies travel faster than the truth. And people will believe the lies. So when it is the actual time to implement these things that they say, they deviate and they do other things and they fail. So these are great disservice to the citizens, to wananchi, because right now we are being told of everybody is talking of Mama Mboga every day, and it's the Mama Mboga that has the problem. It's the mtu wa mkokoteni mwenye akona shida. But you find out that these people has not given us the blueprint of what if they fail to give out the cash or the money that they are promising. Where can we take them? That is the question. And Kenyans, it is time is up for us to actually take these things seriously. Because if we want our country to be where we would like to see it, and to be fair to our next generation, we must actually come up and reject politicians who come with lies during campaigns, and they actually end up not implementing even one of them. And we cannot question, we cannot impeach them, we cannot ask them, and still in the subsequent elections, these politicians will come back. Like I can remember very well, Deputy President William Ruto and the Jubilee government, they promised of things that they have not done up to now, including the stadiums, the laptops. These things were not, they did not achieve them. And nobody can put them to task. For me, I think if we are going to the next election, the Jubilee government should go home wholesomely. None of them should remain behind, because they have done a great disservice to Kenyans. They have actually, during the Jubilee government is when our economy has deteriorated a lot because of misplaced priorities. Right now, we are talking of Mama Mboga because we did not give it a priority in this government. We are talking of Mtu wa chini. We did not give them a priority in this government. And we have been having these opportunities. Remember when we started from independence, we had the white man had actually planned for us. Then we took over from the white man. And people started grabbing what the white men had left behind. And we had this industry that we are talking about right now. They were there. But when Moi, to be sincere, when Moi came to power, this is the time that our industries started dying. And he actually infiltrated the industry. Tell me today, if Kenya Power is, if Kenya Power is not in competition with anybody, then why is Kenya power falling, and where are they on their deathbed? So you ask yourself such questions. It is the government that has infiltrated the industries, and the industries are dying. And Moi was synonymous with this. And we also see this in the deputy president. So let us vet our leaders to be honest with our country. Let us give our country the right leadership. If all these leaders have failed to revive our just reviving, not even building, reviving Kikomi, reviving, but who revived Rivertex in Eldoret? But we should not only revive where our interests are. If the government has promised wananchi, we are going to create jobs. How are we going to create jobs? How can you create jobs without reviving our industries or building more industries? How can we revive? How can we create jobs by just putting our interest, the people, the top government officials, putting their interest first, and actually employing their families to lucrative positions? Now, other people are suffering somewhere because the minister for example, the minister for finance is Clinton Jacoredo. The ambassador to US is the son of the Clinton's sister. The person who is actually supplying drugs to KEMSA is the brother of Clinton. So you see how this chain moves. It is empowering in one family and empowering one line, not even a community. So that is what our government has been doing. We hear every day that the government, the kins to people in government, have actually won lucrative tenders. And if they are asked, how did you win the tender? Ni maombi tu. Watu wanachukulia maombi as they lean on maombi. They steal money, they shed blood, and they go to the churches and they say, now hapa sisi tuko na Mungu. And in the real sense, you do these bad things, you go to church, you come back, you again do them, you go back to church. You know, these kind of things are not good for us. They are unhealthy for these countries, for this country. They are unhealthy for our children, and we are building this country for them. At least now, most of us here are young. We are young, we are not old. And we are witnessing these things, and this is the time to change them. I cannot wait for my son who is 3 years old. I have a son who is 3 years old to come and change anything for me while I'm still energetic. I still have everything. I have the potential to change this country. And some people will come here with ukora na uongo, and then watuambie hizo ukora zao, they want us to listen to that. Whether if somebody comes from your community or it doesn't come from your community, I think somebody like Mugambi John can't testify this, because having the president from your community does not actually mean that you are going to have it. They are only the cronies and the people who are, if the president doesn't have good policies, if the president doesn't have the good mind to drive the country, you will not get what you think you can get from them. We need somebody who has got policies, and there's a blueprint, and we also should also be in a position to take them to task that this is what you said, and you have not done it. And if you have not done it, why should we give you another chance to lead us? Because you are not a leader. You cannot lead us. You have not fulfilled your promises to us. So these are questions that young Kenyans need to ask, because we have been here, we have been seeing these people, we have seen these elections. We cannot go do it the same way.
Thank you.
Let me also allow other people to talk while I'm also listening. Sorry for the interruption. Somebody was calling me, but I'll be able to handle him now.
Yeah, when we keep time, 10 minutes ni mingi sana. Majamaa wanangojea mpaka wanasahau walichokuwa wakitaka kusema. Ben, karibu. Daktari, karibu.
Thank you.
Maina
Thank you.
Senator, karibu. Kabla mtu next hajaongea, Ben, najua mic yako inafanya. Ben, mic testing.
Mic testing. How are you, everyone?
1 2 mic. Okay, uko sawa Ben. So guys, it's been 2 hours since tuanze hii show. Na kwa niaba ya Mutembei kwenye awamu hii ya kwanza, mimi naitwa Clinton Tieno. Na
your promises to us. So these are questions that young Kenyans need to ask, because we have been here, we have been seeing these people, we have seen these elections.
Huyu Maina si aende tu outside the studio. Amejaribu since saa moja. Okay, so nilikuwa nasema kwamba on behalf of Mutembei kwenye awamu hii ya kwanza, naitwa Clinton Otieno. Naomba niende nitafute sapa. Sasa Ben, you will take over the show from there. Kizito, sasa sapa yangu naongelea nini? Si ukae tu. Alafu
what have I said?
Kesho ni Wednesday. Kizito, unanipiga na echo. Thank you. So kesho ni Wednesday, tutakuwa na mgeni kwa show kuanzia saa 2. Tuta host Dan Okoth. Dan Okoth ni mtoto wake gavana wa Migori, His Excellency Zako Okoth bado. So now that yeye ni mtoto wa nyoka, wanasema mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka. Maswali ya kisiasa pia tutamuuliza tu, lakini anakuja kuzungumzia sporti kwa sababu ako na football club. So maybe those who are interested majorly on sports, mnaweza join ikianza. Mkimalizana tutamfinyilia mpaka kubali siasa vile vile, kwa sababu kwa nyumba yao kuna siasa. So guys, I wish you all the best.
Before you go,
Yes,
kwa niaba ya panelist, kwa niaba wa watu wa panel, you also take it to Mutembei and let him also be prepared. Not when he comes here we ask him some things, because we don't want to waste our time. Our time is also precious. When he cannot answer for us for sports, those who are interested in sport might even take only 10 minutes, because we don't know whether there are many here. But those who are not interested, who are interested in siasa, can take their time also. So please talk to Mutembei, so you people also prepare him that politics is coming to be asked also questions about politics, and whichever way it will go, you have to answer it like that. You have to be prepared, because there are so many people who can come here, but they are not like Bernard, that you can ask a question and maybe he can feel offended and is a visitor. Thank you.
So what
Just
you know,
my advice.
Kizito, yeah. Kizito, now that you understand our visitor well from down to up or up to down, bottom up, lazima nizungumzie sera yetu bottom up. Sisi sasa unaleta maswali zingine za kumlenga. Wajua.
You know the only problem, tomorrow when he comes, you have to translate for us the meaning of bottom up in Kiswahili.
Toka chini kwenda juu. Ukitaka hiyo song ya Angela Chibalonza nitakutumia inbox.
Tuju did it today.
No, he said Wednesday the 28th. Atakuwa sawa.
Tuju give us what bottom up is in Kiswahili.
Okay, so tutakuwa tunaleta hao wageni mkibehave kesho.
And on Saturday bring for us Babu Owino please.
Next in line is Senator Mwaura. Alafu hivyo tukisonga mbele. So Ben, nyinyi kama wazee wa hii mitaa, mtadirect kama mtaingia kwa show kumuuliza maswali, ama tutachukulia tu nje kama kina wale wasichana wa Europe, ama tutafanya so members will decide maybe, but I salute you people. Bye for now.
Thank you. Everyone, we appreciate your contribution on this platform. As I take on, I have not been given the lineup, So who was next to speak before I came?
It was me.
It was Simon.
Yeah.
Okay, and then let's speak from there as we proceed, and let's remain in the middle of the road. If there is a question or you want to counter anything, you lift your hand, then we pick on you at an appropriate time. Thank you very much, and let's flow. Simon.
Okay. Habari zenu.
Poa sana, karibu.
Sawa. Okay, me, I'll jump straight to the issue of economy. For me, the best model that will work for this country is the trickle down effect economy. Because with the trickle down effect, the investors are given more priority in terms of lower taxes, and the wealthy. Now, in return, when those taxes are lowered for them, they have the advantage of they will not the way the running of the industries will be less costly. You see, that will sprung up the economy. But when you impose higher taxes on investors, you discourage the investors to go to other countries, and that's the mistake the Kenyan government did since Uhuru came in. For those who have studied economics, there is a model called Keynesian economy model. That model intends to the government pumps more money to the economy, but the taxes, yes, they are lower. Now the problem with that model is that you find that the government for example, the amount of projects that have been invested in, they have invested a lot of money in projects. Yes, projects are good, but where are those projects going to? For example, is the SGR that was built, is it really returning? Is its effect being felt in the economy? Where is the SGR going to? For example, is it going to Naivasha? Is it going to Mombasa? What is in Mombasa so that we can take the SGR there? You see? So, for me, we need to adapt a system where that suits the country. But for me, the bottoms up, no. For example, you cannot. Okay, it's not bad to give a person money, but if you give somebody money which he cannot invest in it properly, he doesn't have the knowledge of investing the money. For example, it's like giving a drunkard money. You can give him 5 million, 10 million, but till the end of the day, he'll end up wasting the money and not investing it in the right purpose. You see, so you cannot give. For example, you have to give someone. Okay, you gauge the person. What are you going to do with the money? I cannot just wake up one day and say, I'm going to give Mama Mboga 10 million. Okay, I'll give her 10 million. Does she have the knowledge or the expertise of investing that 10 million? You see? So some things we have to balance. So we cannot just go and promise a youth, for example, an 18-year-old, cannot give him industry to run when he doesn't have the expertise or the knowledge. So we have to be careful with the kind of models that we're being sold to, because according to the Mama Mboga, they're being told that you see, tutawapatia vibanda, tutawapatia hii na hii. Ni sawa, sikatai, lakini number one, with that, for example, see, not that I'm ingiliani Ruto sana, hiyo wheelbarrow na kupatia within 5 years nitakuwa kwa hiyo wheelbarrow ama nitakuwa nimemove to something higher. Naona, you cannot just give me a wheelbarrow after miaka 10 bado ninauza matunda na hiyo wheelbarrow. So imenisaidia nini? You see, so we have to look for a model where the money that will be invested into the economy doesn't go and disappear in people's pockets, but it should be felt by the wananchi, and that's what Kibaki did, from top to down. That's why that the economy, everyone could see that everyone is being employed. Jobs were springing up because, number one, the system that Kibaki used was that empower industries, empower those people who are giving people employment, lower their taxes so that they can be able to accommodate more employees. For Bernard, I think done. Whenever was a question, can ask me.
Yes, I have a question for you. Ben?
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Joshua.
Ask the question.
Yes. Simeon.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you a very simple question.
Yes.
You figure it out in terms of symbols that are so
Yeah.
present, and I have heard you talk about the wheelbarrow, people being given wheelbarrows. Do you really understand the synonymous or the figure that comes around with the symbols of a political party, or you just framing it as it is that people are going to be given wheelbarrows?
No, okay. I'll just giving an example. Okay, Kiama, what I'm saying is that I'm not specifying my argument on the wheelbarrow. You see, for example, you can a person, you see, can go to a person and give him money. For example, a loan to improve his or her business. But you see, this model is that we are not going to follow up the background of a person. I'm going to go and give you money, invest on whatever you want. You see, I will not follow up on how your business is going on or whatever. Now, for example, I give you 100,000. I say, go and do whatever business you want. How am I sure that 100,000 that I've given you, you're going to invest it on the right thing, or utaenda kutumia kwa vitu zako? You see, that's the problem I have with the bottoms up economy, because they will not be following you up. Utakuwa umepewa tu pesa utumie kenye utataka kuweka, nikitaka hata kuweka wines and spirits na ikose kufanya. You see, but what I'm advocating for is that the money that you is going to be given out to a person, that person should be followed up. For example, if you are given like 200,000, after a year, how has your business progressed? You see, for those people whose business have progressed, they qualify for a higher monument, or they will be given more money, but not giving someone money who doesn't know how I will invest in it. You see, for example, I can give a 17-year-old or 18-year-old money. Number one, they're excited with materialistic things. If I give him 10 million, number one will say, let me go and buy a car. A car for what? For luxury. See, you can spend like 5 million. Go and buy a car, go and buy a house, but not go and invest wisely on it. Now the money should be given on condition that after some time we'll be following up your progress. This is from the time you have given you the money to this time. How have you spent it? How is your business progressing? You see, you cannot just give anyone money. For example, like for those who know the story of Omosh, he was given money. How did he spend it? Kulewa akamaliza. Unaona? So you have to give someone money knowing that this person has the intellectual capacity and the capability of investing in it. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard,
Thank you,
just a final
Simon.
one. Mukambi, just a final question. Mukambi, just a minute.
Yes,
It's Kiama.
Okay,
Simon, I just want to be very open. I want to be very frank. From I'm very much interested in terms of the set-out policy that every candidate has said, from Mukisa Kitui to Baba to William Ruto. all the way to Mutua. I am very much interested. One of the things that I don't want you said you don't want to beat Ruto so much, but there's a point is erased when he was with Jaras, when he was asked to explain the bottom-up economy. And there's an outline that is said about the people coming together, especially if it's the border guys. Initially, these guys were put in circles or in areas, okay? They know how the members are within those circles. So the circles are going to, either way, in one way or another, are going to boost each other amongst themselves, okay? And how are they going to benefit? They are going to get that money, increase their capacity, if it's maybe the mamamboga, increase the sukumas or whatever they are selling, and then they know how they do it within those the localities. And I can tell you for free, if you go to the marketplaces and you see the vendors who do the mitumbas, the shoes, the mamambogas, you see how they do it. They have a side of a circle that they give some money, maybe 100 shillings every day, 100 shillings, and then in their circle it's quite huge. That is what they want to boost. And then at the end of the day, everybody, including us who are here in this panelist, are going to be subjected to a particular tax. It's not going just to be a free thing. It's going to be subjected to every single Kenyan, every single citizen will be paying tax in this country, if that is the model we are going to adopt. For me, fine, we are going to widen the bold base in terms of correction, but now the only concern I have is the utility back now for the community. That's the only praise I have a small itch, because today we have the youth fund, right, Simon? We have the youth fund, pesa sijui kwa vijana or something, or so many monies that are being given. It's only us wazees ambao hatuna pesa, because we here, I am seeing some of us are even crossing the car train. Once you are youth, you are exit the youth fund. There is no any other fund past that, and Kizito can bear me witness. The moment he crosses that line, you're kaput. You become another thing until now you are 70 when you join the pesa kwa wazee. So in between there, how are you going to benefit if you're not going to be in these circles and groups? So for me, Simon, to be very frank, I tend to think that model, it can work fine. But how is it going to empower now the community to grow how is it going to empower the people that are there or the community around, the barabaras, the rural electrification, and even maybe have a new investor who is going to bring us energy, because that's where my concern is even more crazy. Yeah, Simon, I would like you.
Let me answer, Joshua. Yes, Bernard.
You want to respond to that?
Yeah, I want to respond to that.
Keep it brief. Keep it brief.
Okay, for for an investor to come, okay, for example, if you have to build an industry, you're usually given conditions. Yeah, if you build a factory, you cannot just build a factory and there's nothing for the community to benefit. You see, so when you, for example, if you come and build a cotton mill where cotton is produced, at least you have to do something to the community. If it's building a road, tamakin, maramin, drilling a borehole, yeah, it will come with certain conditions. You have to do something for the community, and then not only when you when you are an investor, you'll be given conditions that a percentage, for example, like 70% must be local employment, 30 can be outsourced. Not only that, you're going to bring outsiders to come and work in your industry, so the community will have benefited a lot. You see, so the conditions, maybe the terms and conditions for investment, maybe that's where Kenya, that's where, for example, the country should tighten its belt. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Mugambi, you had a question. Did you sort it? Samilong, karibu sana. Na shukuru kukuona muda mrefu. Wacha tunakuja huko kwa line.
Mine
Mugambi?
was not a question as such. My point was directed towards Kiama about this bottom-up thing. At the moment, I think bottom-up refers to the least privileged in the society who are going to be empowered. At the moment, I think we have so many programs geared towards that structure in the community, and we have so much money directed to them. Even for the youth, the people who are saying the youth, maybe they are underprivileged in the government, even in the tendering process, we have the 30% capitation for the youth. I think at the moment, we don't need to waste so much time on bottom up. It's all about doing the campaign for the youth to utilize the resources and the opportunities that are presented by the government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I tend to feel that the bottom-up economics and its advocacy, as Mugambi has said, is just for the 2022 election campaign. Anything beyond that, in my school of thought, I don't think is necessary as at now. And Kenya is how old? Kenya is approaching 60 since independence. I don't think after 60 years of independence, we still want to experiment with the country. And like Joshua was saying that the DP explained that he will get guys in circles and boost them. If you are a cuckoo danger, you have 40 wives, you have 600 children, and you are heading that family. Would you be calling the first wife's children in one corner and tell them to form a circle, and then you will boost their circle? By the time you reach the 40th wife, your family will have collapsed. My point is simple. Kenya exists as one unit, and any economic approach, in my opinion, needs to be holistic, not segmented in one small groupings that you address this, and then we'll go and address this. If you are in the kitchen and you're cooking for 47 million people, then light the fire that is enough to feed the 47 million people, cook chapatis that are enough to feed 47 million people. You don't segregate and say now that among the 47 million, we have 7 million that can take care of themselves. We forget them. Let us concentrate on the 40. And in the long run, the 7 will take care of themselves. The 7 will take care of themselves. I think the DP is not being honest. As much as we are trying to give him a benefit of doubt, he's been in government for long. He knows how government works, and he understands that government without policy, there is nothing that will happen. And so he thrives in giving promises. I don't want to say vain promises, but bottom up has no other name other than economy of handouts. And the economy of handouts is the reason why we are where we are. We cannot make room for it any further. Kenya doesn't need to experiment. Kibaki policy worked 2002 all the way to 2010. Let's go back and pick that policy, implement it, and thrive as a nation, not to start another new experiment. Have we not experimented from 2010 to 2022? Do we need another laboratory test?
Bernard,
yes, sir. Yes.
To add on what you have said, I think when Kibaki came in power, he formulated some policies. For example, the importation of the border motorbikes, right? The importation of the pro boxes and the small capacity cars, right? There is no youth who was given maybe a loan or an RBA to go and get that motorbike. We need policies, not handouts, as you have said. We need to take care of our own. The economy of handouts is never sustainable. The moment you stop giving handouts, it is the beginning of an anarchy in a country.
Okay, thank you, Mugambi. Yes, Ham, how are you? Long time. Unmute, Mr. Ham.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
I'm audible enough. I think I was here since the program started, the first minute. And sometimes some of us, we are so patient that we can wait even the whole people to go and we talk the last person. Meanwhile, allow me go back to touch 2-3 things. I was to talk somewhere, but somehow too many people talked and took the time. But it's good. We learn to listen. You listen more, you get a lot. May I start with Mr. Mugambi, John? Mugambi, you were explaining about telling people Mulima, the mountain, know how to unite their people when it comes to election. I don't want to dispute you on that argument, but I just want to give you some bright side of information, current information. And to everyone who is watching, the gone years, there were no media open. There was a closed media whereby it was only the national TV and the so-called Arambe meeting. And by so, people could be cheated front, back, up, down, and sideways. But now we are living in a time whereby information is on people's fingertips. So, for some of us who have been so much on the political wing for long enough to give you some deep details and experience, we just want to give you an iceberg. Right now, Mulima, the mountain, as you called it, it's torn into pieces. We are seeing more blocks than we thought. We have the Kiambu block, the Muranga block, we have the Karatina block, we have the Nyeri Kieni block, we have the Kerugoya block, we have the Laikipia block, we have the Meru block, and we have now where we are getting JB Muturi, the Behere block. Those people are not singing the same tune if you listen, and each block it's bringing up a leader. I don't want to go deep into that details. Just go back and do your research and get it right. Mulima is broken. And they say, when the Mugumo tree falls, the birds fly away. Mugumo tree fell some years back. The bird were hankering on the last tip, which it is already now broken. And after it has broken, those birds they have already taken off. That's a proverb. You need to go and look on it detailed. Let me come back again to your a minute. Let me finish. Let me come back again to you. You had talked about the issue of farming. And I want to make also clear notification that when you were talking about farming, I was so keen. And where there is an interest, that's where political borders and angles land into. For example, when we talk of farming, farming has been there when people were not too much knowing about politics. But now that Kenyan politics and largely globally, politics has become a business, not to work for people, the so-called farms, they have been done what we call privatization, the same as parastatals, corporates, and even now we are heading to merger of ministries. So, in as much as any leader will come forward and tell you, look, we are going to make you do a lot of farm, they will not allow you do that. Why? Because these are the same leaders who would want to get tenders to supply sugar, to supply maize, to supply avocado, and more so, to supply the large goods which people are consuming on a daily basis. So at the end of the day, they will just smear some honey over your face, but when they go back to the table, they dismantle that. Then I want to talk to somebody called Kizito. Kizito talked of something to do with Kikuyu being the people on the circle of business. I will not say they are not being there. They have been there, but why do we think Kikuyu know business? It's because, one, they got benefit of power. Two, the power made them become the brokers. They could broker between the poor and the rich. And by so doing, the state government of the day made them empowered to point that they could broker business from Asia, from US, from Europe, and bring it back to the people who were not informed. Right now, if you have been doing your better research part of it, like I have been doing it and I have people on the ground, why is the family of Mumbi complaining they're feeling it hard that business is not doing good? Because the information has come to the people to point that the person who was being bridged to supply good and the consumer, he has realized now everybody has information. I don't need blocker. This broker, I don't need him in between. I need to dispense the broker to go away so that I go direct to the people. That is to tell you, when you go Kikomba, when you go to these large distributors, the China person, the Chinese themselves, they have done away with the Mumbi son and daughters who have been brokering the business. Now China has said, because the information is on the people's hand, I will open my warehouse there. Let those people come direct to me. That's why you are feeling the Mumbi Empire is feeling the business has lost meaning to them. Why? Because the power of information, it's on the people. Let me go again to somebody who talked, that was Kizito. Kizito, you need to go and get a good statistics of where Kenya stands. Kenya, we have never done a serious, honest statistics or head count of Kenyans. We have never done. If you have been following the Kenyan current affair, and to anyone, the Kenya data of Kenyans, we are standing at 52 million point. This issue of every year we are being told 42, 42, 42. It is no longer existing. So why do we always get the 42? Because remember, there has been a cocoon called the Gema family, which they have been claiming they are the big number of population in Kenya. If I was to break it down, Gema means Kikuyu, Haembu, Ameru, Kamba. The Kamba exited the bench 1998 when Ngilu decided to be a president. So come 2002, Meru were there. When it came to 2013, the Meru exited because they realized they supported Raila, but there were no outcome. Now, the Gema has two people whom right now, 2018, the third person exited out. That is the Hembu. So the Kikuyu now is alone. That's why we are seeing the Mumbi family is giving us so many blocks because they cannot sustain the power of population. They are no longer the large number in Kenya. It is just a matter of mental. So that the information being dispensed out there, it isn't correct. Look into the world current original data. That is world statistics. It gives even to the current second. Kenyans, we are standing at 52 million. Okay.
Just to point of information.
Hold on,
Just just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Wait.
Kizito, hold on, everybody.
No, it's just right. It's just continuing. I just wanted to say. I just gave an example. With 42.
Okay. Thank you, Kizito. Your point is made. Ham, begin to summarize.
Hold on, Kizito. Now, there is another person who talked about, I think that was Rubia. Rubia talked about the results of Kenya not doing better. Rubia, you need to understand wherever you are watching us from, Kenya will never do better. First, when we are just acronyms of the British. These presidents, prime ministers, whoever you are seeing, these are governors. It's just like the way our governors are acting on behalf of Uhuru. They cannot go sign on the check on behalf of Kenya without consulting from the senior. So Kenya, when you talk of Kenya being unable to produce farm goods, they will never do it because who is controlling World Bank? Who is controlling IMF? These are the Europes and the British Empire. So at the end of the day, you being their customer or you being their colonized person, they would always subject you in a way that you don't go beyond them. And by that is when you see World Bank is coming to Kenya, and even when you are complaining, they are giving you too much money so that they can facilitate their agenda. Right now, I'm talking to you, who is in United Kingdom. Do you know how much he has already secured? He has already secured 20 billion. Do you think that is free money? That is money going to pay back. So who are these people giving him? These are our colon, British. So there is no way we are going to run away from that cocoon. As I summarize up, Kenya, we have two things. One, our parliament has failed the Kenyans. The heat you are hearing into Kenya ground now, it is as a result of our parliament. I will not touch Uhuru, neither I will not touch High Court. I'm touching direct the third body of legislation, which is parliament. All things are done from parliament. It is the parliament to come on the board and tell the seniors, look, the economy is too high for the citizen. But what has been happening? Our parliamentarians, these are people who are just championing to be given committees. Then from those committees, they cut their deals. And those deals they are cutting, they end up stealing the same money. So parliament is dormant. In fact, if we were to be given opportunity, I will say where now Tunisia is today, because that's what the president did. What Maraga said, president dissolved the parliament and everyone go home. But that was not done. That's where Tunisia is now. Now, the president, Kahid Sahed, resolved the parliament, fired the prime minister, jailed the speaker of the house. Everyone went home and is now in the seat alone. Because he has seen the corruption and magnitude of people suffering, yet there is a parliament which is cutting deals on their behalf. As I finish, the problem you are seeing in South Africa, the problem you are seeing in Mozambique, the problem you are seeing in Mali, the great empire of Africa, the problem you are seeing
becoming a very good preacher. Finally, brethren. Finally, brethren. Okay, hold on. Yes.
Ben, kuna kitu tamu hapo sijasikia vizuri.
Ngoja hapo Clinton. Okay, Ham, I'm giving you time.
Watumishi amefunga speaker. Sasa anakula nchi peke yake.
Sorry? The problem you've seen into South Africa, kicking out foreigners, our fellow brothers, our fellow sisters who have jobs there. The problem you are seeing South Africa getting into supermarket and burn down the whole empire. The problem you are seeing Mali, a very young gentleman in the military called Asimi Goita going and overthrow the lieutenant, the senior commandant of the battalion, not because they choose to do it, but they are people with the passion of the country. They are looking into how people are going through and they decide to go for it. And you mark you, that's where Kenya we are going, because Kenya, we are not going to get more jobs. In fact, we are going to lose. Kenya, we are not going to get better economy because we are operating on negative 50% deficit of an Kenyan economy. The hit we are hearing into Kenya ground now is as a result of pushback by World Bank for Kenya to get certain amount so that they get 30%. So what are this money they are going to look for? To supplement the 30% the World Bank needs, and the money they are going to get from Kenya, they put together, as they raise the 45%, the World Bank can supplement with them 20% as they wait the 2022. That is the hit you're hearing. I said earlier, when I talked of this, petrol was at around 118. Today, petrol is hitting 128. And I said it again, by end of this year, petrol will hit 130. That is the cut mark, that is the cap raise for World Bank to see Kenya working hard to pay bill so that they get money. That's just an iceberg tip. The rest we'll talk as we continue.
A question to you from Diane Hits. He says, what is your solution?
Diana, briefly, my solution is that, one, young people need to get out on 2022 election and champion for position. Today, the most prosperous governments, they are led by people below 45 years, not people above 45. Look, New Zealand, the lady who is leading there. We are also saying, I am one advocate for women leadership. I'm calling upon all sisters out there, come out. Even if you don't have money, we, your boyfriends, will support you. We have good leadership of women all over the world. Check Germany, look Australia, look those countries led by women. Look Liberia. Yeah?
Dr. Ham, I am not against women leadership, for the record. But you just
Bernard, we
painted
are carrying our hands here for the last 4 hours.
Hold on, please. You just painted a picture. Everybody mute your mic, please. Okay. You just painted a picture of how bleak things are as far as Kenya economy is concerned. So changing the guard at the helm, will it pay the debts that particular night?
You want me to answer a bit of that?
Yes. Well, how will that change if we now change from male president to female president, or old president to youthful president? How will that pay that 50 plus deficit?
Okay. Bernard, currently, we are led by people who are giving us stories of 1960s, 1950s, and how they fight Mau Mau and how they run. But today, the world is run on digital. People are hacking, people are running on SIMs. We are working on what we are calling silicon. Singapore, Korea, when you look on to German, people are now running after technology. We don't need to be going to the parliament. Look what is happening in United Kingdom. Look what is happening in Austria. Young people are debating in parliament from their houses. We need to work from the office. We don't need to be queuing on the highway so that we catch up with office. Now, on the side of leadership, women portray better leadership than men. Women, they sit and they discuss, they don't compete. But men, we have ego. We want to compete who can drive Range Rover, who can drive this car, who can wear a suit, who can go to
Okay. Thank you, Ham. That one is very debatable and will come for you. Hold on, Ham. We've got your point. ngoja kwanza, hapana, we are coming back to you. We are coming
na
back
huyo
to you.
rais anakuwa mji peke yake.
Let us hear Kizito, you have a question?
Yeah, first I would have 3.
Samilong, just hold on. I'm coming for you. I know you are a long distance runner.
Yeah. First, I want to go very fast. Kenya population, I gave an example for your information's harm. When you are listening, I just gave an example because the real number I never use. I wanted people to realize how difficult is it to give each and everybody one. I gave because SK Macharia cannot decide to give people 1 million the way I was saying it. That is his money. I was just giving an example. That one, first point. Second, parliament. You talk about parliament, you talk what can we do? Because all these things you are saying, they are good and they are also, you are going too much story. But that's why one person asked the same question I want to ask. What is the solution? Solution is we Kenyans, the good-minded people like you, Ham, you always discuss things and you put points. But we Kenyans, when there is even one place where we have to congratulate, we have to give applause, let us give applause. One thing happened today, we appreciate. One thing happened tomorrow, we don't appreciate. But we don't criticize everything, even the good one or the bad one. For example, if you could have come up with this issue of parliament, we have been discussing about parliament, Maraga discussed about parliament, the same young people, Osoro, wakina Didi Nyoro, wakina the young people, they are the people who are not attending the parliament. Wakina Sudi, they don't attend the parliament. Where do you want them to discuss in the parliament? Those are young people. Lastly, young people you are saying, they don't have money. In Africa, the all of Africa, we all come from Africa. If money works. Nobody can go cheat you, go to parliament. Even you, when you go back to Africa, even if you just walk in your area, these people drinking Muratina Changa, Gilbis, they will follow you like an MP because you come from Europe or any US, you have a little change, you give them. Even somebody who feed his family, even when you are not there, they will follow you. That is the point of Kenya. That's why you see we are being called third world country. We ask, there's no day you will find these Europe people, they show you where there's a remote place. But in Africa, they will only show where there's a remote place. They will never show Nairobi in the TV. So the young people, these our women, as I talk like that, they are good people, they can debate. But we have to know that if you don't have an history of anything, you can't catch up. Even this dialogue, analog and digital, if you don't have history of Kenya, where will you know the demarcation where Kenya was? Will you look it in the computer and say it was here? You have to know the history. That's why even in the Bible, there's a story of this king who ordered all the old men to be killed. And one boy who hid his son. Wait, I finish. I will give you. I know. I'm talking. I was to ask questions, but I'm talking because I know Bernard. They will never give me chance to talk. This boy who had his father was the only person who helped people during the drought. So you can't just say that we young people. When Uhuru Kenyatta was going, was it not young task? Why are we suffering now? Why are Kenya complaining? Kenya, they will complain whether you bring young, you bring women, you bring what? What you could have said, the young people, they mix together.
Ham, hold on, you'll get time to respond.
The young people must mix together. You hear even today when you are listening to Macharia was saying by their time, he was an old man and they were working with Orengo. That's why right now, Orengo is a vibrant politician. He knows so many things because they brought him up. is now vibrant. But if you just remove all the parliament, you remove all the president, you put all these young people you see here, how will I know where the demarcation of central is? How will I know where? You have to accept that in presidency, in a prime minister, they have to go with money. If you don't have money, you cannot be the president of Kenya, and you cannot be the parliament.
Thank you, Kizito. That is enough. Thank you.
From Kenya, stop talking from...
Hold on. Mugambi, is your question directed to Ham?
Oh, yes, I'm disputing some things that I put across, and I want to rebuttal. Number one.
Please, you have like 1 minute. We need to circulate.
No problem.
We are stuck in one place for too long.
I think Ham can make a very good motivational speaker who will tell a person I started a business of chicken with one feather. That's it. He talked about Mount Kenya broken. Remember, our problem in Mount Kenya began in the year 2017 during the Jubilee primaries. On the second day of primaries, after the first day failed, the deputy president went to the Jubilee house. He dictated who to be given the certificates. He began by killing our sons. Number one, Kabogo in Kiambu. He began by killing him. Number two, Peter Kenneth in Nairobi. Number three, we had Munya in Meru. He made sure the vocal, vibrant leaders cut their head off. Number three, I want to tell him that he is saying Mount Kenya is broken. It is not the first time that Mount Kenya has different voices before the elections, but when the election day comes, we meet, talk, and come up with one voice. Point to note, during the BBI, when the BBI was going to counties,
So, Mugambi, I think you have a technical hitch. You get another chance when you return.
Hata mimi niko na swali.
Sagana, we met at Sagana. We agreed to go in one way. That is how we are going to do come the year 2022 next year. Secondly, you touched about the farming. Farming, when you talk of farming, I think you are aware that Kiujuri was the Minister of Agriculture before Munya got in, right? Where was Kiujuri's loyalty? Kiujuri's loyalty was linked towards the deputy president. What did he do? He sabotaged the coffee, the tea, peregram, mira, and milk. Uhuru kicked him out of cabinet, brought in Munya. What has Munya done? Coffee, the price is high. Tea, the price is high. Peregram, the price is high. Mira, and milk. Number three, you have talked about the business of Mombi and the separation of Gema. I think you have said Meru voted Raila. Yes. Meru has
your mic is on.
Meru has never
Gambi, your point is made. allow Clinton to ask a question, please. Clinton,
yes, I just have a question. Na pia nimesikia Mugambi akisema eti Ruto rigged out Peter Munya. Sasa alimriga aje na Peter Munya hakuwa Jubilee sure. Alienda mpaka kwa chama chake PNU, Ruto akamrig huko kwa nomination.
Before the nomination,
you can hate the guy, but you must have limits and facts of hating him. Ben, my point of concern, Ben, we are young Turks, we are Africans, and Africa is our business. And there is somebody eating a country alone. From the information from Ham, Ben, what do we do? Somebody is eating the whole country. Is the president, the official speaker of the state, the deputy president? Ben bana, tukutume huko when.
Clinton, you people are asking, and look, the statistic even for today, statistics today is saying 36% of Kenyans are saying Kenya is going the right direction. 36%. Only 15 are saying Kenya is not led in the right direction. That one from 2017, the statistic that has been conducted today is even in the Citizen. You can check right now. Thank you, Bernard.
Kizito, don't rely with those people, bana. Me, I'm a pollster. I am the only person who learn a successful polling opinion poll from the ground. My friend, leave alone those opinion polls that are people. We are trying to outsmart people here to paint people black and white. Let's be very frank, bana. Let's be very frank.
Joshua.
Yes.
A very quick question to Kizito, yeah? Kizito is saying that the country is heading to the right direction. They are also complaining about the Tangatanga team. People are not contributing anything in the parliament, right? But surely we all know that the president is controlling the parliament. The parliament right now, if the president coughs, they all respond. That is the truth on the ground. As much as people would not want to accept it, right? And as much as you'd want to say that the country is heading to the right direction, the problem is that democratically we are not free as per now. And you see, the problem with that one is, right now the president is Uhuru Kenyatta, and he is favoring whoever is favoring. But tomorrow, if we allow the country to continue the same way, tomorrow whoever is going to sit on that seat, of which all of us we don't know who it's going to be. Yeah?
Ask me short questions, so then I know how to answer. If you ask me too much, I will forget some. Like if I can start with you, the poll. We Kenyans, we know the only problem with us Kenyans, I'm also a Kenya. I'm a typical Kenya, a Luo man from Nyanza. The only problem we have, we complain about everything. Even Uda, they are just in the right direction. They can do it. Even NASA, anybody, they can do it. But what we are saying, the poll that is conducted, that is not you. It's not Kiama that is doing that his own poll. Everybody is doing their own poll according to the people he collected in his area. But this one are the people, what is being aired on the news that everybody is listening. Let us stop this propaganda or things we are hearing or what we have in mentality. Let's check things in reality. In Kenya, I gave an example when I was even contributing before you came. You find somebody want her child to go to secondary school. The time that was given to each and every parent. What do I do as Kizito? I sit down, I say, if I take my child to Nairobi in that boarding school, the transport I will cater for. Fuel tax is increased. Why don't I take this child next to Awendo, where I come from? There's also school. You have to cut a coat according to yourself. Let us stop this abrogado of complaining even what is going on. You right now the poll has come. You started complaining. Those are things that are not there. When will it be there? Let us also give a chance. We give applause for where it has happened. When Uhuru Kenyatta has done even a little, we give him applause. When Ruto did a little, we give him applause. Here is a country whereby we have to accept even the little somebody has done, the bad that somebody has done. That's what I was in for.
Kizito, what you're trying to
Hold on, everybody. Please, I want us to have some order on this flow so that we don't mislead our audience.
Correct.
I said, if it's not your turn to speak, keep your mic mute. Secondly, don't just speak up and begin the market exchange. Let's work according to laid out rules. I'm not against any of you. You may differ with my opinion. You are entitled to that as much as I'm entitled to mine. But the conversation has to flow, and it has to flow in a progressive manner. So when we dig so much into one place, it is my duty to push us into where we are going. So don't stone me for that. I'm just doing the job I've been given to do. And then
but when somebody asks you a question, you leave them to answer. Please.
Now listen, keep a small notebook, note down the question that you would want to respond to if you are passed with time, because there is no need of us keeping people hours before they speak, and because we want to respond to everything, we will not be helping much. So we go to Sami Long. You have I think 5 minutes or so. Make good use of it, please. Don't invite battles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I hope everyone is fine. So the reason why I actually joined, there's a person who was talking about the bottoms-up economy previously, yeah? And he was misleading people, telling them that there are no policies, and this thing cannot be implemented. I just wanted to outline or explain or shine light on it, saying this, that we all know that it is very impossible for the government to work or to give money to individuals directly. It's very hard, and then to monitor it. That is a fact. But if you listen carefully to what His Excellency the Deputy President was saying, and this is what is clear about bottoms-up economy, is that we need to cut the brokers as it was stipulated, such that you see these mama mbogas would join hands and do something a little bit different, because I had a proposal somewhere with these mama mbogas. What they were saying is that we need to come up together, and then if at all we get this money, one, they were proposing to buy a vehicle for themselves, so that they cut these transporters and the brokers that buy goods directly from the farmers. Okay, you see this one, these are the kind of things that this bottoms-up economy is trying to achieve, because what we need is money down here, so that if there is flow of money down here, there will be ease of doing business between people, and even the dependency ratio of saying each and every time that serikali saidia, sijui serikali imefanya, tunangojea serikali, all those things itakuwa imeisha, because if people have money down here. Second thing, there's definitely no way that anybody
Sami Long, before you move to the next point, when we cut out the brokers, okay?
Yes.
These brokers, don't they have families? Where will they go? Would they be switching position? They now become the bottom, and those on the bottom now can come higher because they have taken over their job.
No. You see, brokers are everywhere. Okay, brokers are everywhere, and these brokers, the major problem is that they cut twice. They cut from the farmer, and they cut from the mama mboga, and even more of them, they even go ahead to the consumer, such that now you hear them saying, we even do deliveries. Okay, what you're trying to do is to cut all these processes of accessing goods and services, so that the money flow does not go to all these ladders, ati lazima tutoke hapa twende hapa twende hapa twende hapa. The other thing, there's a person who talked about I think it was Simeon. He talked about the trickle down economy. The trickle down economy cannot work in Kenya currently, simply because we have so many egocentric people in each and every department. So such that if the money begins from up, and it's something that it has been happening, we have seen it happen. Pesa inatoka the national government, by the time inafika chini, there is nothing. Currently, as we speak, all the governors have the powers to negotiate a deal with an investor. And the good thing is that we have laws that guides and protects citizens, ama tuseme the residents of each and every county, such that if you are an investor, you come to, let's say, my home county, that is Isiolo. If you come there, you want to build a hospital, right? You have to use first, the law protects the human resource from that area. Even in the employment sector of the government, the law clearly protects, and it has put aside, I think it's 30% for the residents, unless it is a specific job, and that specific job, the qualification, people from that region or from that area, none of them has qualified for it. That is the law. And so it is already there. It's only a matter of the governors to implement it. The other thing I'd like to talk about is now the topic that is here before us. This topic saying that Baba, the former prime minister, has taken the Mount Kenya. What I'd just say is that Mount Kenya are very, very clever people. The people who know how to play with words. And I don't think I'd be wrong to say that no wonder their women are all over in this country, married everywhere, because they know how to play with their words well. Because if you hear whatever they were saying, is that we are going to vote as a bloc. That is the first thing. Second thing, we are behind the president. But they have not said that we are behind the president and you're going to support whoever the president is standing with fully. And the other thing is that I've heard people saying that at now Mount Kenya, the 9-point-something million votes is in Baba's basket, judging by what happened today. I said something in the WhatsApp group saying that the today's meeting had less than 200, I think 200 or 300 people, and half of them were musicians. Musicians do not subscribe to political leadership. That is the first thing you need to understand. They subscribe to fame and money. Half of these, even more than half of these musicians don't even vote. During the voting time, they're not even in the country. Or if they're in the country, they're in vacation. So how can you say that this one dictates that Mount Kenya has been taken by Raila, yet half of the people that were there do not even vote in the first place? So the projections do not add up. The other thing is, I would like to say is about what Kizito talked about, saying that the country is heading to the right direction. We cannot accept and sit down and say that the country, you see, all these good things that let's say the president and this administration is doing cannot write off the wrong things that they're doing. So you cannot sugarcoat the wrong thing and expect us to just bite and swallow it without saying that we're heading to, as much as you want to say that speaking in terms of development, we're heading to the right direction, whereas our democracy is in jeopardy. Because right now, the people that we call our leaders, the people that we have elected, cannot speak freely, cannot directly say that here the government has done something wrong. If you do that, then we do what is called subjective criminal justice system, such that if they look for a file, they send KRA to you, they look for something, they immediately arrest you, take you across the counties, put you somewhere where even your lawyers cannot access you, move you here and there, just to intimidate. That one is wrong. We cannot sit down and say whatever happened to the judges was the right thing. We cannot sit here and say that MP I saw, what is his name, the one from Tangatanga, simply because he's standing with Tangatanga. Now he has been accused of 7-point-something billion, and then you Gachagua, and then
12 million 0.5, and that is the money they have taken from him as a bond to go out.
Now, the issue is where is this human rights? Where is this what we call proven innocent still proven guilty? You're tarnishing somebody's name. You're putting him across all the media platforms, showing that he's a criminal, and you've not even proven it yet. The judges, the governors. The other day, the EFCC, Nordin Haj, last year, clearly said that he has over 25 files for governors. But up to now, you have seen subjectively, files are being retrieved subjectively. That one is wrong. If you want to pursue the law, if you want to pursue corruption, pursue it without color, without affiliation. That is the thing. This government, whatever they are doing, is being a dictator, clearly. You want to tell me now that this Koome is just seated there writing letters saying that I dispute, I do not agree, and then
Then go to Uganda or Tanzania. How many hours do you have to talk?
Kizito, excuse me and respect my statements kindly.
I have problem
Okay?
with Kizito. I have problem with
Kizito,
Kizito learned
Kizito,
order.
you cannot interject.
When people are
Okay,
talking.
you guys. Okay, order. Kizito, you
Yes,
are a senior
yes.
citizen here. Please stay in
Yes.
order. Don't allow to be called to order every
When
time.
Yeah, but you remember when I carry my hand, nobody's when I
It
don't
is
pick
not
me.
that we are
When
not seeing you.
until I chip in alone. I
We have
also
to
sometimes carry my
regulate the
hand even 3
process.
hours. You don't even look at me.
Oja, how can you
You
use
know, I
your hand
respect
for 3
everybody
hours?
in the panel and I respect
Waja,
everybody's opinion. But when you are
just calm
talking,
now.
I just chip so that I make Samilon to explain to us further, not only to lecture. I want him also to talk. Yeah.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Bear.
Now, please,
Let me
Samilon,
just finish.
you stay on your point and please summarize.
Let me
Ayaga
finish.
has arrived. How are you, Ayaga? Karibu sana. Duke, you will take charge. In case I slip out, there is a matter I'm addressing right now. It may require me to go. And Kizito is praying for me to go. I'm only going to come back. So, so in case I log out, please, Duke, you can take charge. Thank you.
So my final point is that we are not going to experiment with this country. Whatever the deputy president wants to do, it's something that it has already been tested in America. It's already beginning to work, and we have even seen the approval that the what is his name, I've forgotten, the president to US is already calling him, and they're going to have a sit down and talk about Africa economy, meaning that we are heading to the right direction, despite you all
Sorry,
disagree.
Samilo, what did you say?
He's going to meet Biden.
You see,
Yes,
this one is why when I chip in, when somebody's talking like me, Samilong like that, it forced me to chip in. How do you know that the president for America is calling him? It's going on his ASLA office. Even Uri is in the UK. Maybe that's why the prime minister called him, because he's doing good. Man, don't lie to the panel. Just stick to your points, please.
Let me explain something.
You talk as if Ruto always call you and give you all this program with the president and everywhere he's going.
Let me explain it then. Let me explain it. Joe Biden posted on Twitter saying that he's going to post.
Hold on, Samilong. Hold on. Mugambi, is it the same thing?
I have a question for Samilong. You are telling us that Ruto is talking about removing brokers. How does a broker suppress other brokers? Wait, we know his daughter, even before she graduated, she was posted as Kenya's ambassador. If that is not brokerage, what is that? Number two, we have seen school-going kids being tear gassed through is land grabbing. If that is not brokerage, what is it? Kindly come clear on how is he going to work on brokers when he and his children are brokers. KMC, his son is there, mentioned as the chief supplier. The KPLC, we know his son is there. If that is not brokerage, what is it? If your father is a president and then as a son you are the chief supplier, what do you call that if not a conflict of interest? He would have gone
Thank you, Mugabe. Your question is clear. Thank you very much. Ayaga, is it for the same note?
Bernard, I will only answer with a question.
Ngoja
right?
kwanza.
No, let me just answer and then
Ayaga,
I
is
end.
it for the same matter?
Yeah, I have a different question.
Sorry, you are having a technical hitch or something. We can't get you clearly.
It is my voice. I have problem with my voice.
We are
Ulienda
together.
kesa kama mimi.
No.
We are together.
So, I just have problem with my voice. I don't know why.
Oh, sorry. It will come around. Don't worry. We'll supply you
But
with
I hope
concussion.
you can hear me. You can hear me?
Yes,
okay.
hardly.
Samilong.
Yes.
Samilong, William Ruto will not go to US. The first time he was there was, I think, I can't remember. US do not accept that. He said that thing will through Zoom. He will not. He will never. He has been long for him to be there. He cannot be there. I can bet with you. If he went there personally, I will bet with you, he will never be there. With this all UDA shenanigans, all these UDA shenanigans,
he is even blacklisted.
Okay. Clinton. Iko nini? Subiri kwanza. Okay, Samilong, can you respond?
Let me answer this. Let me answer by saying this. Let me answer Mugambi first by saying this.
Yes.
It is not a curse for you to have a relative who is a big person in the government, right?
Okay,
that is the first thing.
My question was...
Wait. Let me finish. Kindly. It is not a curse. That is why even the Raila's family today, the nephews and the nieces and their sister, they hold big positions in the country. It is not a curse. So you cannot come and tell me that it is being a broker for you to be considered as a business person or as a qualified Kenyan simply because of your last name or somebody that you're related to. Unless you show me, wait, unless you can clearly prove that there was malice in terms of the procedures, unless you can prove that.
My question was, his daughter, even before she graduated, she was appointed an ambassador to Poland.
Ambassador.
Who does that?
She was appointed ambassador before even she graduated.
Yes.
That is the simplest question, Samilong, not to tell us that is going to meet Biden.
Samilong, let me ask the panelist, Kizito and Mogambi, Joshua is talking. Let me ask, Samilong, who appoints the ambassadors and the so-called commissaries? Who appoints? Simple, a very simple question.
The president and the deputy president.
Kizito,
they propose, they get the proposals, they are the people to send them.
So it's a process, right?
It's a process. But
thank you.
They have got upper hand. They have got upper hand to choose whether it's Samilong going to this country, Samilong going to this country. They have got upper hand. You can propose that today I want Kiama to go, but with them, with the authority, their responsibility, they will say no. Ham is the one going here. Aham is the one I want. Duke is going there. They have got the mandate. And by the time he was being appointed there, by that time, Ruto Uhuru Ruto was together and they were everything. Even remember Uhuru said, we were together when we were making appointees. So by that time, she had already started working as ambassador. Maybe you don't know, just like Samilong don't know, that even Ruto right now going to America, he can go to African countries, but not America. He can come to Europe or any other country, but not America.
Kizito, I agree with you in totality, but I'm going to tell you what Clinton has told us all through. When you are making your submissions, always choose your words carefully, because they'll bite you at some point, either in this debate or in the future debates. So choose them wisely.
So my point to Samila before he talks, he has told us that first of all, Joshua has asked us who appoint the ambassadors and the commissions. Remember, in the first 5 years of government, it was 50-50. Deputy 50, the president 50. Meaning, whatever he propelled and whatever he champions for, he has the full blessing of the president. Give me any other person who has ever been appointed as an ambassador, who is a youth and not yet graduated. If that is not whatever Samilong is calling brokerage, conflict of interest,
Mugambi, you are lying. You are lying. When did June Ruto graduate? Ali graduate lini Mugambi?
When did June Ruto? Okay.
Let me check the facts.
So I'm also googling the facts here, Bana. The guy, even the lady even has masters in what? So somebody can get masters and in less than 4 years hakuwa amegraduate. Alafu hii tabia eti kuna another lie mna propagate hapa eti
later on that
Ruto was given half of the government.
Thank you, Clinton, and that's why I said, Clinton, that's why I said this as long you have given us.
Ruto aliwaleta. Now that watu wa Ruto walitolewa, mbona kina Charles Keter wamebaki?
Thank you.
Hii propaganda lazima iishe. Eti Ruto kupewa 50% of the government, aliemploy Wakale peke yake na June Ruto. Kwani hao Wakikuyu wengine nani aliwaemploy?
A point of order.
June Ruto graduated, according to what I'm googling here, she even has masters in something.
Where did she graduate?
I don't see the year, but June holds a master's degree in international studies from the University of Queensland, Australia, and a bachelor degree in diplomacy from the United States International University, USIU, in Nairobi.
When did she graduate?
Degree inachukua miaka mingapi na masters inachukua miaka mingapi na amekuwa ambassador kwa miaka mingapi?
Remember, USIU is a private university, and we know the business
ni kama acha kutuambia private university hatuendi na 2 months.
Stop that one. No. Mugambi respect institutions bana. You are tarnishing a whole university's name.
Private university watu waenda na 2 months. June hajakuwa ambassador for 10 years. Amesoma degree yake 4 years, ameongeza na maybe masters yake 2 or 3 years. Hiyo ni mwaka 7. Aligraduate lini? Last month akioleka.
Clinton, Ben, let's get some more Duke. Let's avoid that topic for now. If you ask me in our good counsel, let's avoid that topic because it's making us look like we are losing it. We are losing our discussion and the way it was going.
Wajua nini kiama? Propaganda isiendelee. Ruto kupata kazi si mbaya, hata kama aliipata kwa njia mbaya, lakini kusema eti alipewa kazi kabla ya kugraduate. Tukikuuliza amegraduate lini, unazima kamera eti umeenda kutafuta facts. Tukikupea facts unakataa kurudi.
You see, Clinton, my point is, we need to avoid propaganda. We need to run away from propaganda. Issues that are not based on facts, just to be heard we spoke. And the worst thing we can be doing in this panel is to open our mouths just to be heard that we contributed into a live show. It will be very bad of even me being here. And to be honest, let's be having some fun, because if you look
Mr.
at the people who are
Kiama,
following,
we are all educated here and we respect everybody in this panel has got even his family. So when you are talking, don't distance yourself as if you know too much more than, and we are in the same panel with you. Secondly, when we are talking facts, when you are defeated with facts, just accept and move on. Don't start to tell people that it's not you are not even supposed to be in this panel. When you are above this panel, why are you here? Please respect the panel, respect me, I respect you, respect everybody's opinion. We are of different ages in this panel, but we respect one another. I don't know how much you study. I don't know where you are. Okay?
No. Let's have some order, Kizito. For me, I don't disagree with you. I've said us in this panel, and I think the rest of the panelists are here. They have heard what I've said. I've said us. We have a majority of following. So whatever discussions we are having here, and I've always said again, let's not be based on emotions or anything else, but facts. Period. Facts. Nothing else.
Excuse me, Ben.
Okay, yes, sir.
Ben, the moderator.
Yes,
Ben,
yes.
tunaweza toka outside the topic kwa sababu mtu ameraise kitu alafu tunarudi kwa topic yetu immediately, lakini what we always encourage ni kwamba tuseme vitu zina exist, unaelewa? When tukileta story ya June Ruto ni binadamu, tuweza tukamdiscuss, yes, but hata kama ana watch hii show aone tunasema kitu uongo kumuhusu na tunaunga mkono 100%, yeah? We all know universities in Kenya how they operate, even those that are abroad. Hata kama ni private university, they don't operate at degree unapata in 3 months na masters in 1 month.
Hata kama ni parallel atile kabisa.
So tukawauliza nyinyi ambao June Ruto alipewa kazi by backdoor kabla haja graduate. Amegraduate lini? You don't know. Mimi najua siku ameoleka na sijui amezaliwa lini. Sasa kama aligraduate hiyo siku alikuwa anaoleka, then you are right. Kama aligraduate jana, then you are right. Lakini kama ujui time aligraduate lakini unajua time alipata kazi ya ambassador, then hatumfanyii favor. Alienda 4 years Kenya, akaenda masters nini US 3 years. Hizo ni miaka 7. Since akuwe ambassador hatujafikisha miaka 7, kumaanisha alipata kazi after amegraduate. So propagandist, tafadhali tukue keen.
Thank you.
The
people behind the curtains, you are making the screen black. Please,
then nikuje sangapi
hivi? Don't hide yourself. For the viewers sake.
Nikuje kuzima sangapi? Niambie ni set alarm natangu lala.
Bernard, can I make my
wadau watasema. Wadau mko hapa mpaka saa ngapi? Duke wewe ndio mfungaji.
Until further notice.
Until further notice. Ayaga says.
She graduated in 2012.
Oh, 2012. Oh, she graduated 2012.
And
okay, you graduate 2012 and you become ambassador 20 what?
Hakuwa ambassador. Kuna kitu inaitwa
Bernard, allow me Clinton. Allow me to explain this Kangi. Ukiangalia hapa chini there is this
your mic is on. Your mic is on. Mute them and Ayaga.
There is this unaambiwa she is called charge d'attaché, heads of embassy in the absence of the ambassador, but Kenya haina embassy huko, so he's just a representative representing the country but not as an ambassador. She is not a fully appointed ambassador. She's not. Yeye pale ni ile president akisema nataka uende uongee na minister fulani kama country tunataka uende, but not as an ambassador. She cannot represent the country on world international platforms kama ambassador. She cannot. She's just ni kama venye president anaweza tuma convoy, but now for her she's a resident there. She is staying there to represent the country. So she's not a fully fledged ambassador. Kindly. And also the second thing is that these things, the things that we are even debating about is not even consequential of any substance. Kwa sababu we all know that ambassador kitambo, Mugambi, kindly, kutoka kitambo we all know that si vitu kama high commission ambassadors zimekuanga all the previous presidents wamekuanga wakitoa wakipatia watu wao ni kama kurudisha mkono, so it is not a big deal. Hata mwanzo hata unless now you tell me something like when you are alleging something about being the sole ama the major supplier wa KMC, that one makes sense. When you talk about what is the other allegation that was brought about the son to Ruto, when you talk about those things, the KPLC, that one makes sense. But also you cannot judge if you don't have the facts. If they're just rumors, stop smearing people's names.
Sawa, I think that point is made. Let's move on. Gizito, what is it? You have lifted your hand, Kizito. Are you surrendering?
No, I don't want to talk about June again. Let's just talk about Raila and Kenya. Yeah, because I don't want to argue with to argue with Samilong, and he's trying to fix. I will argue until tomorrow. Let us go to another topic, please. Because it's even talking about Google. We also have Google here.
Thank you, everyone. Please, let's stay in order. Ayaga, you are to make your submission. We need to hear from Duke and community. Is still community ancestor. Your second name is disappearing. All the same. So, Ayaga. Although ulikuja umechelewa.
Yes, but I have a problem with my voice, so you will bear with me. I hope you can get me clearly. Somebody asked, who appoint ambassador? Ambassadors are appointed by the presidents. What we have in Kenya is presidents. Those who are good at Googling can check. Whoever head the presidency is the president, deputy, and the deputy president. Those two guys are responsible for appointing anybody who is being appointed in this country. Until recently, when we have a presidential order number 4 that separates the offices. But until then, there was a presidency that was making the appointment. Number 2, I want us to desist from this thing of attacking families. I'm always against that. Let us avoid the families. If you want a political danger, because in those families, June Ruto she's a Kenyan. Where do you want her to get job? From Yemen or from Syria? She must get job in Kenya. Raila Odinga Jr. is a Kenyan. He must get job in Kenya, not in Iraq or Iran. Muigai Kenyatta and the Uhuru Kenyatta's kids, those are Kenyans and they must get job here, either in public or private. They are Kenyans and they must have the fighting. I know they have advantage of their names because Kenyans, we create names to push us through. We call it soft landing huku kwa ghetto. Ati akina nani walipata soft landing kwa maisha. Yeah, that is the difference. Some people get soft landing, some people get hard landing like us. Now we still push through, but we are all Kenyans. Hapa tu ndio kwetu. Hakuna mahali tutaenda kutafuta kazi mahali kwingine na tukikufa tunakuja kurudishwa kuzikwa hapa. So let us avoid these issues of family. I had my friend Samilong and my age mate struggling to explain what a bottom-up is. Samilong, in any economic model, they always look at the economy of a country for you to have that. In US, China, UK, they can talk about, and Russia, some part of Russia, they can talk about bottom up because those countries are developed countries. The question I asked somebody the other day to explain to me how a bottom up model can work in a third world countries like Kenya, in a third world, mark the world third world. Yeah, don't just go like a sheep told bottom up. You think if it can work in US, it can work in Yemen, it can work in Kenya, it can work in I saw another country in turmoil, in Tunisia, it can work in Miami. It can never. Those economic model always goes with the GDP and the economic development of such countries. In a country where where we don't have manufacturers like Kenya, it will be like a bribe. You are bribing maybe the people of Baringo who has no manufacturing in that area. You will bribe them. The problem we have in this country is the bottom up, the unbecoming bottom up we are discussing, which Moi was using. Centralizing everything in Nairobi goes down to the village with millions of shillings and give you some. Hata tulikuwa tunaokotaga tukiwa wadogo. Somebody asked me, money, hizo pesa tulikuwa tunaokota zilienda wapi wakati ya Kibaki? Because Moi used to work with money, money bag. Moi was a money bag. If you are his friend, he gives you a land. Yeah? If that is the kind of a bottom up you guys are talking about, then you are taking back to Missouri where we have departed. Yeah? What we need to do is decentralization. What Magufuli tried to make in Tanzania. Tanzania, they always say we will move the capital city from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. They said it until Magufuli came to power and the offices were taken back there, even the office of the president. It was very unfortunate that from 1963, Uhuru slept in Kisumu State Lodge for the first time. That facility has been there year in, year out, like 4 presidents, with one staying in power like 20 years. 20 years is like 2 presidents inside it. None of them never set the foot in that state lodge. It's very unfortunate. We have the facilities. They have been killed. There are facilities in Turkana. I watched a documentary where there is a town that is dying in Turkana, another one dying in Budalangi called Mau Mau. If we can evolve and make use of those, then we will talk of a bottom up. But where we will have a president of William Ruto centralizing everything in Nairobi, keeping his fellow Kalenjins in rural areas without anything, goes there and dishing money. Tell them you do border border. Those who are doing border border, do border border. Those who are selling mboga, sell mboga. I'm giving you a 10,000. That is a bribe. That is not a token. That is a bribe. That is not even an economic model. Let us reason well. If you want to do economic model, increase the base by the taxpayers. If you want to increase the taxpayers, simple and clear. Let's have those TVETs. Ruto is bragging that he initiated when he was a minister of education. Those TVETs, when those guys are trained, let them have job inside Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Wasingishu. So that when you go and tax these people, you get money to build economy from down moving up. But when you will centralize everything in Nairobi, somebody finishes high school thinking of going to Nairobi to look for job opportunity and then preaching for us a bottom up. Maybe ni ile bottom up Musalia Mudavadi was telling us ya kuweka chupa upside down. Hiyo ni ya pombe. But in real sense, if you go to even those countries we call US have 50 states. each and every state is equal to each other. You cannot say you go to Florida today, somebody who's staying in Texas is more equal than you. But in Kenya, if you are staying in Nairobi, I'm very sure, even if I'm struggling to my meal, I'm better than somebody who is staying in Wajir. I'm better, like 10 times. And if I go there, mimi ni mdosi. It is true. And then what are we speaking about? I'm coming here to suffer, kulala kwa nyumba ya mabati, na nikienda Wajir, mimi ndio bazenga ya kununulia watu vitu, bazoo, and they are looking at me as an angel from Nairobi. We will not build economic, those bottom-up economic you are talking about. US can, because they have equalized everything in every corner of that country. Even if there is no equality, there is something that looks like equality. In Kenya, if it is the difference between Nairobi and let us even take a nearest country like Makueni, which maybe is just like less than 10 kilometers from Nairobi, it is totally different. If you just, that's why we call Machakos outskirt of Nairobi, outskirt of Nairobi. Yani past Mlolongo. Uko Ushago. It is only Mlolongo coming this side, you call it a town. Yeah, my friend, bottom up has never worked in a third world country. And if there is a third world country, Samilong, you are good at Googling. Do a Googling. You can do a Googling from here to next year, even 100 years. And I want you to give me just one nation which was a third world country. Let us say in 1960, it was a third world. They use a bottom up where they centralize everything in their capital city, and they have only one capital city. Some countries have two, like South Africa. They have 2 or 3 capital cities. Yeah, Tanzania have 2. Yeah, but Kenya we have 1. They only centralize everything.
Excuse me, Ayaga. Ayaga, camera is so that others can talk. I can see the moderator is not there, so we have to sleep.
Yeah, I have like 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, summarize.
So
in 2 or 3 minutes.
Was asking give me an example of a third world country that uses a bottom up to develop and have a fair opportunity for its citizen in the recent future. Because in past futures, I don't think you cannot mention China. China used what Raila was talking about, where you use the people to manufacture, not bottom up. Bottom up is a model, a good model for development countries. But for third world, never. If there is, give me. I'm a good learner. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. Who hasn't talked? Duke.
There's Duke and community.
First of all, I have a question to Ayaga. What do you mean
Duke,
by
you have 1 minute for the question and 5 for your presentation. 6 minutes.
My question is, Ayaga is saying that bottom up is centralization of resources. How do you come about that? Under which definition are you using to say that bottom up is about centralizing resources?
Duke, you never had me. I gave an example of how can a bottom work in a country where we have centralized everything in a certain region called Nairobi environment, where we only have our all assets in Kiambu. You know, if bomb hits Nairobi, Kenya will be back to 0.0. If atomic bomb hits Nairobi today, Kenya will be back to 0.0. Let us now look it in that angle. If an atomic
Ayaga,
bomb
you're forgetting something. Ayaga.
Kenya 0.0. Our GDP will be 0.
Ayaga, you're forgetting something. Apart from being the bottoms-up economy, the deputy president has also categorically and clearly stated that the economy is going to be segmented, and we are going to customize solutions depending with the region's wants. That is why Ayaga, the other day, the deputy president was meeting with the people from the leaders from Coast. The other time he was in Central, he met the leaders. The bottoms up economy can work because one of the reasons why they opted for bottoms up economy is the need for decentralization of these monies, right? This money to go directly down there. Si ati maneno hii ya kusema ati kwamba now that you see if a wrong is done for all that time, now is the time to correct it, and the way to correct it ni kuteremsha pesa. Apart from hii channel ya devolution, let us also create this other channel that goes directly to the economy down there. See eti kwamba now we have to expect that all the government money should come from these offices ati specifically from political seats. No, the reason for also another reason for bottoms up economy ni kwamba we create this other channel ya money itoke huko, si story ya trickle down kwamba inatoka kwa ofisi ya juu inaenda kwa ofisi ya region, inaenda kwa ofisi ya sijui nani ya nani, by the time ifike imekuliwa yote. That you're forgetting that you're only focusing on the word ama the term bottoms up peke yake. Hiyo ndio kenye nyinyi mnataka ku dissect, but I've heard people saying here ati hakuna policy. What other policy do you expect apart from clearly being told that a minute that there's going to be specific and customized economical solutions to each region? That is why it is categorical kwamba watu wa bodaboda watashikana wakuje with a proposal saying this group, apart from having bodabodas, we want to put a Nissan on the road so that it give us something. Our mama boga, they will come together and say we want to open a savings account, ama we want to buy a car, or we want to farm ourselves directly the products that we'll be selling. Why is nobody talking about all that? You're only focusing on the word bottoms up only. Thank you.
Okay, let me also give my submission as we wind up. In regard of today's topic is about was it regards of Kenyatta, or rather the performance of Kenyatta, the opinion indicating that he does well in infrastructure. For me, I can say yes, we can see some changes in infrastructure. We were not having SGR, and there is a lot of roads which have been done. However, if you give any person money, he can do something. For instance, if you give me 10 million, I can build a house. So we have to talk about the sources of money which was used to execute those infrastructural projects. That's the SGR and roads. We are aware that when Kibaki left the government, we were having a debt of 1 trillion. And now we have 7 times. That is, we are up to around, we are approaching 8 trillion. That is 7 times more. Therefore, that is not proper running of the government. Yes, you have built those infrastructure, but at what cost? So if Kenyatta was to do very well, he was actually to source funds properly. For instance, most of Kenyan taxes do not get into the treasury. Kenya only collects 60% of its taxes, and that one which is collected, half of it does not get into the government covers. Therefore, it is like having projects at double or triple costs, which Kenyans will pay for decades of years to come. Then regarding what Ayaga said about bottom-up approach, you know, the issue with some of you is that you miss the definition of bottom-up approach. So first of all, you have to understand what's the meaning of bottom-up approach. The person who has come with this bottom-up approach is one Ruto, and he has defined it. So why are you trying to define it in your own way? Because he is the one who will become the president and have the instrument of power. Therefore, if somebody said, I'm going to do X, he has to explain what's X.
Wait,
Then
Ruto,
if that person has explained that,
Duke.
yes, yes.
Ruto anasema bottoms up ni nini?
What? Come again?
What is bottom?
Ruto ameelezea what is bottom up approach.
Yes, he has been asking that question several times.
No,
Actually, more than 10.
ameelezea ni nini? Unajua unasema Ruto amesema ni nini?
Yes, what is let me define it. What it means by bottom-up approach is about focusing on the needs of those at the bottom of the pyramid. You are giving opportunities to those who do not have opportunities. That is about what's bottom-up approach. It's not giving money to the poor. And bottom-up.
Uko na nini Ruto akielezea hivyo?
Yes.
Iko wapi? Tuwekee link hapo. Kizito.
You know,
I just wanted to
Kizito, go ahead.
I just wanted to remind Duke that what is running away from is what even Ichungwa just was trying to explain. Ichungwa said, Mama Mboga, who is getting 2,000 to go and buy sukuma wiki to come and sell. Now they are going to give them 100 or 10,000, let's say, so that they sell at a rate. The question is, what you are trying to explain to us is to give handout. You give Mama Mboga. How will you retrieve this money back? What if you go, you find the Mboga is there, they are all dried. What will you do? Is there any security for this thing? Does it really make sense? Like somebody, let's just argue like people who can do business. When you take you go and borrow Eurobond. You go and divide for everybody 100,000. Then they tell you, we bought our mangoes, they all got spoiled. We bought our tomato, they got spoiled. How will you retrieve back this money and how will you pay? Are you not going to give the burden of tax to those people you never give?
You know, you are reducing the definition of bottom-up something small.
No,
so that's not what bottom-up approach means. It means giving opportunities to people. Those are at the bottom of the economic pyramid. And that can be done in several ways. You can avail funds for them to access funds so that they can start business. For instance, if you have a waste of
Kizito, unmute your mic.
I'm trying to say that bottom-up approach is not about giving money to individuals. It's about
you see, Duke, whatever you are talking is the opposite of what your people are saying.
Who are my people?
Actually, Ruto is on record akisema atachukua 100 million, atakuwa anapea everybody 100,000, sijui what. Hiyo pesa wapi? Kwani usikizi story zake? Si I always post the story zake.
What he said is this. He said he will top up 100 million to each constituency, which will be like a Weso fund. Is the Weso fund given to every person? So it's about increasing a fund which
So
businesses.
what is new? Kama analeta Uwezo Fund, si Uwezo Fund is there already.
But the West Fund is too small. It's like each constituency gets like 10.
Nani amechukua Uwezo? Ushaisikia Uwezo Fund imechukuliwa ikaisha? You can't say imeisha.
No, what I'm trying to say is not enough.
Kama unataka kufanya kazi ya Ruto, just get information from Ruto mwenyewe. Hautakuja uchange whatever he is saying in a broad daylight. In a broad daylight tuanze kusema eti sijui atasaidia. So hata Ruto anakuja kusaidia some selected few. Ama anasema anasaidia everybody.
No, what is trying atasema, as he said that he will bring 100 million to each constituency and then be divided equally to each individual in each constituency.
To mama mboga, to bonda bonda, to what equally.
No, atasema hivyo. He is trying to say we're going to empower to them, but he has not said that those money will be divided equally to each person in every constituency.
Basi hujamsikiza, you have never listened to him.
So anasema aje, anasema each person will give money.
You have not even listened to his even brigade, kina Kimani Ichung'wah, kina Moses Kuria, kina nani. Hujawasikiza because wewe unakaa tu na kuja kuongea kama usikizi what your people are saying.
Nimesikia, I've listened to what they have said. What you are trying to say, he has said he's going to give people, he has not said that he's going to give each person money. He said he will give 100 million to each constituency, which can be borrowed by those who have small businesses. Like the boda will have in groups and then borrow, and then they can expand their business. He has not said that those amounts will be divided to each person, as you are trying to put it. That's what I'm trying to say.
You.
Yeah.
You have just said, he said he will give 100,000 to every constituency, right?
No, 100 million.
100 million.
Yes,
My
that's what he's saying.
Where is that money coming
The guy stop harassing Duke. God damn it! Stop harassing Duke.
You see, huwezi kuja hapa kuongea tu kama hujasikiza watu mdosi wako anasema.
Hapana, stop harassing Duke.
Mnakuja hapa mnajifanya other media guys wa Ruto wenye hata hawaelewi Ruto anasema nini.
Tunamwambia hajasikiza sijui hajasikiza. Come on Mutembei, go back.
No, Gavuma, but huwezi tupea information totally different na what Ruto is saying kwa podium. Everybody is watching it.
Daktari.
Bibi Aega.
Daktari, 100 is like a CDF to every county, every constituency. My friend, who is going to approve that money, and where is that money going to come from? So every county, every constituency is going to have like 200 million. It's like it's going to double a CDF money, while a CDF is well channeled through a constitution, through the law. For is that money going to come from his own pocket or from his friends? Where is the money coming from?
Sasa Yega na Mutembei, you guys are acting like you don't know tuko kwa silly political season. Munajifanya hapa ni kama mjui what is going on over here.
So tunyamaze tupewe propaganda without asking questions.
Of course. Si baba alianza kusema ati sivyo sana sijui nini.
We all know. So in simple unatuambia Ruto anadanganya hakuna kitu kama 100 million hata ajui itatoka wapi. That is just a campaign too.
But I'm equally reminding you that your guy in Tinga came out yesterday with some political nonsense about civil service, something, you know. It's political season. We know this is pure junk. You know that. I know that. We all know that.
So
one minute, please. I just want to answer Mr. Wangungu. Daftari, what you have to know. Yeah, let me just finish Wangungu. Time is still yours, Mr. Wangungu. So you want us to believe that politician will listen just to their lies, because the Baba you are saying, even today when he was speaking, if you always follow Mtembe's channel, he said that even this your music industry can also produce something as an industry, whereby if there's money, we borrow money from Eurobond, we know where to channel it. If it's going to help, Mwangi Waria said something that finished everything from this order of taking money to go and give Mama Mboga. He said that in his constituency, in his country, he has started a circle whereby even the musicians, they are building a story building. If you borrow money, you go and give them, and they have failed to pay, and Eurobond, they want their money back. You can go and take that story building yourself. That's why I was telling Duke that if you take money, you come and give me. I'm in my home area in Awendo, and you come, you want this your money back. I'm telling you, here are the tomatoes I bought, and tomatoes. Or here is the motorbike I bought. There's no road. It got broken. There's no road. Where do I drive it to? Where do I don't have anybody to carry because they don't go to market. There's no markets. There's nothing. What is this money going to? Where will I get this money to pay you back? You've seen Fuliza has been helping people. This Fuliza, how many people have not even paid back? That is why this bottoms up. It has to be infrastructure first. Is when you know where to put your money. So you know where you can get this money back. Because it's not your money, it is not Ruto's money. They are going to borrow the Eurobond just the same way Uru is borrowing. Because you have a strategy, you are going to say, if I don't pay, even right now, if you go to bank, you have to give a collateral that if I don't pay, you'll take this my car. But if you just tell me I'm selling Mama Mboga, I'm selling my Mboga, you come, okay, I use my 10,000, I bought Mboga, and there's no way I can sell them. They are all dry here. What will you do? Will you take this Mboga and go and sell back because it was bottom's economy?
No, can I respond to that? First of all, we are not saying that. Can some of you mute the mic?
Yeah.
Yes, it's not about taking the money which is used for infrastructure and giving to people. You know, in Kenya we have the budget. There is money which goes into every sector. There is a budget for construction. There is a budget for agriculture. All that is there. We are not saying that all that amount in the budget which goes to infrastructure is going to be taken away and then be given to people. No, we are talking about the source of money. You are asking us about Kenyan budget. The government has the budget, but the bottom down approach as is like bureaucratic. It has a wrong procedures where you find that those money passes through many channels and then it does not end into the intended destination. So what you are trying to talk is not about stopping infrastructure and giving rituals. So I think I've answered the question, your question.
Hakuna kitu mejibu hapo, acha kujidanganya bro. Hakuna kitu mesema. Hebu rudia tena ndio.
I don't know why people are, Mimi, I will never sit over here and waste my time trying to explain.
Kaduma juu umesikiza Duke akiongea, umesikia akisema kitu. Assume ni wewe.
I don't know, but Mimi, I'll never sit over here unless these politicians pay me a lot of money to explain pure junk, pure garbage, all of them. Mimi utasikia nikikaa hapa nianze kukuambia bottom up sijui nini. No, I don't think any of them understands what it is. I don't know why they just don't use the, you know,
you see Gaduma unaona last week Dennis Itumbi aliulizwa akaulizwa, okay, tuelezee what is this bottom up. Najua Itumbi alijibu nini? Eti wananchi ndio wataenda waketi chini waandike.
What I don't understand.
And then to make matter worse, Duke anakuja hapa sasa anajifanya yeye ni pro sana. Anaanza kuongea vitu zinakaa zinaenda huku zinarudi huku.
Lakini na wewe umesukuma yeye kwa kona, what do you expect?
Bottom ups, ukichagua Ruto kudhani story ya bottom ups. na yule mtu alichagua Ruto akingojea laptops. Mko the same class.
You see, I think the mistake they are making is try, like we've always done as a country, is try to take something that is falling, you know, and unajaribu kuileta into a country that it is not, you know, like why make it so hard on yourself? Just say we're gonna build an economy where we're gonna focus on the common mwananchi. I mean, me, I think it's simpler than that. Rather than come with all these other terms that even your guy on the top cannot explain. I think I find it amusing. Why not just focus on the simple stuff? Anawaambia watu tutafocus na mwananchi, we'll focus on the TVET, we'll focus on agriculture, because that is what you do.
Kuna jamaa hapa anataka kujiua kwa comment section, anaitwa George Kiprop. Tafadhali bro, unaweza kimbia karibu mahali huko, unachukua rat una meza, tutakuja mazishi, we will do it live.
I don't know that this is not something that should get people really hate each other. We are in a political season. I mean, we're gonna hear a lot of stuff. Hata kama wewe ungekuwa unarani kama
I think Mtembei, Daktari, when ndio umejua politics ya Africa, you are the best person to come and talk, because you find somebody like Duke is suffering to explain. You know, I even left. I was trying to listen to Ichungwa in Citizen right now. They were doing interview. Even how to explain it, it is too difficult. They came out with a slogan that themselves, they cannot explain it. Even now, Mudavadi, yesterday, the way Mudavadi explained it was even more worse. That you bottom up is like, you drink like... Then now they start saying that you are a drunkard. They only turn it to something worse, but it is the same worst thing they are talking.
What is so hard? What is so hard with them saying that our think tank is working on? This is a big time policy. It's going to be a game changer for the country. And we have David, because I mean, no, this is a huge policy. So you can, why not just say that it's work in progress? We are working on it. Rather than just trying to struggle to explain stuff that clearly everybody can see. You don't know what it means.
Daktari.
Yes, sir.
These are experienced economists, and you have ever heard him talking about bottom up. If there is any forum you have heard him talking about, you know, an economist is like a lawyer. You know, when something is coming from in your profession and you know it is wrong and unworkable, you cannot just go and explain. The people who are explaining this are people like Dennis Itumbi. They don't have problem. Even if that thing fails, none of their problem. So Ndi cannot go and explain something that cannot work in a third world country. He will never. He's there, he's quiet, the people are chanting, it's not working. So Duke opposed the creation of 14 counties, like 21. How many are they? That the BBI was proposing. Few constituencies. Yeah. Now today is telling us that and constituencies always have 100 million. So he's proposing that every county will have like 100 million, which means 360 counties times 2. So these people are now telling us that we will create like double the constituencies. It is not workable. If you calculate that money with the cost of BBI, it's even more huge than things they cannot even explain.
No. Actually, the bottom up is more needed in a third world country than a first world country, because in the third world countries where we find the majority are very poor. So we have a lot of disparity in terms of wealth distribution. Therefore, each nation must focus on those at the bottom. Otherwise, we are going to have anarchy and mayhem. What is happening more, for example, in South Africa and Nigeria. In Nigeria, you see people going to a school and kidnapping like 1,000 students. So even we don't address the needs of those who are very poor, even the rich will be affected in the future. You can find a situation whereby people kidnaps your kids because they are very desperate. They are economically desperate. For instance, there was a statistic today where we have more suicides than homicides. What does that mean?
Bado hiyo ni bottoms up unaelezea?
No, I'm just trying to explain the need why bottom-up approach is more appropriate to this nation. So it's very serious actually. For instance, yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
I ask you, give me an example of a country, a third world country like Kenya, where bottom work has ever worked. Ama you guys, you want to use Kenya as specimen?
No, I've given several examples. Bottom-up approach is everywhere. No first world country is not using bottom-up approach unless you don't know what is it. It's about, and I've explained this more than once. For instance, I said, and I gave an example about in the US. The problem with you is that you are dividing bottom-up
Okay,
approach as giving money.
Ndio US unasema inafanya nini?
It has several bottom-up programs. For instance, we have what we call food stamps. We have what I call about grants.
Kuna watu wanasema hapa kwa comment section ulirogo na Ruto na nimeanza kuamini, acha ni highlight their comment. Tuko na economist hapa sasa ametujoin. Sam elezea Duke what is bottom up economy.
Let him have your bottoms up is buttocks up. There's nothing like bottom up. There's nothing like that. It's completely nonsense. It does not exist. Okay, so I know Duke, you will try to make your people look good. But even Ruto himself, even Mutembe is telling us over here, they can't even explain what it is. Kizito, it's true. I've also watched the Citizen interview, and the guy can't even explain what that is. You see, so what I can say is that it's just a political tool to get power, because it's impossible to give 100 million to how many constituency do we have right now? 300. So like it's something that for sure is not going to work. Duke, I'm very sorry. In fact, you'll be coming back here crying. It will not happen. Even if Ruto become president, that bottom up, it's something that will not happen. We know for a fact. So what I can tell you is that we have. I do agree with what Wangogu was saying. I think is here. Like they're just using it to to make people happy, to make people like Duke very happy that now they're talking about issues, but in reality, those things they can't work. And I've heard you've also mentioned about the US about food stamp. So that means you're telling me that bottom up is only about the handout, okay? Because in the US, we still have people who they complain about these people being given food stamp. They're saying, why this guy refusing to go to work? Okay, for example, like in the United States, people, they've refused to go to work because of being given, being given food stamp, being given accommodation by the government, like public housing, until the employers, they've been complaining. We've got 9 million jobs in the United States that cannot be taken by people because they've refused to go to work because the government is giving them money. You see what I'm saying? So if you tell me about food stamp, food stamp, like,
are you trying to say that food stamps are given to people who are not working? Who qualify for food stamps? There are those who are working.
I don't qualify for food stamp. Most people, they don't work. The people who are given food stamp, they refuse to go to work.
No,
They
no,
find
no,
it,
no. There is those who earn very low. They are the one who qualify for food stamps.
my
There is
friend.
income. Yeah.
No, you. I think you really need to go and check it. Like, I know these are the things that I do. I've seen the data. I have seen it's completely like not helpful to give people, to give people like handouts. Like they refuse to go to work. You've got the employers. There are 9 million jobs. I'm not even joking. 9 million jobs cannot be taken right now in the United States because some people, they are saying, oh, I think I can make more money by getting this money from the government. You see, leave alone just food stamp, because food stamp, it's not even the main issue. We've got even like the way they're just being given money like every time, being given free accommodation, you know.
So what I was trying to say, that's one form of bottom-up approach. For instance, in the US, if you talk about grants,
it's a handout. That's what you're saying.
That's what you're saying. Can you somebody mute the mic so I can speak? So I'm saying bottom-up approach can be implemented in many ways. For instance, in the US, there is what you call study grants. Some students are given free money for them to study because they earn retro. So it's like you are trying to empower them to have education because they cannot afford.
Are you in the US, first of all?
No, I'm not there, but I know. So,
because what you're saying, it's not what Ruto is actually saying, actually. Because if you're saying that students are being given money, I've got people here in the United States. They're crying out they're going to pay back that money because they went and got some useless degrees that they can't even get the jobs that they are able to do to pay back that money to the government. So I don't even know what you're talking about because
I've talked about grants. Do you know what's a grant?
Yeah, I know what a grant is.
So
but
do you
that
pay a grant back?
is not helping. That
No,
grant
don't pay
is
a
not
grant back.
helping.
It's grants paid back. Sam,
You
are
see-
grants paid back? That's my question.
Can
So
I say something?
don't confuse what I'm trying to say.
No, I know what is a food. Well, let me ask: is food stamp grant? Is that a grant?
No, I talked about study
Food stamp
grants.
is not a grant. Now you're talking about grant because you're so confused. You don't even know what a bottom up is. Now you say food stamp. Now you're saying grant. So you're just all over the place. You don't even know what you're saying. But the grant is not helping the common students here in the United States. It's not. Because if it was, I could be getting at least one person telling me, oh my God, Sam, the grant has helped me to reduce my debt. Okay? And then let me also ask you another question. Okay, let's assume Ruto will be able to give them those things, right? So where's the money coming from? You just said it.
The money, where does the government get money from? We have a budget which works. So the money will come from the budget of the government.
Oh, the budget. So why right now in Kenya do we have a budget deficit? If you're saying the money is there, so why do we have a budget deficit? They can't even afford. They can't even afford to give all that money. So where's the money coming from?
Even the US has a budget deficit. What we are trying to say is about the way that amount is spent. So you cannot have a budget which gives rich people more money. So we want it to so that common people get.
But Duke, do you see what we are trying to tell you, that this so-called policy is so confusing, is so mixed up with so many other things, and that is why I don't even blame you. That is why it's so difficult to explain it. It's so mixed up in so many things because there is tax policy involved. You know, there's the whole thing about government funding. You're talking about you are scattering all over the place, and that is why Ruto is doing us a disservice.
The reason is we are not giving me time to speak. When I'm speaking, I see many people interjecting. So can you give me like 2 minutes to explain?
I was talking and then you came in and interfered. It was actually my turn. I was talking. But because you're so emotional, you cannot explain what bottom up is. So if I try to say something which is factual, of course you will come back jumping. And then you bring food stamp, you bring grant, you bring, and I don't even know what else
You
you're
will not
going to
get my
bring.
statement. Can I speak? Give me just 2 minutes to explain.
All right,
I
you
say
can explain.
bottom-up approach is about, it's just from the definition of the term, bottom-up. You are trying to address the needs of those at the bottom. And that can be done in several ways. One is giving employment opportunities for those who are unemployed. That can be bottom-up approach, that you are trying to address the needs of those at the bottom. And
Where
that
the
can be done in
jobs?
several ways.
Where will the jobs come from?
One, it can be done, for example, in education. For instance, if you make sure that the secondary education is free, you find that every person is able to acquire education. That's bottom up. There is some people who cannot afford to pay school fees. So bottom up is a broad definition. It does not give one thing. That's why I was giving several examples in the US. I talked about food stamps. I talked about grants. That's what we call Medicaid. All those are those who qualify for those which I've just named. They have to earn below a given amount. For you to qualify for Medicaid, for you to qualify to have a study grant in the US, for you to have what you call a food stamp, you have to earn below a given amount. So is that those programs are channeled to those at the bottom. So bottom-up approach is approach. So that's
okay, Duke, where's the money coming from? Can you tell me one of US? Where in the US, where's the money coming from? Here in
the
the
money
US,
comes from the budget. You know, there is a each year that we have a budget which we work with. So
no, in the US, no, you are explaining US like you know so well. So where's the money coming from in the US? Those things that you're saying, where's the money coming
comes from the government. It's called the government.
No, and where's the government getting the money from? That's what I'm asking. Where are they getting the money from?
Borrowing, everything. There is universal ways.
In Kenya, you want us we raise more taxes so that we are able to do those things in Kenya. That's what you're telling me? So we raise more taxes. So
no,
that
it's not about raising more taxes. The current budget we have, it concentrates on those at the top. That's, for example,
Give me an example. Who are those people at the top?
For example, if we have money for the Ministry of Agriculture, it's given to that ministry.
And then where do they take the money?
That amount does not go into some rural areas. But if we, for example, we say we want this money to go directly to areas which do farming, and then, for example, we develop irrigation infrastructure, you see that? Direct in rural areas, without going to Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture, and then people take roots from there before it gets down.
Okay,
so that's what I'm trying to say.
What are they doing now? What are they doing now?
What they're doing now is that money goes to ministry and it does not trickle down.
Sam, can you give me 1 minute, one of your minute, please? Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Mr. Duke, stop lying to us, please. Here, we are in the country where I am. Bottom up is working because here you get, if you're not working, you get money more than even the person who is working. And who are suffering, the people who are suffering are we people who go to work. We pay more tax than people who don't work. And they get money, they get their food. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Kizito, it was your phone. Duke, I'm asking you,
Thank you
when this Ministry of Agriculture, they get the money, where's the money coming from? Where are they taking the money? Where is it coming from? And where does the money end? Who become the recipient of that money?
The recipient, what I'm trying to say, when money goes to multinational or big companies or corporation or parastatals, we have the cartels who are able to access the contracts within the large corporations where a common individual cannot reach. Then you find there is actually like entrepreneurs, and that money does not get into that.
And who are those entrepreneurs? Can you tell me who are those entrepreneurs?
I'm talking about cartels. Every person knows what those.
Who are those cartels? Who are they?
Sam, sorry, can I interject, please, just for a minute? Kindly allow me to interject 1 minute. Sam, You cannot be asking Duke questions instead of giving us the way forward, what you know. When now you must give us your economic the program that you are planning to, the way to which you are planning to take Kenya forward. Why am I saying this? Amani Party for ANC, they have said they are going to reduce the taxes and I don't know, increase reduce some things in the to ease the standard of living. But how do you do that? Still, they cannot give that explanation. The issue here is about the bottom up. It's very, very simple, but we want to complicate these things. The government of Kibaki, there was this what we call youth development fund. Yani youth vijana walikuwa wanapewa some funds in Equity and some other organizations, like more especially Equity Bank. Most Kikuyus who are rich today, and I can assure you, they got loans which they never repaid from these banks. So today you are just making noise, or you are just arguing about the bottom up. I'm sorry to say this. No, making noise. You are arguing about this bottom up because you want to discredit what one person or one person has brought to us. It's literally kusaidia mtu wa chini. Na Ruto amesema vizuri hivi, ataweka pesa kama vile CDF iko saa hii, kuna CDF kwa kila constituency. Anasema they will put money into the constituencies for that which will be supporting.
Yeah, do you believe it?
I believe it, yes. It's possible. Right now, listen to me. Let me finish 1 minute. When you can ask, do I believe it? What do you tell me which you want me to believe? You are not telling me anything. I have to believe on what, at least there's a projection of what's to be done. And I have seen it during the time of Kibaki. People who took those loans, they became rich up to this time.
Who are those people, Just don't say people. Who are those people that you're saying?
My friend, I think you are not in Kenya, so you don't know what's happening there. What I can tell you, we all know. Excuse me, give me a minute. Let me finish and then you will continue. We all know what happened to those people who got some loans during the Kibaki era, and they are doing well. So what if we have these same loans in the next coming government, which is going to be the hustler nation, to the people down there on the grassroots? They will be uplifted. So let us not discredit that. Let us try to see how, because even to reduce the taxes, you have to have a way of getting some resources to the people first. You cannot reduce the taxes and then people are doing nothing.
ENM, you have to be factual as well. When you're mentioning people, you give us example. You tell us this is the loan they took, these are the business they did, and
I have told you. Listen to me, Sam. I have told you this. During Kibaki era, there was some fundings from Equity Bank for the youth. Youths took loans. The ones who came together like groups. They took loans.
Examples. Which one?
Which example do you want?
What business did they do? What were they doing? Agriculture? What were they doing? What are those companies? Where are they right now? What happened?
Before Kibaki, an individual who was to qualify for a loan, you have to be in a payroll. But after Kibaki, there were several financial institutions and individuals who were qualifying to have loans just by providing your bank statements or by just giving the details of your business, and you see the revenues it generates up to now. Initially,
which one? Be factual. Don't just talk theories. Don't just say things. Be factual. Who are those people? What businesses were they doing?
Even during Kibaki time, there is nobody who took loan akakosa kurudisha. Mbona mnadanganya hivyo?
Mutembei, please. Wacha kusema uongo, Mutembei. We know these things.
Okay,
the problem with ENM and Duke, they're just talking, they're just saying things. They can't even give examples.
Even kwa comment mnaambia tajeni group moja. Why should you lie? Eti watu wakachukua loan
Mumbe is
wakaenda
asking, what is an example of youth groups? You need to tell us. Who are those one? Mtuambie tuone hao ni kina nani wamekuwa billionaires?
Yani you think you can just support your guy by bringing up propaganda here, propaganda there.
No, shida yenu when you are talking,
Wewe
you give a lot of
you
propaganda, you don't
ulichukua
give a
loan ukakosa
specific
kulipa.
example. Recent
Ulichukua loan
first
ukakosa kulipa.
but when those
Oh,
with
acheni
are speaking,
hizo, acheni hizo.
Hizo ni mauongo, Mtembe, unajua hivyo. Hizo tu, those are lies, you guys. You're just saying things out of the blues. You don't even know what you're saying. Huh? And kuna youth group, they were given money.
No,
I don't know this one.
For example, let me ask you, Sam. For example, you have said the bottom-up approach will never work, as if you have traveled into the future and back. So that's can you why?
No. Okay, me, I don't believe. You tell me, how will it work? You've not explained it. How will it work?
Yes, it's better, but you have said it will never work. Have you traveled to the future and then back? That's what you can call propaganda, because you have said it will never work.
I use logic. I don't use emotions. I use logic to think. You're using emotion because
also we are
I don't know. If I say something, you jump, right?
Sam and Duke, sorry. By the time I got the chance, there was a call. Sorry for that.
Yeah,
but I wanted to explain. I wanted to explain to you this thing. Bottoms up is working in countries like Europe because people who are not working, they are being paid. Their house, they pay for you your house. They give you money. They have calculated and know how much you eat per day, and that money you will get it. After getting it, the government is making sure that they have searched for work for you to go and work. So they are getting, and nobody is evading tax. But we know very well that in Africa, you will get this your money, that loan. You go and put it in that place you open in this open air market. The kanjo will come. You will never pay anything, or you will pay, and you will not pay exact amount of money that he want, and he's putting that in his pocket, and it disappear. Which means the more you will pump that money in that bottom place you want, it will go. It will never come back. There's no tax you will get. Like Ichungo was just give me 1 minute. Ichungo was explaining that you borrow loan, you go and give them, then you get more people to pay tax. I'm 100% sure here in this in Europe or in any place they get this money, in each and every town, the devolution is working there, whereby each and every town, they make sure their companies, their infrastructure, there are so many places that you have to work. If you go to supermarket, even to buy sweet, you have to pay tax. If you want to buy an apple, there's no day you will go to a farm and even pick an apple from a tree, because this tree you are picking, the farmer is the one to pay that tax for that farm. Every place, every farm, it is being paid. They pump their money in farming, but the produce is for them, and they make sure they've bought all your produce. So you get everything. The only thing you'll get is only the profit. They have organized it. Tell me, can you explain to us how, even if you pump money, just take for a little example, in this just 10 years, we borrowed money, we wanted to build Kamwarer or Aror Dam. For example, I don't quote Ruto, I don't quote anybody. That money, I'm just quoting it because it's the one that we spent money and it disappeared, even the case is not there. So I was asking, if such kind of dams, such kind of budget we put for stadiums, for laptops, what I saw in the schools that people were being given, they are tablets that you buy for 100 shillings.
There are tablets that cannot even sustain battery for 1 day. So why do we force something that is not? It's what Sam was trying to tell you. It's not forcing you to believe. You know, we Africans or we people who are supporting UDA, we want to force people to believe that this thing can happen. And the same Wangungu explained to you people very well that these are just sweet words. Like if you go to seduce a woman, you will even brag the way you are a chief engineer, you are what, but in real sense you are nothing. Even maybe you borrowed a t-shirt. Let us speak facts the way Sam was saying. Talk with facts. You also as a reasonable person who went to school, ask yourself, if I borrow money, I borrow 10 shillings, I want to go and buy tomato. Somebody else, the mic is on, please. When you want to go and buy tomato, you expect a profit, then where you borrowed money, you have to take it back. But here in Kenya, before you people, your programmers, you gave us even example of Fuliza. The same Fuliza that has been tried in Kenya. How many people have defaulted not to pay even Fuliza? Until they've come up with this shame thing.
14 million.
Yeah, you see, it cannot work. But we want us to believe that now we go and give them money.
The reason why they are not focusing on words because but this man is
Please let us have one person so that the other people, if your mic is on, can we please switch off our mics, please? Then we get one person. There's one mic that is on, please.
Which is mine.
There's somebody that
you can talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Me, I also want to contribute. This issue of bottom up is just like saying let's take money to the less privileged. For example, when you say you want to empower farmers, you take money and give them subsidies, and it should be for them to grow maize or to grow food, so that they may be able to sustain farming. When it comes to borders, in fact, it also comes to the government should provide incentives for people to be able to own those motorbikes. The government should provide incentives, or you remember even when we had the youth kasi kwa vijana. I did not mention Raila because I did not say that he did anything. He messed it up. I did not say, but the issue is the government. What Ruto was saying, the government should recognize the person who is struggling from the bottom. It should not be about all the time investing everything in Nairobi, investing everything in the top government, investing everything, or bringing up issues of sharing seats within these big people, and we know we know that Ruto has given us the way he wants to run this country, the bottom-up economy. The last time in 2017, I remember, there was one faction of the political divide who their slogan was Nasa Hawa. I don't know how that would have grown the economy. The other one was Tialala. What? I don't know how that was going to grow the economy. So let us not say we bash the bottom up economy, and as if we have tried it in Kenya, and it didn't work. After all, in this government, I mean, this country is just less than 60 years after independence. We are still growing. So this new model of bottom up should be tried. We see if it will work. So it's not about the Kenya is guinea pigs to try. Some don't just bash it unless you want to tell us Chalala and Tibim and Wamama hi, hiyo ndio italeta economy.
But wale wengine, those are the ones. Did they grow the economy the way you wanted?
Yeah.
When you voted in the Jubilee, has the economy grown the way you wanted? That's the question.
Can I remind you something? Do you know Kibaki during Moi's government, which was a very which messed this country, was the vice president? Let me remind, maybe you have forgotten. Do you know that Kibaki was the minister of finance? Do you know that Raila was the minister of energy when Tinga was swallowed by Jogo? So let us not think that we have a better solution from unless these are the same people. These are the same people. There is no difference. So when Kibaki came,
but let me ask you, when did Ruto join government? Let me ask you that.
Okay, let me. I wanted. That is why I wanted to remind you.
No, when did this? No, just tell me when did he join politics?
Let me tell you. You cannot anything happening in this country. You cannot blame Ruto unless you want to tell me Kibaki should have been blamed, but for messing up.
No, why are you not answering my question? When did he join politics? Do you know the year?
You know, Sam. He has joined before. I saw there's something. There was a caption I saw in 1995. In 1995, when he contributed 50,000 shillings to a church. That's as much as I can remember. By then, it was like contributing 5 million baht. So I'm saying,
you know what I'm trying to tell you is we should not be here blaming people. They've been here for long, because even Ruto and Raila, they've been in the government the same time, right? So you can't just tell me that out of the blues that somebody can just come and then they get another way of dealing with the economy, and then you believe them. You say, oh, now.
So you guys, can one person talk at a time, please? Can you please switch off your mics? Can you please switch off your mics, everybody? Questa, can you switch your mic? Can you switch off your mic, please? Let's be in order. Okay. Let us do it like this.
The problem is that you are not controlling. You are not controlling who should talk and who should follow.
That's why
because now we are waiting here forever.
That's why I've asked them to switch off all their mics. Then we give you time, because when it become only 3 people, then it will be now too much. Let's ENM. Then we go to Mulumbu. Then we'll come back. So we will go around. So Duke, just wait. We go to NM lifestyle. Then we go to Mulumbu. Community.
Thank you so much. Please, can we switch off the mic so I can be able to? Thank you. Let me tell you, my dear friends, and I want to be very honest with you. We are all Kenyans, and we know Kenya is our country. I can say, as my opening remarks, let Ruto not be the president come 2022. But please, whoever takes the government, let him try to embrace bottom-up economy so that to save Kenyans. That's what I can say for now, for the start, because it's better to try that one, the down, bottom up. We all need people down there to at least survive in this country. It's not about Ruto being the president. We want to try that economic model so that if it can help our people down there. Let us not be selfish. It's because it has been brought by Ruto, now it becomes bad. These are the people who want the elections or to be appointed or to be elected. They still don't have a model what they want to do to Kenya. And this is very, very bad. Let us be honest to ourselves. We must face this mountain in the house, point blank, and we must say the truth, call it a spade a spade. You know what? We are suffering as Kenyans where we are living, some of us out here as foreigners. We are hoping if things could be okay back home, then we can go back home. And we cannot continue reasoning like this simply because someone brings something very nice, but because it is someone now, it must be politicized. It becomes something which is so bad. Who doesn't know that if we can embrace those people down there? You know, my friend, you spoke about taxes. Everyone pays a tax. When you buy salt from the supermarket, you already paid the tax. When you bought a combi, a matatu from your place to town, you already paid tax through fuel. There is no way you can afford to pay taxes, and you must take that bus or that combi matatu if you have a reason to go to town, maybe to take your potatoes to the market or something like that. So paying taxes, it starts from when you have something to do. So if people doesn't have anything to do, there is no way they are going to pay taxes. So this bottom-up economy, I can request you, let us not criticize it to the way people are putting in it, making it look like I heard someone today saying ni matako Jew. So a prominent Kenyan saying rubbish, he doesn't even know what he's saying. Let us be realistic. This thing can help us Kenyans if we take it positively, not because it has been brought by Ruto. But whoever takes the government, if we could hear this, like now, when the 2010 constitution came in place, some of us, we were saying no. But because the majority took it by the end of the day, we have seen what the counties as dissolved governments have done into the people, in the villages. Let us try to think positively on these things, and let us try to see how we can make our country better. Not the politics always. I don't want to be talking for a long time because we are many, we will come again. But the truth is, let us be positive, not because so and so say this, now it must be. Let these other people, if they say bottom up is bad, Ruth has been saying this. Let them bring their approach, what they want to do for Kenyans. Let Kenyans choose. But now the fact as it is, even up to now, they have nothing. You cannot tell Kenyans that you reduce taxes. From where they have nothing, you are offering to reduce those taxes. Let me just answer one question.
Can we go to Mulumbu, please? Let's go to Mulumbu. We are coming. So there are so many people who are waiting. They have not talked. Please.
My friend, I thank you so much for giving me this time also to give my contribution over here. As I've said always, guys, when I hear you, some of you talk, I just laugh at you because you are the young generation and some of you don't see. They have eyes, they are blind, they can't see. They have ears, they can hear, but they don't hear. Because when you are telling me about bottom up, I still don't understand. I've been in Kenya. Bottom up, you are telling me, I was in, if somebody can remember, Faulu, Kenya. It was less that bottom up you are talking about, because it was loaning people, mnakusanya vijana, basi mnapewa pesa, mnaenda kufanya biashara. I know what you're talking about. Biashara hiyo, watu wote wanaanguka, kama ni wale wa kuuza sijui nini, in the same business. Watu wali default, mtu kama mimi, kama mlikuwa watu watano, mna support each other. Wengine wanapotea na pesa. Sisi wenye umebaki inabidi ulipe. Bottom up without plan. You have to educate somebody first of all before upatie pesa. You can't just give out money without how it's gonna work. Let me tell you guys, some of you Mumetoka Kenya, mko ng'ambo, mnaona vile vitu vinafanyika, but you go back, you see talk something back there that doesn't help. And yet you are in the other country, unafanya kazi, inasaidia, unaona kitu vile inafanya kazi, but you go back, you don't give your country what is supposed to be done because you are now somebody who is knowledgeable with the out of the country. Mi sijasoma, sina degree, but when I look at things, sometimes you guys speak, it get me sick. Because let me tell you, there's no, I've said this and I'll say again, there's no country on earth that will grow without manufacturing. There's no. Kenya ilikuwa wakati Moi alichukua kutoka kwa Kenyatta, kulikuwa na makampani Kenya ilikuwa imejaa. Watu walikuwa wanafanya kazi kama unaenda Eldoret iko, Webuye iko, unakuja Bungoma iko, unakuja Mumias iko, Kisumu iko, kila sehemu. So you find hata kama unatoka shuleni unataka kuchukua loan, you plan what you are gonna do. Pengine utakuwa unachukua lori yako, unachukua mizigo kutoa Webuye, unapeleka Mombasa ama unapeleka Rwanda, because the manufacturer is working. Hapo ndio sasa pesa ina rotate. The first support infrastructure ndio ita happen, itasaidia Kenya. Factories zenye zilikufa zifufuliwe, watu wapate kazi. Ndio sasa hata ukinunua pikipiki yako utapata mtu wa kubeba, lakini unapewa loan, kila mtu anunua pikipiki, utabeba nani? Unapewa loan, kila mtu anaenda kununua gunia mahindi kwenda kuuza, na utauzia nani? There must be manufacturing to the country. Our country is supposed to be revived to manufacture. I was speaking this and still speaking. Lakini nyinyi mnatuambia at bottom up. Na hatuambii bottom up kitu pesa unapewa. What are you going to do with that money? A country has to be manufacturing so that it can run. For example, angalia, I'm in USA. Every state ina factories. Every state ina factories zinafanya kazi. So hiyo state yenye inafanya nini, bidhaa zinafanywa hapa zinapelekwa California, zinafanya New Jersey, zinaenda Kansas, zinafanya Minnesota, zinakuja DC. That's malori ndio naona hapa wanatafuta madereva kwa wingi. Kazi inatembea the whole night, day and night. That's what we are talking about. Government ingie ifanye plan vile inaweza revive my factories. Kazi ipatikane kwa vijana, ndio sasa hata wewe ukitoka kama unataka kuandikwa, you be able to employ yourself. Hapa Amerika unaweza enda shule, ukishasoma unakaa chini unafanya biashara gani? Si ninunue lori. Nikishanunua lori yangu naweza chukua mizigo from New York napeleka Ohio. From Ohio napeleka DC. From DC napeleka California. From California all of a sudden ananunua lori nyingine, anatafuta driver. Ananunua nyingine, anatafuta nyingine. For example, kuna Wakenya hapa, kama unaenda kwenda Google in Texas, kuna Wakenya walikuja kusoma hapa. Wanne. Mmoja alikuwa anaendesha truck, mmoja alisomea hesabu, mmoja sijui asomea nini. Wanne walikuja pamoja na wakatengeneza kampani yao. Do you know that company ni kubwa sana in Texas? Iko na 300 trucks, 300 trucks. Na vile wako wanne waligawana kazi. Kuna mwenye anaangalia tu vile magari inatengenezwa, kuna mwenye anaangalia vile mizigo inatoka na inakuingia, kuna mwenye anaangalia madereva anakaa na lipa mshahara mna gani. Imeandika what more than, because there is a rotation. Ninyi mnakuwa tukiamba bottom up tu Ruto leta pampu pesa kwa wananchi without any program that hakuna kitu kinafanyika kwa country. Guys, open your minds. Don't be dumped. Open your minds, make sure that our country in infrastructure inataka makampani inataka kuzaa mali. Kama kuna avocado, mwiwe makampani ya kutengeneza avocado. Kama kuna machungwa, kampani ya kutengeneza juice. Kama kuna whatever it is, kama ni ndizi, those companies have to be open. So that jobs zipatikane, zikishapatikana ndio sasa Kenya yaanze kumove. Lakini kama unayopota hapo, itakuwa kama laptop. Ilitoka wapi? Pesa inakuja kama mnakula hiyo pesa yote mnamaliza. Think twice, man. You guys, you are educated. Don't be dumped, man. Watu wale wakosea wamekosea. Niwaambie nyinyi the young guys mnaweza change the country. Na bado mkija hapa mnakaanza kukanganyana asiyo. You make me sick. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you Bwana Mlumbu. Now we go to Basweti. Because I'm trying to look those who have not talked. No, so many of us have tried to say something. Let's go to Basweti.
Good evening, guys. I am in Kenya. That's the reason as to why I've saluted you with that. So thank you for giving me this opportunity so that I can contribute to this topic. I will be very skeptical about it. I don't dispute or disagree, but that the bottom-up approach won't work in this country. But according to my analysis, in a country like Kenya, we haven't reached to a level whereby we can implement the bottom-up approach. We haven't fixed basic things like corruption, has not been fixed. So far, we don't have a well-designed a model of handling the corruption cases in our country. We haven't succeeded that one. And we have so many things we haven't fixed. The basic things, the corruption being one of the thing that is fixed. We have, that's why the BBI was very fundamental in fixing some things which are healing these countries. So this bottom-up approach, the politicians are using to gain the hearts of Kenyans, the William Ruto team, because William Ruto has mastered the how to raise things. Very smart. I agree 100% that he's a very smart politician. He knows how to read the minds of the masses. And then he come up with a narrative which resonates with the people very fast. Like now, the bottom-up approach, because most people taking the into consideration the natural calamity, the pandemic has really hit the people left, right, and center. So people are very desperate. So wherever a politician comes with the bottom-up approach, they want to empower those people who are hustlers. Okay, those people are the lower economy class. I want to empower them by giving them some money to start their business. That thing will sink to the people's mind very fast. But the ignorance of the people, the masses, who are who want to be empowered, is so high. So this thing of you can't know. Okay, I think you remember the story of Idi Amin Dada. Exactly, it's the same story. Idi Amin Dada wanted to come up with a strategy, not a strategy, but an idea of printing money and giving to people. So it's so everyone so that one was very stupid, and I don't know how to put it, but you know, everyone, when you get money, what do you do when you have 100 or you have a million in your under your mattress? You won't go to work, so all activities will remain at a standstill. So actually, it is almost similar. If those things have not been fixed, we will land there actually. So I think for me, the basic things have not been fixed. They have to be fixed first. I agree with Mulumbi. I told Mulumbi 100%. But the economy of a country has to be grown using the manufacturing. It has to be manufacturing. And I think the former prime minister has kept on emphasizing, speaking about it's manufacturing and manufacturing. I think at that point, whoever has a question can ask. I rest my case there.
do you people? We only want somebody anybody who have a question. A question. Question. Do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Question or contribution?
Question.
Contribution. Okay, let's go to community. Ask your question and then contribute. Then we go to question.
No, me, I want to contribute. If there's someone who want to ask a Basweti question, they ask, then I contribute.
Yeah, can you please contribute? They can write it down because the two people have talked throughout. So we go like this because Kiama is also waiting. When they start asking, it will not finish now. So let's go to contribute. We go to Kiama, then we give Rebirth, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kizito, for giving me this very opportunity, and also the panelists who are here, plus Mtembei for bringing this forum for us in order to be able to air our views. Now, in fact, in regard to this matter of bottom-up approach, in fact, this model has really given people a lot of headache, because even the author, that is William Samoei Ruto and his team, plus even D, they are not coming out clearly. You know, that is why we are trying to dig deeper into what is this bottom up. But for us, at least, we went a little bit to school, and we got some education. But I'm worried to Mama Mbogas and those people who did not get a proper education. If for learned people, this bottom-up approach is giving headache, what about those who did not go to school and then they order themselves? Because I saw, in fact, I saw, was it yesterday, Mwaura, in fact, he tried to vamble here and there about this bottom-up approach, and then he flattered. Come to, there was another lawyer, you know, there was a conversation in Assistant TV, which was talking about this bottom-up approach. And then there is a lawyer from Kalenjin community who was there with Mr. Lee and also Sifuna. These two,
Koech. It's called Koech.
Yeah, Nelson Koech, yeah? Exactly, yeah. They didn't give us proper information. I'm hearing today even Ichungwa himself, who was a finance committee in parliament, even he has flattered. So in fact, and it is not bad, where is EMM? It is not bad for us to discuss about this model, because right now it is William Samoei Ruto who is now a front runner, and who has given us his model, or now he is going to help us in terms of making sure that Kenya, our economy grow. But these others, the likes of NASA, there is a big problem, because nobody has come out with his or her intention to run. So that is why, if William Samoei Ruto has come already with his model, it is good for us to discuss, because we want to know truly, will this thing work? But for bottom-up approach, in fact, my brothers and my sisters, if the others, they don't come out and give us
a clear picture on it, then this thing cannot work, which means William Samoei Ruto has to again come with another economic model before 2022, so that we can be able to look at it again, and it will be, in fact, it will be too late. Now, for Mr. EMM, I want to ask you one question. Because for you, Mr. Duke and Mr. Ole Sogok, you know about this bottom up. Now, this is the time of the pandemic. Let's say William Samoei Ruto gave the 290 constituencies 100 million each to guys. Corona has come. It has hit hard. Where will the people who are given, let's say, that money, that 100 million, will get money to repay back? Because already business have been flattered. You see now, that is why, in fact, we are trying to say that it is good to empower someone by ensuring that also young people, we are supposed to ensure that these young people, they are self-dependent. So the issue of manufacturing, me, I give it a very big tick, because look what happened to Singapore. Before Singapore became the Singapore we know right now. In fact, what the very first leader of that company, after getting independence, what they did, they took all bright young men, and then they sent them to the United States of America to get education in matters concerning to industrialization, maybe matters of healthy sector. And then after these young men gaining this knowledge, they came back to Singapore, and then the government used these bright minds to drive Singapore from third world to first world right now. But in our country, we are trying to say that let us give our young men and women money. Now, where will this money come from? Whereby right now fighting corruption is a big problem. In most of all these four presidents who have already three, because even the fourth president with his deputy, fighting corruption has been a huge problem for them. Now me, I'm proposing whosoever who is coming, be it Ruto, be it Raila Amolo Odinga, be it also any president who is coming, let Kenya go a Magufuli way. You know, when Magufuli took over Church of Tanzania, what he did, he made a special court to deal with only corruptive elements. So after making that court, I tell you, Magufuli, you know, I call him King. I call him the late King John Bombe Magufuli. In fact, there's nobody, even Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, I don't think that he saw Magufuli coming. He never saw him. But that man has died after fighting corruption, 85%. But look, our government right now, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta with William Samoei Ruto, they have fought corruption maybe 2% out of 100%. Reason being, Kenya, we are losing 2 billion daily, while William Samoei Ruto is watching, because he's in government. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is watching, and all those leaders in the government, be it members of parliament, be it MCA, because they are there, because they are the leaders. Now, let me say this, that in fact, right now we have a common enemy who is common to all of us. And this common enemy who we are facing right now, it is these politicians who have failed to fight corruption to the latter in order for our country, Kenya, in fact, to compete globally. Now, to the topic of today, I saw Mtembei as really indicated that Raila taking Mount Kenya. You know, if you have been made every now and then, you want to access a certain building, you are not you are being told now you can't access through the front door. Use the back door. Now, if this back door you've been using to access that building will all of a sudden be closed, what are you supposed to do? Because you want to access that place, you are supposed to create another door in order to gain access into that very building. Now, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, I know he will soon he is going to declare, because he hasn't declared. But I'm very sure most of Kenyans are in fact sending him, like now, if I can be able to say that, you know, once again, you see a frog, you know, chura, when you see a frog during daytime, know that there is somebody where this frog is living is after his or her life. So
There's a snake. There's a snake following.
Yes, yeah. So Raila Amolo Odinga, in fact, after we Kenyans have seen the way maybe Raila Amolo Odinga with the retired president Mwai Kibaki did in their in the era of the last term of Kibaki. So people are trying to tell him, please come out and do what? And ask for votes in order you access that that beautiful building which is at the hilltop. So today, as you saw Raila Amolo Odinga going to the mountain, he is just going there to test the waters. If at all the people of the mountain are going to accept him, because first of all he tried to access through the business community in Nairobi. You saw it. Now he's setting foot at the mountain, and if at all the mountain people are going to allow him access their place, I know very well that Raila Amolo Odinga will be able to give William Samoei Ruto a good run of his resources come 2022. But for us, we are just waiting for everything to transpire as we look forward. There's an echo.
I wanted to tell you, you have around 1 minute to summarize, then you will continue, because if you talk too much, people will forget. Then, exactly, Victor, can you please switch off your mic? And after you, Questa, please prepare.
Yeah. So in fact, as I finish, I'm gonna say that let every leader who are intending to run for the for the top office, in fact, be allowed to access each and every part of the country. They give us their manifesto. We look upon it. We disconstruct that manifesto if it is working, and if it is not working, we say no. So my brothers and my sisters who are for the Hustler Nation, it is not bad for us to disconstruct the issue of bottom up. It is because we have seen that truly this bottom up approach cannot work for those reasons which I have laid before you about the issue of corruption and even heavy taxation, which is upon our heads. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, community. ENM, I know you have a question, but let's give question first. Please write it down so that we have a way that we can go all of us. Instead, we can stay. One person can wait 2 hours.
Me, I'll be very brief. Community has tried to go in cycles, and Kumbe he was trying to take Raila to the mountain. It's all right. So the thing is, this issue of bottom-up economy is still in our mind, because I was thinking somebody, I wanted to ask Mulumbu, but Mulumbu has gone away. So Mulumbu was saying the issue about manufacturing. Manufacturing, Raila, as today, I think he has just started the other day about talking about manufacturing. When it comes to these leaders, like governors, we have 47 governors. If Professor Kibwana can talk, people should listen. Because right now, Makueni, they produce their milk, package it, add value, and they sell it. They have a milk factory. Kibwana also has been able to build a fruit factory, which of course Kibwana can talk about it and say, you see, we can manage this country the way I'm managing his county. All these other governors, what can they put on the table to show us that they have a better model, to show us if they have run using the 15% allocation which they were given, what can they put on the table to show us that this guy, like where I come from Bomet. From Bomet, there's nothing we can show that the two successive governors, Isaac Ruto, the lady who died was better off. She had a vision. But now, this other guy was now who took over after the death of Joyce Laboso has done nothing. A professor in Kericho, Professor Chepkwony, he has done extremely nothing. A whole professor, there's nothing to show us that this we can copy from him. Mutua, the way is handling business in Machakos, I can say, remember when things were being introduced from China, ukipata kitu yenye unataka kutumia in a break, you'll say this was made in China. So that is the way nani is working. Hivyo vitu vitu yenye yani there's nothing you will show us that this is now. You'll find him on top of a woman's or a family's house. Is touching a house. Is trying to put mabati on top. The way I saw a certain guy from Bukoma. I don't know, this MP
Kimilili MP Dismas Barasa.
Guys who go to somebody's people's houses, and then is that the way to work? Such a person can he tell you this is how I want to grow the economy of Bungoma as a governor? M&M, you are not getting me.
And just write the question because we are going like this, please.
Okay.
I'm not asking a question. I'm saying he should raise the volume.
Yeah, he was saying I raised the volume. That's what he should. I saw it. So what I was trying to say is this. Last we've had now these are for the governors who have gone 2 terms. Those are the people who should be telling us, because I've seen most of them, they want to become presidents in this country. Even as we bash Ruto, among these governors, do we have an alternative? These are the guys. You see, I told you about Telala and TBM and whatever. So we are used to these big guys who have been fighting. And there's somebody who said, why don't we interrogate this thing properly? And we interrogate these leaders. And if they are able to show us like that, if we can get somebody else apart from all these guys who are on top, we will be very happy. We will be very happy to take them in. And on the issue on that note, in fact, I don't know how I'll get convinced that this country is not ripe for the bottom-up approach. It's not possible to say that way, because allow me to mention Ruto on what he has.
Yeah, just 1 minute, please.
Yeah, okay. Allow me to give me to interrogate Ruto in the person on responsibilities which he has been given as. I remember when he was a minister of agriculture. That was the best performing ministry during Kibaki's time. That is the Kibaki government. And when he was removed, he was taken to the Ministry of Education, higher education, in fact, higher education, where he introduced these tertiary colleges, which, in fact, even as we talk about manufacturing, the most important people whom we are going to use are the people from technical colleges. In fact, even as whoever will take this country, those are the most important people who will be used. These diploma and certificate guys, people who have hand-on skills, and let us give credit where it is due. So I don't have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you very much, Questa. But I would like to appreciate the fact, due to the fact that you say you come from Bomet, which is in Rift Valley, where you said there's nothing happening, there's nothing that happened. And in Bomet, when you look in this river that is drying now, there is where the agriculture could have happened during the time Ruto was there. I don't want to interfere with that. That one is Rift Valley. Me, I come from Nyanza. I talk on Nyanza. Okay, Kiama, are you with us?
Very much.
3 minutes, please. You know, if your place is black, I don't know whether you are there, so that's why I can pass you. But please, 3 minutes.
Hi Sam, hi everyone. Good. Great. We have been here for the last 5 hours, yeah? Good. And I really appreciate the entire debate. Some of us have spoken. Kizito, you remember, we have gone, others have gone for supper. But I'm going to go straight to Bwana Murumbu. Murumbu has spoken like Mzee wa Kijiji, which I highly respect and I uphold. Sam, I appreciate a lot in terms of you bringing out what happens in the US. I've personally not been to the US. I've been to other countries. I also remember last week I said it. And big things first. How do we shape our country? How do we bring back the lost glory of Kenya that took place or took shape in 1960s and lost its way along the way? To date, we are trying to rejuvenate the same. I cannot
America was number
personally,
three.
I cannot
Britain.
personally say what exactly is
Britain.
happening
Britain.
in terms of
Yeah, they
the
won.
entire conversation. You
Yeah.
can feel. So there's somebody interrupting.
As a,
1
America got
minute.
bronze.
Mr. Mulumbu, can you please switch off your mic, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm saying all along, if you look at the genesis of where we started, Murumbu tried to put us through some kind of shaping and showing us how the US is working. Every state has a particular issue. Initially, here in Kenya, we had a very good organization in terms of the regions. You remember the Nyanza region, the Rift Valley region, the Central region, and all of them were called provinces. And in these provinces, we had deep factories. We had the river Tets, the Mumia sugar in the other side, the tea growing factories in this other side, Kericho area, and everybody was happy. I was not there, right? The Mpeberu Mzungu went. What happened? Factories came crumbling down. So all through, I've had as referring to, we used to where I don't know, the former president did this, the former president did. I'm not going to blame any of them because even you, wherever you are, wherever you see it, you do not control each and everything that happens within you. Because some you'll be shortchanged by them that you trust so much, and others you're going to be betrayed by even your own people. So I'm not going to dwell in them. But looking at what is ailing us today, I'm going to look at the institutions that we have mandated and given the powers to help them that we have leadership and power to where we are today. Because if we are mandated to execute any mandate and then we do not execute the mandate, example, KRA is given a target by the budgetary committee to correct some millions of money. They draw policies, and I'm going to give you a few examples that have already happened in Kenya. And all through the conversation, I've done my back check, and I've seen even the bottom up, or the bottom up approach has been tried even by the current regime. Okay, but the agency itself that was mandated with this failed terribly. Because why? When they came with a lot of force. They met the Mamambogas, where they were supposed to pay 20 shillings. You can check this from the records. They were supposed to pay 20 shillings. And the resistance that the guys got was so huge. Why? They failed in terms of planning. They did not have the enough manpower to execute this, the so-called the tax correction, whatever. It failed. Then what have they done? The next thing is that they have gone an extra mile to meet now the so-called landlords, landladies. They are the ones who are now receiving it. Plus now, another thing that is happening is they are chasing the people in the manufacturing industry. Today, if you're maybe an alcoholic person with a manufacturing alcohol, whether for export or importing alcohol from outside, you find that you have been pegged, or you have guys from the KRA agencies who are almost pegged at your factory. What does that show you? What does that show you? That there is a lot of mistrust between how you pay your revenues and how the money that is being we are expecting from you. So without a proper framework, we will definitely flop, even as a Hausa nation, or whichever legacy is going to come on board. If we do not revive our factories, as we said, if we cannot do a value addition aspect in terms of the produce that we are making, may it be tea, may it be miraa, like I told you in the beginning of the show, that we farm in our place in Meru, we cannot continue. If I'm not full with the tattoo here, then I can maybe go an extra mile. I saw the JQuad guys trying to do some tea from miraa, and they are not empowered. We cannot go far. Those are some of the opportunities. So that if I want to send to Sam and the Murumbos in the US, I can package that, open the market, create job for some guys. But on the other hand, again, where are we heading as a nation? Where are we heading as a world? We're heading towards the digital era. What is going to happen is, like I've seen today, what the US has said, that some of the students that are studying there are so lazy. In fact, they are passing because they're getting write-ups done in Kenya. It is us who are doing this job. Then we are paying a few dollars, and that what does that mean? We are doing the donkey job for people sitting there to pay us for fun. And what is happening is that the US has discovered there's a loophole because they're seeing the rate of transaction into the Kenyan market. And yet the taxman here does not see that. So the US, on the other side, has decided that they are going to start capping down all those kind of transactions until guys pay tax for that particular job done. So you see, they're trying to control on their side, but our government has left the Kenyan person exposed to everything. Every Tom and Dick who wants to come and try anything, Kenyan pap, Kenyan pap. So for me, if that is not taken care of, the online scope, even if we continue installing the entire infrastructure in terms of online, we are not going to go far. So if we have tried all this and we do not empower our institution, even if we try, the manufacturing that of money that one of us has just said here of India Mini and giving it to everybody, even if we give money to everybody, you still see, just like the story in the Bible, there are people who will never utilize that money the way it is supposed to be utilized. So it is up to us to first of all train, educate, and reach our people so that they can see the framework that is there and that is workable. Mambo ya the presidency, I don't know, the President Uhuru, Rigase, matters of Mount Kenya. I'm just going to touch on it briefly because of what I'm saying. They promised us as a government of Jubilee that they're going to empower the youth and gave us a 4-agenda approach. There was health, there was the housing. Today, if I tell you, take me to any housing project that has been completed, nope, none. Today, if I tell you to show me how well the health, and I remember last time Sam was very mad at me because of that health, none. Sam, we are nowhere. We are still writing the policy. Once it's done, I still come back to you here and tell you it's done. That policy for health, it's still there, but not done. We are here, but doing mark timing like police in Kiganjo, waiting for a pass out I'll still insist that because we are mark timing and buying time like we just need to pass over. But deep down our heart, we know it's about politics of interest. And if these people cannot value and bring up the rights that they are saying, then we have every reason for us to impeach them. But who is going to start? Who is going to start? Who is the brave man today? Who is the brave man today to start with a very simple a revolution? Is it the human lives that we see in people like Boniface Mwangi today in the streets, tomorrow out of streets? We cannot proceed as a nation like that. We cannot. We need to have a honest conversation in terms of each and everything we are going to say. Matters of corruption. Matters of corruption. We have so many corruption cases. It just struck me when we talked about the way we need to deal with corruption. But honestly, guys, to be honest, there was you can name them. The agro-leasing, even some of the guys died. So even who are we even taking to court? Yeah, who are we persecuting in the first place? It gets out of hand when we talk too much and less action. We look like a small baby who just pees on a pamper, yeah, and waiting to come and be wiped off by who? We are lacking that integrity from within amongst our leaders who can show that. Okay, for me, I'm just going to ask the panelists here that as we end this conversation, if we look at, I'm winding up, Kizito.
Yeah.
If we look at the schooling matters of the plan that was there, I'm just going to challenge this government and show my concern. Matters of the TVET that they are saying they are going to empower. Fine, they have opened so many schools that I can attest. Thank you for that. But where are the students to take? Where are the teachers to go there? Where are the salaries? They are not there. Okay. Matters of TVET. When it comes to agriculture, there are no markets for our produce. Starting with our tea, our miraa, going to the rec side where you come from, and we are competing with plastic fish from China, which I've eaten once around this area of industrial area without my consent, and then I had a lot of issues with my health. It's so pathetic that we cannot have institutions that cannot defend us fully. So my guys, I'm here with you. If you have any one question, you can ask me, and I really appreciate for your airtime, guys.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask, because it's night and some people have just woken up now, let us try to be minimized. We try to be short and clear. And Joshua, I would like to tell you that free houses, when you go to Ngara or Roma, they are there. But the problem, the same thing you are saying is what Questa say. We as Kenyans, we only blame the executive, but we forget that we elected some MPs who are supposed. But in Kenya, we have got, if I'm arrested now, all Nyanza people will say, mnachukua mtu wetu. That one is what has been hindering the work. Even if it's you who was the president of Kenya, you come and arrest mtu wa Nyanza, and Nyanza people came, God's blessing that. Why do you arrest only person from Nyanza? Why do you arrest mtu wetu? Thank you very much. NM, try to be very short so that we go to Duke, then Sam, then we go back to Mulumbu.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys and the points which are being raised over here. But I want to ask a few, 2-3 questions before, maybe to one to community, because I have been holding these questions. But let me just get in a brief way. Community, you said Singapore took their brilliant guys to the US to start and do all these things as a matter of trying to prepare the country to where it is today. Where did they get the money from? That's a question. You might not have the answer, but that's the question.
Okay, just answer. Just ask. He writes them down, because when we start exchanging, the way it happened the last time. We go like this. Let him write them down. So when his time comes.
In fact, I don't think I need an answer from him. What I wanted to say is this: we already have a budget in Kenya, which the president himself can come out and say we are losing 2 billion per day. So you want to say this money which is being lost, if this corruption, the corruption that is in Kenya is taken care of, there is no way Kenya cannot do anything that we want to do. That's what I wanted to say. Another thing, Mr. Mulumbu said about industrialization. We have all this time, like one of the Joshua said, in fact, in the past, we had companies, industries, Mumias, you can count all these companies. You know what? Kenyans did not benefit from those companies until they went to the ground. Now, this is what the DB is saying. We have tried always, and those companies, those big industries were being funded by the government so as to sustain them to be able to employ young people. There is no place where Ruto or DB has said that he's not going to do to embrace companies or these other things which are going on there. He has only said we have tried that trickle down for quite a long time. Can we give this one a chance also? Because for sure, it reminds me of something like I read somewhere on how to become a millionaire some days back, and then it was saying, if you want to become a millionaire, you have to set higher goals in a way that by the time you do a quarter of the goals which you have set, you could be somewhere. So we are here saying Kenya cannot manage bottom up. I don't know what is hard about bottom up as you see, you guys, but we have to set those higher goals. If you think it's hard, which you cannot understand, that is the way to go. So that by the time we have done a quarter of that the hard thing, Kenya will be somewhere. The reason as to why I'm saying is this is this. Kizito said that one guy came from Pomete, I don't know who was that, or someone, and they said in their county there is nothing. So he says that is good that it's in Rift Valley, and he can see there's nothing which has happened. We don't want leaders, tribal leaders, who goes to that office or to that state house and only focus on their in their backyard, which is where they come from. No, we want a leader who is everywhere in Kenya, who can think of Kenyans. And in Kenya, we must get a leader who will develop, like the reason as why he was bringing up these governors, and even he talked about the Makueni governor, is because you can only be charged by what you have done. We can see as an individual what Ruth has done. As an individual, he has tried to help where he can. But you know, in return, people are making it to be handouts. Today, when we come to the reality of this world, there is no person on personal capacity. These people, Raila, Uhuru, Kibaki, whoever it is, you can name them. They are very, very rich, and they have robbed this country so much, but they don't give anyone. So Ruth has come out on his own capacity. He has tried to show that there is need to help some Kenyans who are less privileged. But on the other, in return, we are making it to be handouts. We don't know that having a clean heart does not mean that it's an handout. So what I'm saying here, because I don't think I have so much to say. What I'm saying here is this: we want a leader, like someone said here about Magufuli, King Magufuli. I also appreciate and embrace the work of Magufuli. When Magufuli passed on, I cried as if he was my brother, because I know Tanzania lost. Let me tell you, we want a president who can think about the people down there. Whether Ruto is telling us from his mouth when he gets there and then he doesn't do that, that one is between him and God. We want someone who can think about the people down there. And this is that's where it starts. We can see it. Just tell me for sure how many people, we can count how many people Raila has ever helped in this country. On a personal capacity, we can count how many people Uhuru has helped in this country on a personal grounds. But let me tell you, how many people, as you are arguing around here right now, how many people has Ruto helped on personal grounds to manage their businesses? They are growing, they are doing what they are doing. There are many. I have not gotten that money, but I appreciate him because he is trying on his own capacity. We want 5 people, 10 people of that category, and Kenya will be okay. So this is what I'm saying to finish. If we give this person an opportunity, who is willing to assist by his own capacity to assist the people, and now he has the instruments of the government, he has the funds, he has whatever that budget which Kenya is having, and this person has something at heart for the Kenyans, I am very sure after 2022, if Ruto wins, Kenya will be another different Kenya. All I'm embracing is this, but we must start fighting corruption, because we cannot all of us fight corruption. There are people, or there is someone who has been given those instruments, the judiciary, the police, the anti-corruption, to use to fight corruption, and there is the president, the head of the state. We cannot blame Ruto, we cannot blame Raila, or a leader, an MP from my constituency. The park stops at the president. So if we have a president who is sleeping, and indeed, we can keep on going round and round and round, but the corruption will be there in the country because it's done selectively. There are so many people, governors and all of those who sing BBI and whatever it is, who are very corrupt, and it's on the broad daylight. They have stolen. Let's take the money for COVID. People are well known who reach out of that, but it's just down there. So what I'm saying is this: I want to say this: corruption, unless we have a person who is going to fight corruption diligently and the truth, there is no way we are going to wipe away corruption. Now, the final thing about Mount Kenya. Raila entering Mount Kenya is not an issue. Everyone can go to Mount Kenya. If you have ever been in a campaigning program, you know wherever you go, you will be welcome. But getting a vote is another thing. So we cannot celebrate that Raila went to Mount Kenya. It's not a miracle. He will go to everywhere. But getting votes, you have to give us what you are going to do for us. Even up to this point, in as much as we are criticizing Ruto's agenda, Raila has not given us what is on. He cannot tell us, Tiara, going everywhere and talk about Ruto is giving money to churches. Ruto is doing what? Tell us what we are going to do to us first. Forget about the other opponent. Then now we can also look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana NM. Now we go to Duke, then some get prepared. Duke, welcome.
Yes, I also want to start by responding to what Murumbu said. Murumbu, it's a fact that we need manufacturing for this nation to transform.
Duke, 1 minute. NM, can you please switch off your mic?
Sorry.
Yes, I was trying to say manufacturing is essential for any nation to move forward. But in any nation, for instance, in the first world countries, those who invest in the manufacturing sector are the private individuals and foreign investors. So the government cannot start manufacturing companies. What they have to do is to create a conducive environment so that foreigners can come in and invest and set up industries here in Kenya, which will manufacture and create more employment opportunities in this nation. Now, there are factors which will attract FDI, that's foreign direct investments. That's what the government needs to work at. For instance, if a foreigner comes here in Kenya and wants to start a milk processing plant, I'm very sure he will not be given that license to do so because Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who's controlling milk processing industries. So what are the factors which attracts foreign investors so that they can start manufacturing companies to uplift this nation? One is what we talk about political stability. Two, we can talk about the tax rates, the cost of doing business. You talk about the electricity bills, all those. We talk about technology. For instance, if we want cars to be manufactured here in Kenya, do we have robots? Do we have the skills and the technology capabilities? So those are the things which the government should invest in so that they can attract foreign investors. They can set rules which encourage individuals to invest here. For instance, most countries, even Toyota is a private company, but in other nations, maybe in Germany, all the cars they buy, they must be manufactured and assembled in Germany. So it forces that company to set a manufacturing plant within that nation. So if Kenya will have some policies, for instance, we buy Toyotas, and then it forces Toyota to open up manufacturing plants for those cars here in Kenya. It will create employment opportunities for many Kenyans. So we are talking about it's not about the government cannot start manufacturing companies and they can be enough. It's about creating a conducive environment. Even in the US, 70% of all employment opportunities in the US are from the private sector, individuals who have their own companies. So we are talking about that environment which is needed here. Also, there is something we talk about purchasing capability. If you have to start a company or you have to start a business, there must be people who should buy those goods or services. But here in Kenya, we find people are too poor. They are simply surviving. So even if you start a company, you try to provide some services, all produce some goods, nobody will buy. Why? Because the wealth is concentrated at very few individuals. So that's why we are trying to talk about that bottom approach, which will empower many people. Those at the bottom will be able to have income, and they will have purchasing capability, which companies will, Kenya will have a market for foreign companies to invest, to produce goods and services here, because there is market. If people are unable to buy, why can you set your company here? Because you can produce your goods and services. Even if you price reasonably, people are very poor, they cannot afford. So that's why even empowering people at the bottom, you increase their purchasing capability, and therefore they provide market goods and services. The demand will increase, and when demand increases, prices will be very high. The high prices will attract many companies or investors to start their business here. But finally, before I conclude, I want to still, regarding the bottom-up approach, I want to talk about Karl Marx. Karl Marx was somebody who lived like in around 17th century. Of course, he was a socialist, but he did not totally dispute capitalism. But he said that if capitalism will not be managed properly and monitored, there will be primitive accumulation of wealth at the expense of the poor, the workers. And that's what's happening in Kenya. You find those who have political power, they are able to set their own companies, they are able to award their companies tenders from the government, they are concentrating all the wealth, so that you find that 95% of Kenyans are very poor. And they predicted that if that is not properly mitigated, it will lead to what we call anarchy, disorder, and mayhem. And that will affect every person. So nobody's safe even if you are rich and you are in a neighborhood where many people are very poor, you are not safe, because when that anarchy and disorder comes in, you will be a victim. For instance, if you see what's happening in Nigeria, many people are very poor. Now, just because they are very poor and they are educated, they don't have anything to do. What they do, they see who's rich person, they kidnap your kid and ask you to give money. So we are making safe by uplifting those at the bottom. We are even making those who are rich to be safe. So that's the same thing is happening in South Africa. In South Africa, it's not the unrest we have in South Africa is not because Zuma was arrested. It's because of that disparity. And those impoverished people are waiting for an opportunity so that they can express their hunger. So what we are trying to say is that this bottom-up approach is not about money. The way most of you are focusing on giving people money, we are talking about creating opportunities. Let us use the word opportunities to those who do not have opportunities. So that those are my ideas. I'm not here to speak about Ruto, but here I'm a citizen here. I can speak about my ideas so that it can, whoever comes the president, you can pick the way M said. It's serious. People are very poor in Kenya. People are surviving. For instance, there is recent kidnappings and killing of people in Kenya here because people have no money. So those at the bottom have to be addressed, because if they are not addressed, every person will be affected. Even if you are working in the US, you come here, you invest, you have your family, and somebody kidnaps your kid and even demands all the money you have made almost two decades. So it is essential for each and every person in Kenya to be given an opportunity so that he can prosper. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you very much. I know Quest, you have question, but can you please just write it down? I just want to put only 3 because I'm also in the panel. I can chip in a little bit about capitalism and socialism. Where I stay, it works. It is there, and whatever you are trying to bring, it is a good point. The way you brought it is a good point about Karl Marx, but the only problem it cannot work in Kenya, because in Kenya we have mtu wetu. Here The capitalism and socialism, they are there, but they don't have powers. Powers is in the individuals. The company, the way you are saying, if anybody started, by the way you put it, I just want to use your words. That President Uhuru is the one controlling milk processing plants. Do you know how it works here? My company, we make, it is a Mercedes company, but I've never seen, I've worked there over now 10 years, I've never seen even a one full Mercedes company. If we want to drive, they'll bring for us, they'll order and come. Do you know what we make? The doors. And in this door, do you know what we make? The locks. In this locks, do you know what we make? The wires. You fix the door. And this door, we get the orders from China. Do you know the company, they sell these things, only the door. You can even get the boot. It's what we take to China. They don't make even the engine. Because in China, they make the engine. Now the company I'm working, they make the doors, they finish everything. They finish, they only take that door. Which means if anybody come, Uhuru is having milk and somebody is having the company, it can still work. When this company, they will need the farmers, they have to put rear more cows to be milk. They will supply to this company. If we have too much cows, it will be too much for this company, for Uhuru only. Thank you. Okay,
All right.
Sam.
All right. Anyway, I think this is my last submission because I need to go and eat my dinner now. All right. So let me. There's one thing that I've noticed, something in common with the people who are actually like protecting the bottom-up economics theory, right? And of course, truth be told, I've not been able to really understand what they mean by it. But based on the explanation that probably some of them they're trying to explain, they're trying to, of course, talk more of the handout economy. But also, let me also tell you something. Presidency is not a philanthropical affair. Okay, so presidency, it's something that you need to elect somebody who has the ability to perform the task that is going to help the economy to grow. Okay, and therefore I want to commend Mulumbo what he said, because that is the truth of the matter. Even Duke, with your presentation that we just did right now, you've actually proven that in Kenya there's no way we can survive without infrastructure. So what that means is that there should be no any change whatsoever. Like whoever enter as a president should continue with the same trend of expanding the infrastructure, so that now we are able to bring the foreign investment to the country and be able to give jobs to the local people. You see what I'm saying? So I hear also people saying that, oh, we've tried to revive Mumias, we've tried to do this, we've tried to do that, but it's not working. So the result right now is to give money to the people at the bottom, but still no one can explain exactly where the money is coming from. Especially, I've seen Kenyans complaining about the debt level in Kenya. So if for that bottom up to actually work, the president needs to get so much debt to help those people down there, because there's absolutely no money in the economy. Let me not lie to you, and let's not lie to each other. There's no money in the economy. That's the reason why you keep on saying Uhuru, he can't help himself but keep on borrowing this loan. So if you're to help these people at the bottom, what that means is that you still need to continue borrowing the money, despite the country being so aggravated that the government is borrowing so much money. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, for example, I normally feel a bit so awkward when I hear people having a conversation of comparing the economy of United States to the ones of Kenya. My friend, those are two different economies. And actually, let me also tell you one thing. If I am to pause the economy of United States for 300 years, the Kenyan economy will still not be able to get to the level of where the United States is. Do you know why? Because of the massive corruption that we have in Kenya. Even despite of let's say people here like proposing the bottom-up economy, believe it or not, it will still not be able to make sense because of corruption. Corruption is the only thing that needs to be solved right now. So we need somebody who is very comfortable to talk about corruption. Somebody who is very comfortable to actually go and hit on people just like how Magufuli did. We saw what the community ancestor was saying before, right? Okay, now let me even go back to how Kenyans have been complaining about debt. If you're to compare, here in the US, where the government are giving stimulus packages and all those kind of things. But do you know what happened? They had to increase their debt by 5 trillion, my friend. And it's still even going up in trillions even right now as we speak. So the debt keeps on rising and rising and rising because of those stimulus, because of those grants that Duke you're talking about. So now ask yourself, you as Kenya, are you ready to take that hit of actually maximizing or probably increasing the debt ceiling of the Kenyan debt? Are you ready to do that? Because that is the only way you can give money just like that to the people at the bottom to do business. You understand? But in the other side, like you can actually give like this big corporation like tax break and grants, okay? So that now they are able to expand their industry, they're able to expand their manufacturing, so that those people at the bottom who they do not have the capacity to raise resources, they can be able to be employed. And that's how the Mama Mboga will be able to get the working class people going to their shop to buy. That's how the Boda Boda girl will be able to take maybe a janitor or, janitor who works in that factory or a security officer who works in that factory, and they can ride them in a Boda Boda to their destination because they have money. You understand? Okay, for example, let me tell you the reason why we should never compare US to Kenya. Number one, the GDP income for Kenya right now, the GDP per capita, it's actually $1,230. If you compare to Kenya, if you compare to the United States, that becomes completely laughable. All right, but anyway, look at the GDP of Kenya compared to South Korea, for example. Compare it, not even South Korea. Let's even compare it to even Singapore, Malaysia, who we were all almost at the same economic status. For example, okay, let me just go back to South Korea. The GDP per income is actually at $43,000, even $45,000 per capita, right? And here we are busy saying, oh, okay, yeah, we can just give. But how were they able to get there? You just go and try to do corruption in South Korea, and then you'll see what will happen to you. The problem in Kenya is actually corruption. There's nothing else. You just need leaders who can get rid of corruption. There's nothing else. There's no giving money to anybody because it will do nothing. Okay? The Kenya debt per citizen in Kenya is $1,245 compared to the United States, $85,000 per citizen. So you guys that you really want this handout to the people, are you ready to increase your own debt as an individual to the economy in that country. Are you ready to double it? Are you able to triple it? Are you able to multiply it by 10? All right, so that you can make the people down there happy. The people down there, as you guys, you claim that there are so many hustlers, right? It's because there is no still enough infrastructure to actually be able to convince the foreigners that they can actually go to Kenya and invest without lights going off. The energy investment in Kenya is completely poor, that you can't even set a factory over there. We still do not have enough roads. We still do not have enough airports in Kenya. We need to increase the number of airports so that even when this factory, they're able to finish whatever they're manufacturing, they're able to leave that country so fast and produce their products even here in the US, in Europe, whatever place they want to deliver their goods. Okay? Okay, and then I also checked something. The net population in Kenya this year alone, it's 800,000 people, over 800,000 people. So now our population is about 55.4 million. In fact, today alone, we had about 3,969 people that have 3,969 infants that have just been born in Kenya. Do you know? Let me tell you something, right? The problem in Kenya, especially, even go and look at Nairobi. Since the British left, Nairobi still looks the same. The only thing that we've done is the cosmetic of repairing the portals and all those kind of things, but we are not increasing the infrastructures enough, even just in a capital city of Kenya. You see what I'm saying? Now, if we just keep on talking here saying, oh, we just give money, handouts, let me tell you, that one is actually going to confuse the whole country. And believe it or not, do you know what's going to happen? I heard Duke saying that there might even be anarchy because people, they are not earning. And let me also tell you how you can catalyze that anarchy to come in Kenya. You can catalyze that anarchy if you promise them something that you know you will not be able to deliver. You see what I'm saying? Even if I just know that this bottom-up approach conversation, it's just to get power. It's actually nothing. It's not going to produce anything at all. Because even the real economists, they know for sure, like there's nothing like that can work in Kenya. You understand? So comparing Kenya to the United States is like, it's the most laughable thing, because if I pause the economy of United States for 300 years, believe it or not, Kenya will not be able to get to that level. I'm telling you, after now, I played in 300 years time. Now they find Kenya, there's nothing has happened. They're the same people. Do you know why? Because we keep on electing people who they're so uncomfortable to fight corruption. That is a problem that is ailing Kenya. Okay, I don't know when was the last time I checked the corruption index of Kenya, but I think it's 130 something. Okay, it's 130 something. The country with the best transparency right now, it's New Zealand. Okay, New Zealand is actually the one that can be trusted in terms of even investing. In fact, even many millionaires from here here in the US, they like investing in New Zealand. They buy houses in New Zealand. They know that is their safe haven to go to New Zealand, right? But Kenya is completely corrupt. The other day, I just saw somebody getting arrested, and people, they could go in the street and they say, why you arresting our guy? He needs to come and finish our work. Which work was he even doing in the first place, right? That is a problem that we have in Kenya, and believe it or not, bottom-up approach is not going to work. If okay, let me just assume bottom-up approach is a real economic model, right? If it's a real economic model and you want that to happen, it will still not happen if the corruption is complete disaster in Kenya, and that is a fact. Because Duke was telling us about that now they want to take the money to the bottom. put money in agriculture ministry, and then it goes to the farmers. And then I ask you, okay, with the current model, where's the money going to? First of all, we still have subsidies for farmers in Kenya as we speak, right? We have we even there's youth fund right now. All those things that you guys are talking about, they are there right now, and they're not functioning. Do you know why? Because of corruption. So you want to tell me, because now you brought a new terminology called bottom up, that it's also going to function? It's not going to function. So the only thing is exactly what Mlumbu said, and it's true. By the way, there are some Kenyans here in the United States. They have a truck company, and they are making money like there's no tomorrow. There's another Kenyan. I don't know what state this Kenyan, Maryland, right? He's in Maryland. He has a restaurant that he has a turnover of $1 million per year. Can you imagine that? Do you know why? Because the environment that has been placed in here in the United States, it's so conducive for businesses to operate. Okay, and also the money that normally sometimes I hear Duke talking about, saying, oh, the people, they need to be given subsidies, grants, da da da. Do you know where that money comes from? It comes from the manufacturing industry, the big ones. Okay, the big private investors are the ones who are made comfortable by the government. So when you make them happy, guess what they do? They make people at the bottom happy. You understand? That is why somebody like Mlumbu can have a truck company today. Today, Mlumbu can have a truck company today, and by the end of Friday next week, he can actually pocket $5,000 in 1 week. Do you know why? Because they even have a website where they go and they see which, it's like an Uber. It's like doing an Uber, right? They see which business they want to transport their goods from where to where, right? So maybe they can say they want to transport from Virginia to New York, and then you go and since now you have your truck, you go to them and then you say, oh, I have a truck that can transport whatever you have, and this a private business they go to. And they can actually and they make so much money. But there's so many Kenyans in this country, they're making a lot of money. In fact, even they can't even have time to come over here on YouTube to argue, because even when they hear the bottom up, they'll be like, what are you talking about? It's so laughable. You know? They don't have time because they're making so much money, my friend. So let's not lie to ourselves, and let's not compare Kenya to United States. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sam. Duke, before you continue, Sam, don't leave, please. Just 1 minute. I think the community access was there. We'll give Mlumbu. But before you leave, Duke, I just wanted to add something in what Sam was saying. You know, you talked about Nigeria. Do you know in Nigeria it's very different even from Kenya? Because in Nigeria, it's another country, it's another world of its own. Nigeria, if you have money, tell me in Kenya, apart from Malala, is the only person I've ever seen with 2 million in a car, in his pocket in his car. But in Nigeria, you have billion inside a tute, inside your house. So by the time you have this billion in your house, how many returns do banks get? That's why you see, like countries where we are, if you are driving a small car, you are only allowed to walk with 50 in your pocket. When you are driving a truck, a trailer, you are allowed to walk with 200. Why? All the money that you have must pass through bank. Only 1 hour, that money is in the bank. Do you know how much transaction they have used? With this money only to appear in their computer, they have bought the whole building like this. And this building they sell to somebody and that person give them money, which means the economy they know where to get this money. But if somebody like Malala, whom you elected, is working with the 2 million, and here you say somebody is poor. What is he doing with the 2 million and the bank, they don't have money? If to say we could have been electing good leaders, I say leaders, not bosses, because this, how can you elect somebody who is supposed to be in parliament and is going to a church for Arambe? What is his work? And this Arambe is not even in his constituency. One of the NM said that we don't want tribal people. People should go to other places. If we elected you from my country, I expect you to work from my country. When you are going, go there as a visitor or as a friend. Just like you, I can invite you, come, you take me to go to my wife's family. You come as my friend. Whatever you give me as a friend. It's not a must that you have to give something. But you find somebody who is supposed to be in the parliament. You were talking about digital thing. When they introduced this digital thing that now they are talking in Skype, look, with us, we have been here almost 6 hours. We have been here throughout. With them, they don't log in. But when it reached time for them to increase their salary, all of them log in. When they are going to complain about something, they call each other, they log in. But when it is something to increase, even money for Wasani, they are not there, which means they are not ready to work. They are just there to make noise and to fight. That's why I was saying, with us in our country, let us select leaders. Let us fight about infrastructure. Let us stop comparing. I don't talk because we are outside Kenya. I'm also Kenya. I do say that in this panel. Let us not talk as if we people who are outside, we know more than people who are in Kenya. No. The only problem we compare is comparison. What is happening here and what they are doing.
We
Yeah.
even do business in Kenya.
Yeah, it's what I was coming to that. So when we compare my business that is in Kenya and what I'm doing here, you find even the money I'm getting here, even that business, sometimes we even forget about it. You can just tell somebody, now forget about it because you don't earn. I've got a sister who here, she is selling tomato paste. She bring them in a container. So she decided, let me take them to Kenya. Do you tell me, can I tell you that even right now, that tomato paste, she ended up dishing to other people during Corona because nobody want to buy them. So she took them to my home area thinking that this is a new thing that maybe they want it, because when we come from here, we always buy things like that because when I go home, they like these new things. That's what I was coming to. Let us stop comparing this first world country. They are still far from Kenya.
Okay.
Kenya is Kenya is a place whereby I gave you an example. Somebody, you marry your wife, you give birth to a child. When you are going to school, Sam or Duke, when you are going to school, were you not paying school fee? Were you not going with the slippers in school fee? Even sometimes you tie with a polythene, but you are going to school and you end up learning and finishing. Nowadays, a child is a pupil is going with iPhone 12 and is a class 6 child. What is he going to do with iPhone 12? And remember, the mother, the parent, is crying to the government that, I don't have even school fee. Can you government see what to do? If this child can afford to buy credit bumper every day, how much? Sometimes we blame the government, but we people, we are also part of it. From the beginning to elect people. Secondly, we have to elect leaders. And these leaders, they have to account from everything. It's when that your bottom up will work. Because if you go and the way, let's assume the way they are in Nairobi, they take that money, go and drop in your area. They go back to Nairobi. Who will control it? They cannot even control in the parliament. Now in the village, they will control. They will put it in their pocket. They go, these two people. That's why we were saying it is handout, because they will think, Duke, okay, Duke, I'm helping you take 1,000. Oh, Sam, I'm helping you take 2,000. Now I'm shouting, he has helped me. But you don't know that is your money. And it's the same trend Moi, our former president, used to. I personally, when I was still in school, I have been hearing about Moi. He came to our school, gave us money, gave us milk also. I finished school, I started my business. I was invited in Wanarambe. That thing I will never forget in my life. We contributed in this Arambe until when we end up, we were hearing the number, 4 million. You know, by that time, 4 million was too much money. Can you believe on Monday, it happened that I was also one of the organizers. So on Monday, it was a church, SDA church. We came to now budget with this money to finish the construction. Can you believe what we saw was 2 million? We almost killed the treasurer. You know why? Moi with this name, he came with this 2 million. It was counted 4 million. But that briefcase that is going in front, here, the village people, they knew 4 million. But that 2 million he took from Sony, he took from Mumias, he took from here, going with the briefcase, they leave. He just used his name to contribute 2 million, of which we, ourselves, we had already produced 1.5, which means he produced 5 million. That is the bottom up. Thank you. Yes, Moses, hi.
Hey, Kizito, how are you?
I'm good.
I see you put that after I guess.
You finished work or you want to join now?
No, you talking of answer.
No, we can't hear you clear.
Okay.
Kizito, can I finish with the politics?
Your net, I think, is not good.
Kizito, let me finish with the politics.
Yeah. I know. I want you to leave after Mulumbu because I know Mulumbu will have something to say. Then Moses also is joining us.
If it's not to me, it's fine. I can listen to the background.
No, Mulumbu, I know you'll ask Mulumbu something. Mulumbu, are you ready?
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mulumbu.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Sama, I never wanted you to leave because Moses is coming, but anyway. Mulumbu, welcome.
Someone's mic is on. Okay, what I would like to add is only one thing because there's something called bottom up. You know, this name Hustler Nation. These people who are supporting bottom up, they just resemble the Hustler name because go and read that Hustler name. What does it mean? They hand out, they fraud money. Those are the people get free money. They fraud money, they don't work for it. That's why they mean hustler. So these people, that's why they call it down up. Somebody's talking about a good leader. I've said always here, when you want to debate, go to the history, read about Kenyan's history. And somebody's telling me, tialala. Let me tell you, how did the devolution come to Kenya? How? Moi never wanted it. But Raila with the other fellows, they fought him very hard. Until some people died before it was implemented. Until 2010 is when that constitution came to pass. Raila did it. He was not he has never been a president of the country. But he fought hard with the government that was in the power until they implemented that constitution. That some of you mulipinga na mkakataa kabisa. Sasa mna impress, hiyo ni constitution mzuri, haiwezi ishikwe, but you said it's bad. So walipopa ibaki 20% watengeneze, sasa watengeneza hiyo, wanatengeneza ni mbaya, hii yenye ilikuwa ndio mzuri. Hiyo kichweni nyinyi watu wa hasla, kichweni inafanya kazi kweli? You seem not to working. You look like bottom down kweli, bottom up kweli, because you don't think, you think after people have thought. Wakati watu wanafikiria kujenga, nyinyi mko nyuma. Wakienda asema hatuendi, wakishafika wakishatengeneza kila kitu kwa tayari, you come, that one is good, that one is good. That's what we are doing. And then if Raila fought very hard na wengine na wakaleta devolution, ambapo pesa zimetrickle down to the grassroots, thousands of millions of people have been employed. Sasa kama angekuwa anatembea na kama Ruto na milioni 5 na handout hapa handout, angetengeneza watu Kenya mzima ingekuwa atatengeneka. You are telling my leader, na basi somebody comes here tells me that anasaidia watu, anakuja anaweka milioni 5 hapa, milioni 6 hapa. Is that helping the country? If there is the vice president, kwa nini anapigana corruption?
Mr. Mulumbu,
Why is not fighting the corruption?
Mr. Mulumbu,
Let me just finish. Just give me 3 minutes, I'm finishing.
My heart is hitting.
Utaniuliza nikimaliza. I'm just telling you the truth.
My heart is boiling.
So you have to be patient. I never contribute with anybody when he's talking.
Okay.
Because I understand the rules. Will ask me later when I'm done. So if this man bottom up is a really person who knows want to help Kenya, why is not fighting the corruption? Why people are being stolen? Money is being stolen. He's in the government. Why can't he fight with the Uhuru, my president? The money is being stolen. Why is he quiet? Why? That's the question. He has to be the government. He knows how the Kenyan community is deflated. The companies everything is there. Why can't he also? Hiyo pesa mabilioni hiyo amushe kama ni sugar peke yake amushe, because he has billions. Why hand out? Then if the right person kama mwangalii, and I know most of the people ambapo wako ni corrupt wenye wameshika Kenya, the corrupt people, they will never allow the man Raila. And that's no me. I'm talking like a Kenyan. I'm not from Raila's tribe. Mimi ni half Muganda, half Mubusia. But I believe what the man has been fighting for. Naona amenyamaza for a short time. Haongee kwa korao, akasema unajua nguruwe kujikanga na mafuta yake. Nimejaribu kuwazuia wajikarange, sasa wacha ninyamaze. This what to say, atamenyamaza. Na huko wanaiba. Then they are the one in the government. So how is he going to change it if he will not fight for it when he is in there? How can you unaniambia sasa ndiye anataka kwenda kuingia ndani akunja abadilishe? Bottom up. Really guys, are you in your senses? Do you know what you're talking about? Let me tell you one thing. Somebody is saying that ya kwamba Raila hajaongea chochote. Raila has been there putting his manifesto down. Ikifika kishinda kura, wanakanyaga wale wenye deep state, wale wakubwa. Anajua jamaa kija atafanya kama Magufuli. And let me tell you, I bet you today, let that man apewe kura, ashinda ingie kwa ofisi, mtapenda. I'm telling you today. If he can work when he's outside mpaka force government isikize maoni ya raia, wewe mpatie kiti, hata Magufuli itakuwa na afadhali. I'm telling you, that's why the guys are afraid. Wale wameloot Kenya, they are afraid. Because unapata askari just comfortable, constable, ana manyumba ukiangalia na mansion kubwa kubwa, nimuuliza ni constable tu, hii pesa alijonga mansion alitoa wapi? Such people najua hawezi kubara Raila aingie kwa nini kwa uongozi. They cannot. Sasa kama mtu anaweza kuwa na dish out pesa, unakubali atakubali Raila aingie kwa sababu anamuuliza sasa tunataka to audit you. Where are you getting this money? So guys, kama mnapenda nchi, if you really love the country, you are the young people, can advocate to the right person. And let me tell you, the right person who ambapo can change the Kenya, and he has changed when he's out. He changes when he's out. Just give me only 3 years when he goes in the government. Mutaniambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moses, are you there?
Yeah, his heart was bad.
Yeah, I know him. That's why I told you to wait for him.
I don't know where to start because the person I wanted to ask the question has left too. That's Mulumbu. And then Kizit.
No, he's at the back. He's
You know,
listening.
one thing I want to ask I don't know the Kieleweke, I don't know the ODM, I don't know the Jubilee. Please, do not talk about something you don't understand. Do not describe for us bottom-up economy, yet you don't understand it. We propose it. We are the owner of that UD and bottom-up economy. So we understand it better. Let the time come. Let us do the election and let us do it. Then if you guys have any question, you can come and say that, oh, this is what we thought it meant, yet it is different. But coming here and say,
No, tell us
handouts,
now, Moses.
I don't know, you guys don't give.
Tell us now.
Moses, you carry the burden of proof.
Yes.
And you have to persuade us. You persuade us. And we have done nothing wrong to ask you to persuade it to us so that we understand it.
Yeah, tell
you
us what
carry
it
the
means.
burden of proof.
Let me tell you. Oh, few days ago, I don't know, was a day or weeks, you guys also started talking about bottom-up economy as a proposal. So if I give you our idea here, probably some of you are here taking notes. You might go and just wait for the time to come.
No, tell us now.
Sorry. Let us talk in order. Let us talk in order. Moses, what they are trying to ask you is this: we have votes. We are going to vote. So sell for usa sera yako kwetu. Sell for us your idea. Explain to us so that, because we don't say that with us we don't have any presidency, we don't have anybody. Can you explain to us the way Duke was trying to explain? We don't want to use your idea. We don't have party. We want to join order. Can you convince us to join order with this
exactly.
bottom up? That is the question they are asking.
Yeah.
You are being sarcastic or what? Because I know your mind is fixed. You are a pro Baba, pro BBI, pro everything. Even
I'm asking voter Moses. Can you convince me? Leave Kizito alone. Tell me what it is.
Let me keep talking. However, I will explain that bottom-up economy and try to convince you. Kizito won't change his mind. His mind is already made up. And he's telling me that he's partyless. He's already made up. So you can...
Okay, me I accept. Me ni mtu wa baba. Officially, I don't deny. Explain to them, take them. Because if you don't explain, I will explain to them mine so that they join me. So let's be on the field.
Kizito, I'm even telling him, he explained to me as a swing voter to see whether I will subscribe to your ideology.
Let me tell you, bottom is like one of my high school grammar teacher taught us that no answer is always perfect grammarly, So even in except yours answers in bottom-up economy does not describe it well. But the way I'm gonna give it is just one of the ways. There's a lot of ways that it can be explained. So bottom-up economy, like, this is where the money trickles to, like, if you have had our party leader and our UDA team, however they have been campaigning, they have been reaching out to mama mbogas, to the piki people, to the borders, to the mkokoteni people who have been forgotten all along. They have been supporting them, and that's where the economy starts. If you see the economy of a country, it's driven by people who does basic work. Okay, so that's just one part of it. Kizito, stop shaking your head. I'm still talking. That's what
Moses. Actually,
Victor,
allow me to interject even 30 seconds. I will appreciate.
Let me finish. when I started talking, I said there's many ways in which bottoms-up economy can be explained. So that one I was just giving an analogy, you know. So if you want to understand
Which is
listen to our party leader, the way he talks, the way he explains it, and then if you like the idea.
how did he explain it? We want to know how.
No, I'm not going to explain it here.
Because you don't know.
Take your time, listen to the party leader, the way he talks, the way he explains it. If you like the idea, join the trend.
I love Moses. Sam, I love the way Moses have said this is topic.
I don't
The
agree.
only idea is
I
only
don't agree
their
the way
boss. Only
Moses
their boss knows it.
It's true.
Anybody doesn't know it.
Kizito, now you made me stay here. You made me stay here so that I
That's the way you guys pursue Raila
and
nonsense.
there's nothing that he's saying. There's nothing.
He's shielding the point. Why are you shielding
Sam,
the
sorry, I just wanted you to hear the way he's explaining it.
How
That's
can you
why I
trust
asked
if
you to say.
It is so
Why are you
ridiculous. It's so laughable. In fact, it
So
cannot even get a
ridiculous, and I
point.
don't understand.
It can't
Why are
even
you
get a
shielding?
point
Why are you shielding
in
the
an English
manifesto?
grammar of what
Why?
you're saying. Huh?
Make it clear and the facts.
Yeah, explain what bottom
Say
up
the
is.
truth,
What is bottom
and
up?
the truth will set you free. Danny, be factual. That's what I'm trying to put. Don't shield.
Sam,
please.
Sam,
Uh-huh.
Sam. You know, like, you guys are asking a lot of questions here, and I've told you.
I can assure you, I pray that the Ruto become the president next year. The same people will come here crying.
They will. They
will cry. I'm telling you.
Hata usisumbue huyu Moses. Moses ajui huwa anaongea nini. Ni mtu tu anaweza
yani, you see, when you are shielding your
Mtembe
point,
unajua nini?
it doesn't make any
You know, Mtembei, Moses is trying to convince us that it's only Ruto, their boss, sorry to mention the name, is the only person who knows it. With them, they just hear bottom up, okay, bottom up. The way it's going to do it, how it's going to be done, they don't want to know.
Moses, you know nothing, man.
The way
There's
you used to
nothing
say
you know
Jalala
about
and you
bottom
didn't
up.
even know what Raila meant.
You don't know anything.
Okay.
Actually, for me, I can defend BBI better than the way you guys are defending the bottom up.
Yeah. But then, can I talk about politics? Because that bottom up, it's not taking us anywhere. The people who are explaining, they don't know what it means. Okay, let me just tell you politics, okay?
Sam.
And then I leave. Okay, can I finish on politics? All right. Let me tell you something, because that was the topic of today.
Victor, can you please switch off your mic, please? Oh, thank you.
Okay, yeah, because that's what Tembe had written as a headline. Like, now Raila was able to be Mount Kenya and all those kind of things. But now let me tell you guys something that is actual factual. Nobody in the next general election will win in the first round. But let me tell you who is going to be number 3. It's going to be the bottom-up guy, okay? You can take that to the bank, okay? Once that guy is number 3, what's going to happen? It will be number 1 and number 2. They're going to play the game of putting the gamer person to also take the votes. And I can tell you, I know probably there could be some Kikuyus here, of course they will say, but we support Ruto. But believe it or not, like, I'm talking about the mass population of the country and the past history of what the politics has been, okay? So this is what's going to happen. They're going to play a game of making sure that no one reaches 50+1 in the first round, okay? That's what's going to happen. But when I saw the numbers based on the previous voting pattern, you find that Raila is ahead with at least 1 point something million away from Ruto. Okay. So what that means is that, of course, there's going to be another person who is actually going to spoil, and then okay, but the Moses, now I'm talking serious thing, technical things, okay, of which now we're in politics, not in bottom up. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen is that they're going to mess around with that 50+1. But what my prediction will be is that Ruto will be able to at least get 60% of the Mount Kenya. All right. And let me tell you, there's somebody called Raila Odinga who just even needs 10% of Mount Kenya. Based on the previous pattern that he's been having every time when the election is being conducted, he has 44%. Okay. 44, 44, 44. All right. So what that means, because now Mount Kenya is very divided, believe it or not, Ruto may just end up between 6 million to 7 million votes. And Raila will be probably getting close to 9 million and all those. But you're going to see those numbers playing in the next election. That's what's going to be. Okay. So now what will happen is that of course, if no one achieves 50+1, I know for a fact like Raila will be backed by somebody else who was running, and then that vote will go to his basket. Do you know why? Because right now the bottom up guy, what he's doing, he's only putting all his eggs in one basket of Mount Kenya. All right. And that's why last time when we were having a discussion about the Kiamba, it was so ridiculous that people could not think, why is it that they got almost the same 50-50, right? So what I can just say, maybe I'm just being generous to Ruto that he will add another 10% of Central and at least get the 60%, and the 40% will either go to another person who is going to run maybe from the eastern side of Central, right? Or probably by miracle, maybe that 40% will go to Raila Odinga, but it doesn't matter. Whichever side it goes, but it will not go to Ruto. Okay? So that means that his goose is cooked. It's not going to happen. That's why I'm not really worried about even people being unable to explain what bottom up is. But all I can tell you, the reason why he's talking more of the bottom up is because he doesn't want to bring the tribal conversation inside, because he knows once he does that, it's going to be a game over for him. You see what I'm saying? Because now most of his basket is in Central. And then, of course, now he's really hoping that he has all the backing of the Rift Valley, of which I predict the Rift Valley is going to be about 75%. So his startup already is completely messed up, my friend. He can get some few votes in Eastern, in Coast, in Kisii, but it's not going to really be even above 500,000, unfortunately. Okay. And now you can add on the Mount Kenya and the Rift Valley, which on a serious note is going to be 75%, right? And the 60% of the Mount Kenya. And Moses, that is how your bottom up, it will go like in the air. We'll not even be able to talk about it in 2023. Okay.
This prophet of doom, give me your number.
Sorry?
Survey to say like 70% in Central we go to Raila, 17. I don't know what survey you are using. I don't know if you
No,
have.
I did not say 70% for Raila. I said 60% for Ruto. The one that Raila does not have is the 40%, of which, believe it or not, we are going to talk about it in March next year. Now that's when we are going to have a full confirmation of the result that is going to be there in August. And let no one lie to you. There's nothing like policy discussion that is going to make people to vote for somebody because of the policy. That's not going to happen. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know where you are getting your surveys at. I don't know where you are basing your surveys in.
Moses, why should I listen to you if you can't explain what bottom up is? At least me, I talk with
Leave alone.
numbers. You can't even talk with numbers. You can't tell me what bottom up is, where the money will
Where
come from, what it means. So even how will you know about how people will vote? At least I can explain what bottom up is not, and I can at least bring the data to what I'm saying, what it is. Okay. So the problem is also your credibility of explaining it will be completely off if you can't even like justify exactly what bottom up is. You see what I'm saying? It's just about common sense.
Numbers. Where are you getting your
Sammy.
Where am I getting
Where
my
are you getting?
I've done the calculation using the IBC data and past historical voting pattern that we've
Sammy.
had. All
Sammy.
right? And that's what
Sammy.
happens. Uh-huh.
Sammy. Sam.
Oh, I can hear you.
Sam, you know what? You know what? Let's wait for Ruto to tell us who will be his running mate. You know that will also change the landscape, or the political landscape.
But if it's Akikuyu, what happens?
I don't know.
Game
That's what
over
I'm
for
saying.
him. Game
What I'm
over
saying
for
is, we don't know. We don't know. It might be a Luo.
Oh, it might be a Luo.
So or a Luya. So let's wait for.
And see, first of all, Ruto is in a very awkward situation because if he selects somebody out of Mount Kenya, he's not going to have the Mount Kenya vote. Unfortunately, his goose is cooked. Whatever he select, he's dead. you see what I'm saying?
You know, Sam, Questa, what you have to know, in Luo Nyanza, there's no way. Ruto has got only two chances. In a central or western, because if he dare try somebody in Nyanza, I don't say that he don't have the supporters, but if he dare try somebody from Nyanza, the western will not vote for him even one day, because he has tried, he has spent there, he has been going there, he has tried all the means, and these people believe that he must choose one running mate from them. So western, the Western people like Kaluale, they know that he must choose one from them because they have been working with him. What is killing Ruto is a good man, but he started campaign so early and he gave the promises. Now, for him to break these promises, it will be so hard for him. He has got only 3 places, either Mombasa, Western, or central. But if you look at
he only has Mount Kenya.
Yeah, but if you look even Mombasa, can he choose Ali, Muhammad Ali as a running mate? Can he choose Isa Juma? That one impossible. Well, it's only central is remaining with.
If he selects that Ali Mohammed, he will lose even before the election. Even before the election is conducted, he will lose. So let me tell you the truth, by the way. Ruto right now, he can only take a Kikuyu candidate. Take that to the bank, and he will do
Professor
that.
Githure Kindiki is the running mate.
Yeah, you see, he's dead.
Sam.
Huh?
Kindiki is the running mate, so that's the leakage.
There's somebody calling me.
I feel that Ruto should not take input from
you guys are so excited.
Sorry?
I'm saying.
Sam, can you switch off your microphone? Luke, who is talking again? Yeah, you are to continue. They were just rebutting on what you were saying.
Can I continue talking? Yeah, so I'm saying you guys are so much excited about Raila presidency. You don't know what's going to shoot up and come out tomorrow. And you know, like the other guy, I don't remember his name. He said here that next year in September, actually Kizito, I told you the same thing before BBI ruling. I told you that Kizito on Friday, we will be here in this same here in the same thing for Mutembei, and we will be talking about BBI as null and void. Kizito, what happened? I remember what happened made you come here with the painted hair, with I don't know, like dyed beard, to make you look different with a different name, and you are unrecognizable, Kizito. The same thing I'm telling you. Next year, in September, we will be talking about Ruto's.
Moses, Ruto needs BBI more than anybody for him to win.
We
He
don't
needs
care.
BBI more than anyone. Let me tell you the truth. Raila doesn't need BBI. Ruto needs it.
Ruto needs Kenyans and God than BBI, and that's it. BBI will take us nowhere, and that's what we are.
But it will at least help Ruto to win, but he can't win without BBI.
Not about Ruto, BBI helping Ruto to win. We're talking.
You know, sometimes I always tell you that, you know, people like Moses, for you to argue with Moses, you have to know that he is coming from game people. They are these people, they are this kind of people, they are so much learned, but for them to see things, they don't see. They know what is there, but they don't see them.
Moses, are you
That
trying
is
to
the
bring
problem
your
with these
point
game
out?
people like Moses.
Are you Moses?
Instead of saying they are the only people who see, those are the people who Raila is the one who is seeing for them. People from game are the only ones who are seeing. These are the ones they don't see. It's Raila who is seeing for them.
You know what? In Kenya, we have got bandits in the name of activists. There's one guy, he was here, he just asked people, for example, somebody like Mwangi is coming out, making noise, going and hiding inside his house. Coming out, is not coming with anything reasonable. Look, for example, if you ask them, it's only Orengo, only one word from Orengo. Why is it that the High Court, they nullify when they went to appeal? Even up to now, the judges, they are even still thinking how they can judge that because the word Orengo used, only Orengo. Even people like Otinda Molo, they've never started
Can you
looking
ask
what they said.
Moses? Ask Moses what will he do when the judge actually decide to give it a go ahead.
Look, for
Moses,
example,
what
the
will you do?
president. You know, people are saying, President, he said this, the activities, they took it to court. What did Martha Koome said? Throw away those cases for president. What is happening in Kenya, whether you go to court, they will, the same thing like VBI. You took it to court. Do you think these people are stupid still saying that it will pass? They know there's something behind it. It will
It might.
blast.
But also, Kizito, let me tell Moses something. Moses, let me tell you, even if BBI is not approved by the Court of Appeal, it is still advantageous for Raila. Do you know why? Because it's going to go for a bargain with the people that he was with in NASA. And then he tells them, but then you guys support me so that I can enter and pass that BBI, right? And you guys will be able to have a position in the government. That's gonna happen. Like he wins either way. He wins whether they don't approve it. He wins, they approve it. The only thing that I can tell you, Ruto by 2023 January will never even be talking about him. He will be maybe like in Sugoi crying, but he will not. I'm just telling you the fact. He will become the president. It's true. It's true. Ole.
Unajua, Sam, you know there's something you have forgotten.
Sam.
Do you know there's something you have forgotten, Sam? That this guy, since 2018, has never done anything with this government. And he is always free. This guy is a free man. He has been in the ground. That's why you could hear when you go to some places in Kikuyu, that guy knows even where the capital tip is. He has been in the ground to each and every part of this country. So, in fact, his politics as really is a free man. I wish he was allocated duties to work in this guy. For now, this man is really very, very popular. You don't know. You are very far. You are in America.
Questa, you know, sometimes when people argue about Ruto who has never been in the office, I just wonder the kind of a person Questa is. If you can go and elect somebody, you took your time, you go and elect him, is not doing his mandate, is not in the office. Do you know why? On 2017, after election, before even election become nullified, Ruto convened a meeting and they started about 2022 politics. It is on the domain, it is in the public domain. They started to campaign.
Where is the answer?
Immediately the day the first before it was nullified. So you as the president, this is your deputy, is pushing your back. Can you not be annoyed with him? What kind of work do you want to give him? He
Is
will
it,
not
let
deliver.
me also educate Olesogik. Let me educate him a little bit. Next year general election, I guarantee you, is going to be about 5,000 shilling per voter. Okay, something that normally make people win the election. It's not about what you did since 2017 campaigning. It's actually the last last marathon, my friend. And if you do not pour money, my friend, you're going to be swallowed. Do you know the reason why Ruto opposes BBI? Because he knows the reason why Ruto does not want to oppose BBI like completely. It's because he knows if he opposes it, they're going to deplete his resources. By the time it comes to the election, they've got nothing to actually fight with. You know what I'm saying? Because he knows that they're going to take all his money away by really like putting money like in this clan, going to this. My friend, it's money that speaks. It's not by you saying words and then people get happy, they start raising wheelbarrow, they say bottom up, but the money is the one that speaks more than anything. Take that to the bank.
Please,
Moses.
please leave our wheelbarrow alone. Secondly,
Concentrate on the orange. Leave the wheelbarrow.
No,
we will use the wheelbarrow to carry that orange.
No, I'm just giving an example, Olesoge, because I've seen people raising wheelbarrow, dancing, bottom up, root. But what I'm telling you is that does not matter. What matters is who is going to put more money, more resources to the ground during the general election. That's what happens here in the US. If you don't have money, forget about becoming president. You will not be. Even if people, they love you to death, right? If you do not have money to manage, you're dead.
Kizito,
Secondly, yeah.
Kizito, just hold on. Questa, hold on.
Kiama, I was begging everybody to be, I normally forget about you because when I don't see you, sometimes there are some writing here, so I don't see the name. If you hide like that and Tembe send these messages, I will not see you. That's why you may think I always forget about you. Even Duke is here.
I understand, Kizito. I was even dozing off,
Okay, go out.
But Sam's rafter towards Moses at some point has woken me up. I was dozing. You see, it's 3 a.m. In Kenya. So
that's why I always pass. If you put you are dosing, you have already have a nap, so you want to come, you chip in. With us, you have not slept. That is what is not fair for the people in the panel.
It's only the eyes that were tired, not the ears.
Yeah, that's why try to open it. Even if you are sleeping, we see that you are sleeping. So if I don't pass you, it's not my fault. It is your fault. You are sleeping, which means maybe you are even dreaming that Moses is talking.
No, I haven't even laughing at Moses, telling him to wait and see. Now let me give you some small hint.
Okay.
Sam has given the mathematical approach about the 2022 election, and he has given people general look of the scenarios that may happen, which I tend to agree to some extent with some. But I just want to tell some. The other day we had a visitor who resigned from a very senior position, and it was quite sarcastic as the way I heard you and Kizito and Sam laugh. The guy came through one road called Jogo Road. The way Baba came at some time before we baptized him to call him Baba. Now, when he came, this guy just went through that street and off to his house, and that was it. Then the next thing we heard about the guy was about him and another lady in Arojo and something, blah, blah, blah. So you see, we forgot about that. For that guy to build his Rigaze back to a presidential race, that is a joker. What some usually refer to those, that's a joker. So I will also tell you, some of these people are jokers. So the elimination method that is going to be left is what Sam is saying. And I will be left. The only correction I'm going to give Sam is that Sam, I said, if you remember, at some point, maybe before you enjoyed, but we were here with Kizito at some point, and I told them the Jubilee party by its own, it had its own manifesto, it had its own approach towards the entire election. But along the way, there was greed and a lot of push and pull in the party. And that made some people feel they were shortchanged. It's only ODM as a party. Kizito, I think you can bear me a witness. Plus community, you guys were here and I said this. It is only ODM party that has been consistent to date with its parliamentary group meetings. Okay? To date. Okay? It's that only party. Leave alone Wiper, leave alone I don't know which party for Kenya, leave alone all those other parties. The only thing that has happened, all parties have had shakeups. Then the other thing is the crowd has already started taking some kind of shape. As you are saying, the last marathon, the last kick is what will determine who will have a higher bargaining power, either between 1, 2, 3, as you are saying. But don't forget that even regions, some strong nodes have already shifted gears. Others are waiting. Others are swing votes. They do not know where they are. They're still waiting for the running mates of either party or whoever is going to be selected. Matters of the mountain, let me tell you, if Mwangi wa area, and I wish he could reason to me and I tell him this. If Mwangi wa area can remember, he launched a party 3 weeks ago. During his launch of the party, day one, do you know what happened? There was an accidental track ban. Ilipata moto tu ile siku ya kulaunch. Imagine. Usawa party. That Usawa party is not accepted even in the ground by his own people. Okay? Then there was the PEP. You remember the one Korea came along with? There was that PEP party. Then there is a TSP that is still there. Then there is DP that is already revived. I'm telling you this with facts. Then there is DP that is already on the process. Then now Korea has another party called Kazina. So sorry, I don't want to join your after jokes, but leave alone all that. Whichever way, the last kick after the election, as you've said, Kizito, the last kick, Sama said, the last kick sprint part will be the next year from around April. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
From April. From April, we are going to see who is going to be to shape up the politics, or the Kenyan people will have already been convinced beyond doubts. So for me, guys, I will put it there. I will resonate with the entire discussion of the night and wish you a lovely time wherever you are. And let's link later. Maybe we'll catch up. But all in all, angalia mwingine anaenda kukura sahi. Kizito ni nini unakura sasa kwa show?
What is that?
You can't do that, man, when I'm on bed. Okay, fine. So Sam, Duke, community guy, Burumbu, I am seeing you on the road. See you later. Moses, chapa kazi. Thank you, guys.
Even me, I'll be going. I also need to eat. Kizito, you're lying to me over here. Even you're eating while I'm starving. No. But it's true what Joshua said. It's actually April from March, April next year. Now we can confidently come here and actually know what will happen. But right now, Yeah, Moses, what are you saying?
Sam, I'm saying on Saturday, let's engage each other when I'm not working.
Oh, really?
Politics.
Okay, I hope like I will not talk until you will exit because you not have anything else to tell me. So, but we'll see.
I'll be here on Saturday.
Anyway, yeah, okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll be there
Thank
on
you very
Saturday.
much, Moses. Saturday we are there in the panel.
Yeah.
So
Kizito,
go and
I want to
do
finish
research.
and leave. I want to finish also and leave. I need to eat. So
Okay.
what I'm saying, like I just know for a fact, right now we cannot even predict next year's election, what will happen. I don't know what will happen, but we need to wait until next year. We see between March of next year going forth, what's going to happen. Because right now, believe it or not, like we don't know. We don't know whether Musalia will be on the ballot, Kalonzo will be on the ballot. Like we can only know based on how things go between now and next year March. I'm telling you the fact. But what I know is if Musalia, Kalonzo, Mdavadi, Raila, and Ruto, they are all in the ballot, you can take this to the nearest bank and probably ask a triple loan on it, right? No one will get to 50 plus 1, and but then maybe when you guys are going back to vote again, you will remember what I said, okay? Because that's what's going to happen. Based on what I've seen right now, no one will get to 50 plus 1. Like I can guarantee you that that's going to happen. But also let me say one thing. Like right now, I know we argue about bottom up, bottom down, down bottom, inside, outside. All those things, they don't matter, to be honest, with all these politicians that you see them talking about it. Because what they are doing, they're just using as a stepping stone to get to power. That's what they're doing. But it does not mean that it's actually going to work out. Because does anyone remember what happened to the laptops? Does anyone remember what happened to, I don't know, stadiums that international stadiums are going to be completed? I don't know, in a record time. Does anyone remember all those things? Does anyone remember something called this irrigation scheme? What was it called? Kulala, whatever it was called. We even tried to go buy land close to that irrigation place, and nothing has happened. Even when you go there, you see nothing is happening, right?
Kolala Lokau.
Yeah. I always find difficult saying that name. Let me tell you this, my friend. This bottom up do, however much you want to believe and you're so emotional about it, it's just to make Ruto president. That's it. But it does not mean he will do anything. So the only thing that I can just tell whoever is going to get that power is to fight corruption just exactly how Magufuli did. And I totally agree with community ancestor about it. Magufuli was a no-nonsense person, and that's the kind of president we need right now. So when you're watching these people talking about their policy, you need to ask yourself who is actually most likely going to fight corruption more than the other person. But according to me, what I've seen, like maybe if somebody can prove me wrong, it's only Raila that can fight corruption more than Ruto. Because there's a time Raila was being interviewed, and then he said he'd rather stay home if he cannot jail people that are corrupted. You see what I'm saying? And then when you go to the other side of Ruto, guess what he says? No, let us not target people. He tried to protect these people. And you know the reason why Rigathi Gachagua is hanging around Ruto? Is because he knows if Raila actually gets in that power, he will actually be in jail. It is as simple as that. He knows he will be jailed, right? So that's what I'm telling you, based on me, what I've seen, and I'm not lying to you guys. And also let me tell you, I'm also talking with compassion for Kenya. I really love Kenya, and I really want to see it grow into some extreme level that we cannot even imagine, right? We just need somebody that can fight corruption. And let me tell you, even Duke, let me even change your mind today. And those other people that support the other side. Ruto will never do that. He will always be so soft on these guys and say, ati umeiba 12 billion. Come on, hiyo si kitu. You know, you do business. And also I have somebody who works in Ruto's office, okay? He's a friend. When before he got in that office, he never had anything. And then they were told in Ruto's office that if you guys you do not become serious multimillionaires, even billionaires by the end of our administration, you guys, you're stupid. And then now guess what this guy did? This guy, he started building 3 apartments at the same time. They were all going up at the same time, with 2 mansions going up at the same time, buying cars left, right, center. And this is a guy who works in Ruto's office who had nothing. I knew him with absolutely nothing at all, right? And they're just like this. Let me tell you, based on what I saw in that office, I was like, okay, what about if we become president? It will be the same thing. It's going to be the same thing. Like people, they will just be making money through. That's why you see people like Rigadi. That's why you see people like Ndininyoro, Ishungwa. They are hanging around this guy so that they can rape that economy even better with no protection. You see what I'm saying? And probably take all the tenders. That's what's going to happen. And let not anyone else lie to you about bottom-up approach. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what is going on.
Even there'll be no electricity in game.
There'll be no. I'll tell you messages that will tell you after
Lucas waited for long, but let's leave Moses because it's working.
Is it?
Bye, guys. I'm gone now. Okay.
Is it?
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. You can go for dinner, Moses. Talk then, Duke.
I'll see you on Saturday.
Duke, let us leave Moses because he's at work. You know, he's just hiding. I know this kind of work we do here.
No.
All right. Okay, bye, guys.
No, Sam, don't go.
An hour ago.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, nilitoka like an hour ago. Sam. I'm just doing groceries.
I can see you in Walmart, right?
Yeah. Groceries. But, Sam. We cannot allow you to mislead the viewers about Ruto. One thing we talked about here, like, has he ever been vindicated in a court of law? If he's really corrupt, if he's stolen public money. And then you have also mentioned a friend who works in his that friend has a name. So means you two, you are corrupt inside you.
Moses, I don't talk propaganda, so don't put that on me. I talk facts. I like being truthful, and I like talking things that are truthful. So if it's a propaganda to you, don't expect me to mention his name, okay? So you can just, you know, okay, you can just look at it as a propaganda. That's fine. But I will just tell people the truth of who I know who he is, okay? But let me tell you the truth, my friend. It's up to you to just make a decision. If you want the country to go forth with better leaders, or we just want to keep on putting leaders who they really can't fight the corruption with a lot of genuineness, because that's the only thing that can make the economy to grow. That's all that I can say. But now, yeah, like I started discussing about these guys who they are in, they're that. But all that I can guarantee you is that I am not actually saying any propaganda. I'm actually stating what I know and the truth. Because if it was a lie, I don't like telling lies. Like, I would not even be saying it. In fact, I will not even mention about another thing that I know, but I mentioned to some of my friends and they were shocked. Sam, you are actually saying the truth because it came out of the light later. But I'm not going to say what that is. But let me tell you the truth. It's because I've had interaction with their side, so I know exactly what the people they're all about. But if you can see the guys that surround Ruto, those guys, they cannot form government. Take that to the bank. And maybe Kizito, one day, what we need to do, we need to compare the people who surround Ruto and people who surround Raila. We compare their their resume. You actually see who are these people. Sometimes Duke normally tells us that everyone is corrupt, right? But if everyone is corrupt, also every country in the world is corrupted, all right? But we've got something called corruption index. So we can start actually doing corruption index on our leaders. And you'll be like, this person is not most likely to fight corruption because of this. That's what I see. And you know, when I talk about sensitive matter, you see people like Grace Kamau on the comment and Kipchumba, and then you're like, you can just bring two together, and you see the reason why their heart is burning, right? It's because of tribalism. It's not even because of policy. Because of tribalism. So you guys, you just have to know.
Whenever you have some comments about you hitting on you, that's good on our side, because me, whenever they get here, they always run to me so much, so bad.
No, guess what? That's 50% of Mount Kenya and 75% of Rift Valley. Maybe those are the people who can get here quickly. Okay. So
Okay,
anyway, I'll see you guys on Saturday.
Sam and Moses, Lucas really waited here for long.
Yeah,
Can we please give him, then we sum up, because even me, I want to sleep. My woman has waited for me for 5 hours. I've been here.
Okay, I'll see you on Saturday.
You know what is happening in Europe? A woman is more important than a man. Okay, do continue.
Talk about, but it's okay. But I hope Sam is listening in the background. I did not say that every person is corrupt. I said every person can be tempted to be corrupt. So we need a system which makes them not, which is so waterproof that they cannot get that opportunity or that temptation because they are aware of the consequences. Also, regarding what some said about that the outcome of election will be determined on what's done within the last months, that's a fact. But who has told him that the fact that Ruta started early, you will diminished at the end? Because if, for instance, those who know, if you are financially prepared enough, you can start celebrating your Christmas on 20th. Those who don't have enough resources, they wait up to that day. So that can speak. First of all, I want also to talk about the fact, don't underestimate Ruto. Ruto is somebody who is very somebody who is very smart. If we assume, at one time, he was walking even without shoes. So assuming a situation and you are allowed to do anything, like we are here, it's very difficult for you to move all those steps. You go, you become powerful enough. It means you have to be very careful and smart in everything what you do. So it's about, now if we assume as we are here, for example, Kista, I ask you, I want you to do anything, everything, even still until you become the vice president from where you are.
I cannot.
No. Assume we are in, and it's an assumption. Assume we are in a situation where you are allowed to do anything. Will it be very easy for you to do everything, to sway people, to build up to the extent you become the vice president from nowhere? We don't even know.
You have to understand something, Duke. Ruto was a CU leader. He went to start preaching. That's why Ruto is this pastor. You know, when a pastor is preaching, even if he's lying, you will never understand. Pastor can tell you people that today, if you don't bring tithe, God will not bless you. You will remove everything from your pocket. Now we understand Ruto. That's why it's even preaching bottom up that it's only him. I like the way one person here explained. Only him, Moses. He explained that it's only him who knows. You people don't know. You just follow him. Look, for example, where I am here, there's nothing called corruption. Even police. Police is stopping me. I pass the light. Hmm? Do you know the police will not stop me that, hey, umepita taa. They will only take my number plate. I will get the letter plus the amount of money I have to pay. If I have done anything wrong, they will stop me. They will, I show them my particulars. They will leave me. If it was not accident, I will go. But what I will get in my post is only the charge. You cannot bribe them because first anything called, even if you give him even 5 shillings, just let me use 5 shillings, you give him and he takes. Even you buy bread, you give him. That one is the last time he will leave his work because they are being paid good. They have good places to stay. They have got allowances. They have got the best. So the government is putting them in a way that if you dare try, and I'm giving you all this thing, just go. In Kenya, you yourself, you can even, if in the broad daylight somebody can try to steal a phone from a police, even if it's not having, even police is standing on the road, he doesn't have even a gun, even this for electricity, you expect him with the rungu. What will he do with the rungu when somebody is coming? He will take the phone and run away the way they did. They don't know even how to trace anybody with a motorbike. Those are the kind of things that if Ruto could have been saying, okay, I want to be the president, every street, Uhuru has done them, they are okay. Every street now, we put cameras. Here, the camera is everywhere on the road. The camera will operate by itself. You will just get the letter on your post. They don't even ask you anything. The person is not even there. If you go to supermarket, like where you see Moses is, I can even buy my beer, I drink like this. When I reach there, I pay. If I don't pay, even automatically they will see me in the cameras. There's no security, there's nothing. But in Kenya, we secure even the money that is coming from the government because this bottoms up, that Ruto want money in his pocket, is coming to Nyandarua, is giving Mama Mboga. That is what we were trying, that will not work. The way you see people like Mulumbu was saying, if we become too normal now, when we talk normal, infrastructure, Ruto has got the best idea. But if this bottom up, what we wanted you people to explain to us, if you could have said, we are going to borrow money, we start companies, infrastructure in your local areas. You people, this company for motorbikes, you get, I'm telling you, you are a Kenyan, and a Kenyan person, if I buy for you motorbike, even there's people who buy even a cars. How many cars are being auctioned that the owners came and retrieve? Because you go and buy a car, you don't even know what to do with it, they will come and take it. You don't have any work again, they will come and take it. The same like motorbikes.
Given to every person or anybody. For instance, if you know the way Weso Fund works, when you go to ask for some to be funded from Weso Fund, you have to have a business first. Also, you have to be in a group so that that money is not going to be given to anybody. It's somebody who already has a business which is working, and they are in a group of 10, minimum of 10, and they want to expand it. That's what's supposed to be. So
no, Duke, just one moment. Can you put off your the microphone? Can you switch it off? I tell you something. One moment. You know what you are explaining. You are just correct. That Uwezo fund, that anything you are saying, is different from what you people are advocating for. You people, you are advocating for you are talking of somebody who is working, and bottoms up is for those people who are poor, who are not working. You see the difference. You are just mixing. You are coming to the point, but whatever you and Moses were explaining was different. You now you are saying that whoever is going to get this Uwezo fund must be a working class, must have something doing, must be. But if you take this money and you go and tell Mama Mboga, who buy Mboga for 2,000 shillings, and they go and say it, you tell her even merry-go-round for women doesn't so many fall before they reach. Few, only few, especially in Kikuyu land, is what thrive. But in some places like Nyanza, like in Masai, if you go to Masai, they don't know something like merry-go-round because they're women, they have never been together in any association. You see the difference. So it is so difficult. That's why you people, we were just explaining, you people, it becomes so difficult for you to understand and convince somebody. You will end up saying like what Moses was saying, that let's wait until that day. We don't want to give you people. Because even you, the truth to be told, even you, I don't blame you. You don't know how to explain it. Moses don't know how to explain it.
Kizito, you are misleading people. You are misleading the viewers. You know, you guys talk a lot about bottom.
Convince the viewers. Me, I'm misleading them. Can you convince them?
No. You guys cannot tell us your agenda because you guys are going to run for the election in 2022. But you are not explaining to us your only agenda is bottoms-up economy and wheelbarrow. Can you guys tell us why you guys are going to run? How Kenyans are going to benefit? You know, like, what do you guys stand for? Apart from bottoms-up economy, apart from wheelbarrow, apart from Mama Mboga, just stand up and tell us, instead of criticizing our agenda, whatever we have proposed that we're going to do.
Okay, let me explain to you how we are going to do it. Even though we have not announced that we are going to do it, but we are going to make infrastructure in every constituency, every place, infrastructure, whereby when you come from game, there's no need for you to come and look for work in Nairobi. In game, where you are, there's good roads, there's some company to make groundnuts there. This groundnut also, you can make oil, and it can be a very big oil company. Forget about Sony Sugar, forget about sugar company. In Kisumu alone, how many factories for fish do we have? We only have one factory for fish, only in Kisumu. And remember, the fish that is coming from Lake Victoria. So our agenda is infrastructure. You go to Kisumu, you look in Kisumu, in Aero, in these other places, each and every place, you put even 2 or 3. In one company, it will employ more than 200 people. These people whom Duke was saying, they never went to school, they suffer, they do this. They will go and cut face. To cut face, you need not to learn too much. You go and cut it, you do all those things. The company will employ about 200 people. Let's say, if you put company like that along Lake Victoria, almost 5 times 200 people. How much is it going? And this company will be making money and they will be paying taxes. Are you not making are you not making job opportunities? You are not going to give somebody money where you cannot retrieve it back. If you come to me, okay, I can come to Kenya now. I go and put on my short. I smear my thing. Then I go and tell Ruto that okay, I'm also staying here because there is where I was born. I have birth certificate. He come and gives me money. After giving me money, I take my plane. I come back to Europe. Where will they get me? No, it's just like that. Our Moses was asking me to explain. Our agenda is to make infrastructure. When Uhuru Kenyatta has got milk processing factory in Muranga, in Embu, we look for something to make tea. In Meru, we look for something that we can make with this. How do we call it? Mira. You see the difference? That is how it is. So you guys, man, we have to stop. We have to go and sleep, my brothers. Look, it's almost 3. Look, let me call. Let me call Clinton because I don't see. Mutebe, where were you?
Asante, acha tukalale sasa.
Okay, so I was almost calling Clinton.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.